Today, we are gonna see, what if Harry was corrupted king and conquered the world? Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Who is this Count? Harry wanted all the facts before he decided what to do. He's the vampire that controls most the region. The woman's hands started to tremble. But he's not so bad as Volos was. I don't think he wants to fight, sir. Why? Because he's being much more polite than he would be if he wanted to fight you, the bartender did not want to be alone with this man for any more time than she had to. Tell the Counts me, Harry paused. Tell them that I would be happy to accept the Count's kind invitation, and that I shall be down in a few minutes. Yes, sir. The woman sagged in relief. I'll tell them. Harry closed the door and spent a few moments ensuring that everything was in its proper place. Shouldering his pack, Harry walked down the steps. Are you the Count's guest, sir? A man in red and black livery asked politely. Yes, Harry nodded. I am. Why didn't you give me the invitation yourself? I didn't want to seem rude, sir. The man kept his tone of respect. Confronting you in your own room could have been seen as aggressive by some. I see, Harry nodded. How long will it take us to get to my meeting with the Count? It shouldn't take too long, sir, the man replied as he opened the inn's door for Harry. A few hours at most, depending on the weather. Thank you, Harry nodded as he stepped into the carriage. One more thing, sir. The guard paused before closing the door. May I have your name? Black. Harry sat back in the plush cushions. My name is Mr. Black. Thank you, sir. If only Hermione could see me now. Harry muttered to himself as he pulled out another book to read on the trip. She'd be thrilled that I'm reading so much. Harry soon lost himself in the book and in what seemed like no time at all. He felt the carriage pulling to a stop. We're here, sir, the driver called down respectfully. I've taken the liberty of having the staff announce your arrival. Thank you. Harry got out of the carriage and stretched. Where's this meeting? Right this way, sir. Harry followed the man into the main entrance hall where they were greeted by a distinguished-looking man in black and red silk. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Black. The Count dipped his head in respect. I am the Count. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Harry saw no reason to be impolite. Though I do wonder why you wished to meet with me. Come this way. The Count led him to a small dining room. Normally I would have used the larger dining room, but I'm told that you're not the kind of man that will be insulted if I don't use a table that will seat 100. No, Harry chuckled. I'm not. Have a seat. The Count motioned towards a chair. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Harry sat. Thank you for the hospitality. And thank you for allowing me to extend it, the Count smiled. The cook gets so few chances to show off his talent. Then I'm glad to give him the opportunity. Harry smiled. Allow us to get down to business, Mr. Black. The Count took a sip from his wineglass. I would like to start out by thanking you for removing Vlad and Volos. They have been problems for quite some time now. It wasn't a problem. Harry took a sip from his own glass. Though I am curious why you're so happy to see them gone. One of my hobbies is making wine, the Count smiled. Including the glass you're drinking right now. Every year the vines will produce grapes. I don't harvest the grapes by cutting the vines because that would spoil next year's crop. We do not need to kill humans to get our blood. The glass I'm drinking came from the cook yesterday and it's just as good as it would be fresh. Vlad and Volos did not understand that, did not understand that the peasants outnumber us by at least 100 to 1 and that we exist only as long as we aren't too much of a burden. I see. They were a danger to all of us, the Count smiled. It is no longer the old days when vampires could do as they pleased, it is a new era that demands new methods. Why didn't you take care of them yourself? Harry asked mildly. There is Unfo. RTU Natalie one of me and many small problems, the Count shrugged. And taking a personal interest would have been seen as a sign of weakness by those that are unhappy with the new rules. I'm glad I could have been some help in solving your problem, Harry nodded. Would you be willing to help with another problem, Mr. Black? The Count smiled. I would be willing to reward you handsomely. What problem? Harry held up a hand. I'm only agreeing to hear you out. That's all I ask, the Count nodded. I have a werewolf problem. Someone in one of the villages not far from here has been infected. And I need them to be found and eliminated. I'm not going to kill someone just because they turn into a wolf during the full moon. Harry's voice was flat. One of my best friends is a werewolf. Good, the Count smiled. Because I don't want you to kill them for being a werewolf, I want you to kill them for the murder of several of their neighbors. What happened? I provide everyone of my towns with a jail, the Count shrugged. This serves more as a place to safely have one's change than anything else. Most of the inns are also equipped with safe rooms as well as several of the houses. This wolf has not chosen to use any of them. What's worse is that there have been a few cases where it locked itself in a house with innocent people. No, Mr. Black, I do not have anything against werewolves, but I do take my responsibility to protect my subjects very seriously. Why not give them wolfsbane potion? Harry asked. It may not cure the transformation, but it does make it less dangerous. Wolfsbane. The Count leaned back in his chair. I'm unaware of any potion by that name. It doesn't cure them, but it does make the transformation a bit easier and it keeps them from being affected by the dementia. And you know where I could get this potion? The Count seemed delighted by the prospect. I have a friend that I suspect can brew it. Harry nodded. If she can't, then I have a few more people I can contact. Wonderful, the Count gave a satisfied nod. And something I will be delighted to provide. But I fear something that will help me with my current problem. I'm not sure what I can do. Harry exhaled. But I'm willing to go to this town and look around. Thank you, Mr. Black, the Count sagged in relief. I am eternally grateful for your assistance in this matter. There is a full moon tonight. If we hurry, we can have you in position before the beast starts its hunt. How am I going to get to this village? I'll have a portkey made, the Count nodded. Is there anything you require? Nothing I can think of. Harry shook his head. Thank you for the offer. The Count left the room and returned a few moments later with a small bottle and 2 links of chain. I would suggest that you coat your weapons with this before you start. The Count handed over the small bottle. It will magically coat them with silver. The chain is the portkey. Just say wolf and it will activate. Say Count and it will return you to this castle. Good luck, my friend. Thank you. Harry spent a few moments coating his weapons, then took a deep breath. Wolf. Harry appeared in the town square next to a small fountain. Taking a seat on the side of the fountain, he looked around. Not afraid of the wolf? A man with long matted gray hair and yellowed fingernails rasped out. You should be. Why? Harry turned just in time to watch the man change. Damn. The wolf lunged for Harry's throat and he just managed to get his arm up in time to save his life. RRY frantically grabbed for his wand. The wolf made an odd keening whimper and its grip began to loosen. Harry rolled so that he was on top of his attacker and his hand closed around the handle of his Pugio. Savagely stabbing the beast, Harry did not let up until it regained its human form. Collapsing, Harry mustered the last of his strength. See, Count. Mr. Black. The Count rushed over to help his friend. You're injured. Only thing I could think of doing was shoving my arm in his mouth, Harry coughed. Kept his jaw busy so he couldn't bite me anywhere else. Yes, I'm afraid that he may have crushed the bones. The Count cradled his friend's head. You've been bitten by a werewolf. Not so bad. I can always have a friend make me wolfsbane. Harry managed a weak grin. You were right, he was a monster. He walked up to me and started to talk and smiled before his change. I won't let you turn into a wolf, Mr. Black. The Count made a small cut on his wrist and let the blood drip down into Harry's mouth. Forgive me for what I am about to do. Harry's body began burning and he arched his back. Darkness began clouding his vision and everything went black. You're awake. A young female voice cried out joyfully. I have to go awake the Count. Murgle. Harry replied. I'm happy to see that you're well, my friend. The Count walked into the room. I seem to recall you giving me some blood. Harry forced his voice to stay level. Am I a vampire? No. The Count took a seat. When I gave you blood, one of 3 things was supposed to happen. 1. You would become werewolf. 2. My power would overcome that of the wolves and you would have become a vampire. And 3. You had a very small chance of remaining human. So I'm human. No. The Count smiled. And you're not a werewolf either. You're something else. Something else. Your senses are a bit higher than a normal human's would be. Your strength and especially your stamina have also gone up. The Count gave a confused shrug. You will not transform. I've already checked and found that you have no adverse reaction to silver or sunlight. To be quite frank, I have no idea how this could have happened. Anything else? Harry's heartbeat returned to normal. You may be fond of having your meat rare if you were not before, the Count shrugged. I don't know, I would suspect that if you ever wish to become an animagus, then your form would be that of a wolf. Or perhaps you would also have the form of a wolf. You, my friend, are something entirely new and unique. Great, Harry muttered sarcastically. Just frigging wonderful. I am sorry, the Count frowned. And if there is any way I can make amends. Don't worry about it, Harry waved it off. The past is in the past. Did you learn anything about the wolf? Yes, the Count nodded. His name was Fenrir Greyback, a Death Eater that was also known as the werewolf who kills for fun, and I dearly wish that I knew what he was doing here. Probably trying to recruit more Death Eaters, Harry guessed. I can't think of any other reason. Neither can I, the Count shrugged. What time is it? It's nearly noon, the Count replied. Why? Because I had better get to my next destination. Harry sat up. Do you know where I can get a portkey to Bulgaria? I'll make you one myself, the Count offered. Are you sure that you don't need more rest? Positive, Harry nodded. Being sick in bed is no way I want to spend my vacation. The Count handed back a small silver badge. This is your portkey to Bulgaria. It is also a perm. Anent portkey back to my castle and a badge to show your status as this region's premier law enforcement officer. Thank you. Harry accepted the badge. How do I activate it? To return, tap it THR times with the tip of your wand or say the phrase, I wish to see my friend the Count. And to go to Bulgaria? Harry asked. Before I tell you that, may I ask you to do me one more favor? What? Harry's face became expressionless. Would you be willing to put me in contact with the potion maker that can make wolfsbane? Of course, Harry nodded. Flow the professor and ask for hench girl. Thank you, my friend, the Count smiled. To go, just say the word, Vila. Goodbye. Harry gathered his things. Vila. Goodbye, my friend. The Count walked towards the fireplace and threw in a handful of flow. Professor. Yes. Girl's head appeared in the flames. What can I do for you? Are you hench girl? The Count asked politely. Yes. Hench girl nodded. What do you need? Can you brew wolfsbane potion? And if you can, would you be willing to sell me large amounts of it? It's very expensive, hench girl frowned. But I can do it. Money means nothing. The Count waved off her objection. Are you sure you want me doing it? Hench girl asked nervously. I am a master, but Baron Black said you were the best in Europe. The Count nodded. So of course you'll charge 10% more than usual. Baron Black. Henchgirl's eyes widened as she registered the rest of the sentence. 10%. 20% then. The Count nodded. You drive a hard bargain. Okay. Henchgirl nodded. When do you need it and how much do you need? I will need monthly doses for 30 individuals, the Count smiled. I will also need to know where I can deposit Baron Black's revenues. Revenues? Henchgirl looked puzzled. Yes. The Count nodded. It was the perfect thing to do with Vlad and Volo's lands and possessions. He left before he could tell me where the gold from his lands and business were to be deposited. I'll speak to the professor. Henchgirl nodded. I think he knows which bank Mr. Black uses. I am eternally in your debt, the Count bowed. Now if you will excuse me. Matters of the state demand my attention. Vila can be friendly. Vila can be friendly. Hello Madai. Remus nodded to the older man. Any reason you came early? Had something to tell you, the old Auror nodded. And I wasn't sure if you'd want others around when I did. What is it? Remus paled. Is it about Harry? No. Moody shook his head. It's about the man who bit you. What do you need to know about him? Remus frowned. I don't know much. I was just a kid when it happened. I don't need to know anything about him. Moody gave a terrifying smile. He's dead. What? How? Looks like he was out recruiting. Moody shrugged. And he had the misfortune to run across Mr. Black. How did he die? Remus asked with morbid curiosity. Not sure. Moody shrugged. I'm told that he was poisoned and stabbed. But my sources aren't the best in that part of the world, so I could be wrong. But you're sure he's dead? I'm sure, Moody nodded. Of that I'm positive. Thank you. Remus closed his eyes. It's good to know that he can't hurt anyone else. Figured it might be, Moody nodded. Goodbye, Remus. Harry arrived in an empty town square and looked around. Most of the businesses seemed to be closed, but one of the shops appeared to be open. Figuring that the shopkeeper would know of a suitable place to get a room, Harry walked in. A bell rang as Harry opened the door. And from the back of the shop he heard a faint, "Just a moment." "Okay," Harry replied. "Now then," the shopkeeper smiled. "What can I do for you, Mr. Black?" Harry smiled. "I was hoping that you'd know of a hotel or some other place that I can get a room." "You came a bit later than I expected," the man shrugged. "But you've still got time. Have a seat, it won't be long." "Thank you." Harry sat down, glad that the shopkeeper was arranging a place for him to stay. "How long do you—" The bell on the front door rang, interrupting Harry's question and admitting several cloaked figures. "Right on time," the shopkeeper smiled. "I have your supplies ready. Do you want to pay now or have me send you a bill?" "Send us a bill," a young female voice answered. "I'm surprised that you're not alone. They usually try to avoid us." "He's not from around here," the old man replied. "Not a bad fella though. I have that kind of face." Harry gave a nervous smile. "He's Gabrielle's savior," another female voice spoke up. "I recognize him from her pictures. He looks a bit older now than he was then." "Why are you here, Harry?" The lead woman gave an unseen smile. "You can see through my disguise, huh?" Harry sighed. "I came because I was curious about the place that Victor came from." "That silly field is nothing to one that possesses our talents," the woman nodded. "Where are you staying?" "I'm not sure," Harry shrugged. "The shopkeeper was going to find me a place to stay." "Then you must stay with us," the woman settled the matter. "It is the least we can do for Gabrielle's famous savior." "I wouldn't want to be a burden," Harry smiled. "How do you know Gabrielle?" "It is no burden. I insist that you stay with us. Gabrielle is our cousin." The woman took his hand. "And our Sins would never forgive us if we let you go off and stay in a dirty inn when you could have stayed with us." "All right," Harry nodded. "I wouldn't want to cause you any trouble." Harry stayed with his new friends for several days until finally, after a long goodbye, Harry managed to leave their hospitality and get on with his vacation. Staggering into town, Harry walked into the nearest open businesses and walked painfully to the bar. "Afternoon," the bartender greeted. "Something I can do for you?" "Yes." Harry's jaws were clenched in pain. "I'm going to need to speak with a healer of some sort." "I'm a healer." The man at the end of the bar spoke up. "What can I do for you?" "I think I might have broken something in my waist," Harry replied in a hiss. "And I feel a bit sick to my stomach." "One moment." The healer waved his wand and frowned in concentration. "You're right about the pain in your waist. It looks like you have several hairline cracks in your pelvis." "Oh," Harry groaned. "What about the fact that I feel sick?" "Quote, dehydration," the healer replied. "Drink these 2 potions and you'll be fine." "Thank you." Harry downed the potions. "Now does anybody know where I can arrange transportation to Sofia?" "Right here," the bartender spoke up. "The bar doubles as the travel agency, few other things too." "How much?" 20 levs, the bartender pulled out a glass marble. "Do you need anything else?" "No," Harry replied, accepting the marble. "1 sec. Thank you." The bartender smiled, accepting payment. "Have a good journey." "Thank you." Harry managed a weak smile just before the portkey pulled him away. "Wasn't that the guy that went off with that group of Vila a few days ago?" one of the random bar patrons asked quietly. Eyes widened as the men considered the coup. Estion, and the bar was shrouded in silence until the bartender licked his lips and asked, "What were his injuries?" "As I said," the healer spoke to the spellbound group, his voice filled with awe. Quote, "A cracked pelvis and a severe case of dehydration. How do you suppose that happened?" the bartender asked quietly. "Lots of ways, for example." The healer's eyes widened. "It couldn't be. You don't mean..." The bartender blinked. "He can't be human. Did anyone get his name?" the healer asked excitedly. "Black," an old man spoke up from the back of the room. "When he visited my shop, he told me his name was Black." The bar patrons were frozen in shock, eyes widened even further. Well, the bartenders moistened his lips. I suppose it makes sense. If anyone could survive a pack of Vila, it would have to be the mysterious Mr. Black. Good afternoon, sir. A uniformed man greeted Harry upon his arrival. Is this your final destination? No. Harry was still feeling a bit tired and sore from his time with the Vila. I'm going on to Moscow. If you like, I can arrange that, sir. That would be fine. Harry nodded. How much? 50 levs, the man smiled. Fine. Harry paid for the portkey. How long until it activates? Just say Moscow and you will be on your way. Thank you. Harry gave a weak smile. Moscow. Harry did not enjoy the trip to Moscow and he made a silent vow to learn some other means of transportation besides portkeys and flow. Purpose of your visit? A plain-faced woman in a drab uniform asked in a bored tone. Meeting a friend, Harry yawned. Your name? Black. Harry yawned again. First name? Mr. Harry smiled. You may pass through. Thank you. Harry popped his neck as he walked through the entry gate. Behind him, the woman calmly put up a next window sign and left to inform her supervisor. Harry pulled his Zippo out of his pocket and found a quiet place to have a conversation. Professor. Harry called into the small flame. Are you there? I'm here, Mr. Black. The professor smiled. Thanks to your generosity in promoting Henchgirl's potion-making talents, we will be able to meet you sooner than we had hoped. Great. Harry smiled. How soon? Sometime after dark local time, the professor smiled. We could get there earlier, but we felt it prudent to go slowly on the shakedown cruise. Whatever you want. Harry nodded. I was planning on spending a bit more time here, but if you're early then I guess I'll have more time to visit a few other places. Excellent. The professor nodded. If I might make a small suggestion. What's that? Harry smiled. Why don't you travel with Henchgirl and I? The professor gave a wide grin. We were planning to take the next month or two to go on a prolonged expedition to test the Zeppelin. Where are you planning to go? Harry shrugged. Egypt. The professor gave a wide grin. After that, wherever you wish to go. Henchgirl and I have no preferences. Sounds good. Harry nodded. I'll spend the day looking around town and meet up with you tonight. See you then. The professor gave one last grin before clicking his lighter closed. Now how am I going to spend the day? Harry muttered to himself. Shrugging his shoulders, Harry walked out the front doors to hail a taxi. Where to? The cab driver asked in a disinterested tone. Show me around the city. Harry smiled. I want to see anything you might think would interest me. You can pay. And tip very well. Harry smirked. I don't have much time in the city and I want to enjoy it. If you can pay. The man nodded. Harry and his driver spent several hours touring the city. Harry saw things that he couldn't have imagined seeing in his childhood and delighted in the city's atmosphere. Thank you. Harry leaned back in his seat. There is just one more place that I'd like to visit, then I'd like to find a good bar. Where? I want to see the yellow building in Lubyanka. Harry smirked. No problem, it's not so far. The driver nodded. After that I know of a very good bar, very classy. Thank you. Harry smiled. Tell me when we're there. We're there. The driver nodded. As I said, very close. Look to the left. Wow. Harry shook his head. Seeing it on the television did not do the old building justice. I never expected to see it like this. It doesn't seem the same without the statue in front of it. It's a bit strange. The driver agreed. The bar now. Yes. Harry nodded. I have a bit of time to kill, and I can't think of a better way to kill it. It will be a few minutes until we arrive, the driver offered. Relax. The driver stopped the cab in front of an unremarkable building. It doesn't look like much. But inside, it is very fancy. Thank you. Harry pulled out his wallet. Do you have any currency that you'd like to be paid in? US dollars, the driver smirked. If possible, if not. No problem. Harry handed over a few $20 bills. Thank you. Tell them that Danya brought you. The driver shrugged. They give me a finder's fee for bringing you. All right. Harry nodded. Goodbye. The driver rolled up his window and sped off. Harry walked out the building's double doors and was stopped by an elegantly dressed man in a dark suit. Can I help you? Danya told me that this was a good place to get a drink. Harry smiled. Name? Mr. Black. I see. The man in the dark suit nodded. He's been whitened back corner. Okay. Harry approached the back table cautiously. Have a seat. The old man at the table nodded. I've been expecting you. Why? Harry took a quick look around the room. Because I know the merchants and they sometimes tell me things, the old man shrugged. So sit and enjoy yourself. Thank you. Harry sat. Mr. Winter. The old man gave a cold smile. Have some vodka. I had them bring out a bottle of Posolskaya and I don't want to drink it myself. I'd also like to get something to eat if I can. Harry accepted the glass. I'll have them bring something out. The old man downed his glass and poured another. Thank you. Harry downed his glass. Why did you want to see me? To give you this. The old man handed over a worn leather-bound book. Weather Magic. Works best during the winter but it can be used every day of the year. Thank you. Harry accepted the book. I owed them a favor. The old man shrugged. Thank you all the same. Harry smiled. Enjoy your night. The old man stood up. I'm afraid that I must be going. Goodbye. Harry raised his glass in salute. And have a pleasant evening. I shall. The old man nodded. And thank you, Mr. Black. Hello. Letus Lovegood, publisher and editor of the Quibbler, appeared in front of a large bronze faceless statue. Hello. A man greeted him. Who might you be? My name is Lovegood. I'm a reporter. Okay. I was hoping to ask some questions about a man named Mr. Black. The odd man smiled. Perhaps you've heard of him. That's him. The local indicated the statue. Local legend says that if you pat the statue's right foot then you'll be lucky with women, and if you pat its left foot then you'll get a healthy child. Really? Letus looked up at the statue in astonishment. How long have they said that? About a day now. The local shrugged. Tradition has to start somewhere. I couldn't agree more. Letus nodded. Why did it start? Well, the local sat down. Few days ago, Mr. Black came to town and then left town with a pack of villas soon afterwards. That is impressive. Letus nodded. I'm not finished. The local smirked. He came back a few days later, had a bruised pelvis and he looked like he had been doing some sort of strenuous activity. That's to be expected. Letus shrugged. So what? 6 hours later, 3 villas came into town. The local's smile widened. They were so tired that their normal charm wasn't so strong and one of them mentioned that the others were still asleep. I see. Lovegood's eyes widened. Yep. The local nodded. That's why we put up the statue. Any man who can wear out a dozen villas deserves to have his own statue. Mr. Black and the Dozen Villa by Letus Lovegood. There exists a town in one of Bulgaria's more remote regions that has 2 unusual features. The first is the fact that it is located near a large concentration of villa. The second is that it boasts a large statue of Mr. Black. Locals believe that this statue grants special powers over matters of love. Mr. Black returned to town to greet a group of shocked townsfolk. It was only after the exhausted villas shared their story that the true nature of the events was realized. Sir, Black has met up with a small man and is leaving the country. Did he do anything of interest while he was here? We're not sure, sir. He shrugged. He lost the men assigned to follow him. We do know that he visited headquarters. Do you know what he was doing there? No, sir. The man shook his head. We don't. Then tell me something you do know. He told the customs agent that he was meeting a friend, the man began. He was later seen drinking with the general. I see, sir. The general has always been a patriot. But not in the usual sense. He will protect the country from invasion from outside, but he has always refused to pick a side in the internal conflicts. Hungarian hexes. You may use the concept. Just send me a link. You disabled your private messages so I couldn't reply. Doctor Who. Doctor Who. Harry awoke and was for a moment disoriented, looking around his strange surroundings. It took him a moment to remember stumbling out of the bar with the professor the night before. Must have found me a hotel room. Harry shrugged as he pulled back the curtains to look out the window. Or not. Harry watched in shock as a passenger jet flew by. Where the hell am I now? Quickly getting dressed, Harry walked out of the room and into the hallway. Hello. Hench girl greeted him cheerfully. Would you like some breakfast or something to cure a hangover? Breakfast please. Harry nodded. And I don't have a hangover this morning. Okay. Hench girl smiled cheerfully. What would you like? Anything is fine. Harry smiled. Or I can cook if it would be too much trouble. You can cook. Hench girl smiled. Where did you learn? I didn't have the best childhood, Harry shrugged. But one of the good things to come of it is my skill in cooking. Okay, Hench girl shrugged. Here you go. Wow. Harry picked up a fork and began to eat. That was fast. Cooking is like making potions, Hench girl smiled. After a while you start to learn tricks to make it go easier. It also helps that I'm a witch and I can use magic to make things go faster. I suppose that makes sense, Harry nodded. You wouldn't have any books of domestic charms to help with cooking, would you? Not with me, no, Hench girl shook her head. But I'll try to find some. Don't bother, Harry smiled. I'll be able to find something when we touch down. Okay, Hench girl's cheerful attitude returned. You haven't seen my watch, have you? Harry rubbed his wrist. I couldn't find it when I woke up. Well, Hench girl bit her lower lip. Maybe you should talk to the professor about that. I'll ask him then. Harry stood. Do you need any help with the dishes? In response, Hench girl waved her wand and caused them to disappear. Nope. Okay, Harry chuckled. I'll go talk to the professor then. Bye. Harry walked down the hall and through the door that Hench girl had indicated. Have you seen my watch? Harry blinked the sleep out of his eyes. I could have sworn that I put it on the bedside table. What? The professor looked up. Oh right. It's in that box, and that box over there, and some of it's on the table behind you. Quote, what? Harry stared in shock at the tiny parts. Why did you take my watch apart? Hench girl and I wanted to see how it worked, the professor shook his head. And right off the bat we saw several places that could be improved upon. They said that it was indestructible when I bought it. Harry stared at the small parts in shock. They said that it could survive anything. Yes, the professor nodded. Hench girl is on the flow having a word with them about false advertising. What am I supposed to use now? Harry's shock overrode his anger. Hench girl and I built you a new watch. The professor held up a watch that bore a strong resemblance to his old watch. Thanks. Harry tried it on. How soon till we get to Egypt? Few hours, the professor shrugged. Why? I'm worried that I won't have enough time to do any of the other things that I wanted to do on my vacation. You've got plenty of time. The professor smiled, pointing to Harry's new watch. Why? Harry had to suppress the sudden urge to leap out the nearest open window. Because I added in a few features to give you extra time, the professor smiled. Pull out the knob on the side and time stops. Twist it clockwise and time will go forward at an accelerated rate. Why would I want it to go forward? Harry hated to ask, but he knew that the question would torment him if he didn't. It gets you through boring meetings faster, the professor nodded. It's the only way I ever got through all those lawsuits. What law? Harry bit his tongue. He really didn't want to know. What I mean to say is, what other features did you build into the watch? Oh, nothing much. The professor shrugged. If you turn the knob counterclockwise then time goes backwards. Don't you think that it's a being with time and space? Harry asked. And don't you think that it's a bit irresponsible to be doing it to get me more vacation time? Danger adds spice to life, the professor replied. And to answer your other question, no, I don't think that it's irresponsible. If you want to hear about irresponsible, then let me tell you about the time that Hogwarts allowed one of their students to play with space-time to get more classes. Never mind, Harry smiled weakly. I withdraw my objections. I thought you might, the professor nodded. The watch has several other features, and I've taken the liberty of printing out a small booklet for you. Thank you. Harry took the booklet. Have you had a chance to complete that armor I asked for? Why yes, the professor nodded. I just finished it. Can I see it? Harry was getting used to his odd friend's way of looking at the world. Of course, the man nodded as he pulled out a black shimmery bodysuit. It's worn under your clothes like a second skin. The main features are that it's charmed to keep a constant comfortable temperature, to keep you clean without bathing, it hardens when subjected to impact, it's puncture-proof. And it also provides quite a bit of spell protection. Wow, Harry was impressed. Anything else? A few other things, the professor nodded. For example, if you wear it you can't be detected by most magical sweeps. And I've managed to make it self-repairing. You know, nothing too special. Thanks. Harry took the suit. If you need me, I'll be in my cabin reading. Don't forget the user's guide for the suit. The professor tossed Harry another book. I doubt you'll be able to figure out how to put it on or take it off without it. Thanks. Harry took the other booklet and left the room. Hello. Hench Girl smiled as Harry walked out of the room. I just wanted to thank you. What for? For recommending me, Hench Girl smiled. People have never taken my potion making seriously. They've always thought that I would mess it up. No problem, Harry smiled. I know two people who are really good at making potions. One of them is a greasy git that has the maturity of an angry 2-year-old and the other is you. That really makes me feel good about myself, Hench Girl smirked. Maybe I should have stopped at no problem, Harry chuckled. I'm glad I could have been of help. If there are any potions I can make for you, just let me know, okay? And if you need any ingredients, just come to me. Harry nodded. Or any books. Books. Hench Girl perked up. Yes, Harry nodded. I have quite a few of them. Just picked up a new one on weather magic from a strange old man last night. Can I see them? Sure, Harry nodded. I'll just give you my pack and you can pick out what you need. Oh, thank you. Hench Girl's grin threatened to split her face. Don't mention it, Harry shrugged. That's what friends are for. Professor. Hench Girl rushed into the lab. Look at this. What is it? The small man looked up at his assistant. Can't you see that I'm in the middle of something? A game of solitaire. Hench Girl replied sarcastically. Oh, how very important. I'm B.U.S.Y. with matters far above your feeble comprehension, the professor replied smugly. So be gone. Fine. Hench Girl was enjoying herself. Then I guess you don't want to see these books filled with rare and interesting charms that Mr. Black lent me. What? The professor turned away from his card game. I demand that you show me. No. 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 Please. Okay. Hench Girl nodded. The best one has to be the book on weather magic. It's much more advanced than anything I've ever seen on the subject. Look at this. The professor held up another book. I can't believe he has something on this. You can't read that, can you? Hench Girl squinted at the cover. What language is that anyway? I don't know, the professor admitted. But look at the diagrams. They must be on wards of some sort. True. Hench Girl nodded. I think that this one could be improved by a change in the angle of about 3 degrees. I was going to say 2.5, the professor nodded. But you do have a point there. So, Hench Girl looked around the lab. Do we have everything we need to make a translator of some sort? I'm not sure, the professor shrugged. Why don't we see if Mr. Black would be willing to loan us his glasses? Works for me, Hench Girl nodded. Let's go. The two rushed down the hall and began frantically knocking on Harry's door. Yes. Harry blinked at his friends. What do you need? We were wondering if we could borrow your glasses. The professor smiled innocently. Why? Harry was instantly suspicious of the professor's innocent smile. We want to study the charms to see if we can replicate them. Hench Girl shrugged. We need something to translate the books you lent me. Oh, Harry nodded. I suppose so. Just bring them back. We shall. The professor held out his hand. What is it? Hench Girl asked upon seeing the odd look on Harry's face. I can see. Harry looked around in shock. I'm not using my glasses, but I can still see. The professor frowned. This is more your area of expertise, Hench Girl. We'll investigate it later. Hench Girl shrugged. I doubt I could figure it out, and trying would waste valuable research time. Right you are, the professor nodded. Come, we go. Don't forget to bring my glasses back when you're done, Harry called out after them. I need them to read languages besides English. We shall. The professor called over his shoulder. Bye. Hench Girl called over hers. Thank you. Harry watched his two friends run off and shook his head in wonder. Mr. Black. Hench Girl's knocking on the door roused Harry from his nap. What is it? Harry staggered towards the door. Here are your glasses back. Hench Girl passed the item back. And we'll be Alexandria in a few minutes. Thanks. Harry accepted the glasses. Were you able to figure out the charms? Yes. Hench Girl nodded. And we charmed a large piece of glass with the same translation charm. Good. Harry yawned. What are we doing in Alexandria? We're visiting the library, Hench Girl replied. There are supposed to be some old designs of machines. How old? Harry asked curiously. Old and new. That the original language on some of them is classical Greek, Hench Girl smiled. I can't wait to get a look at them. I hadn't realized, Harry smiled. Thanks for telling me. No problem, Hench Girl nodded. Thanks for lending us those books, they've been very helpful. In what way? Harry yawned again. Well, Hench Girl took a moment to think about the question. The one that's been the most help so far is the weather magic. It helps out quite a bit in flying the Zeppelin. We can provide tailwinds, or help shield it from bad weather, or, Harry asked nervously, or we can use it to make a cloud hide it from the Muggles. Hench Girl smiled nervously. No more reports of UFOs, we can also make it so there's a bank of fog when we arrive. UFOs? Harry bit his tongue. Why do we want a thick bank of fog when we arrive? Because it's cool. Hench Girl gave a satisfied nod. That was my idea. Okay. Harry took a deep breath. Is there somewhere I should be, or somewhere I could watch the landing? Sure. Hench Girl nodded. Follow me. Hench Girl took Harry to the bridge and they both looked out in wonder as the city approached. Beautiful, isn't it? Hench Girl whispered, the view from so high up. Yes. Harry nodded. It is. I am worried about one thing though. What's that? Hench Girl whispered back. The fact that the professor is steering this thing, Harry replied. Hench Girl glanced over her shoulder to watch the professor erratically spinning a large stereotypical ship's wheel. Oh. Hench Girl nodded. Don't worry about that. We set the Zeppelin on autopilot before we began our approach. Then why is he still steering? He said that there's no point in having a Zeppelin if you can't play with it and pretend that you're the captain. I'm just annoyed that he's hogging it and not letting me have any fun. I see, Harry shrugged. Well, if there's no danger in all of us dying in a horrible fiery crash, then I don't see any reason to worry about it. That's the spirit, Hench Girl nodded. We've reached our destination, the professor announced. Shall we go down? We're not going to land. Harry frowned. Nope, Hench Girl smiled. We've got a new invention to try out. What new invention? Harry reminded himself that he hadn't been horribly injured by any of their new inventions in the past. It's a stationary transport system, the professor smiled. So long as the Zeppelin remains stationary, our system can get us to and from the ground with ease. What if the Zeppelin moves? Harry asked. The wind will push it around if nothing else. I wouldn't worry about the wind, the professor waved off Harry's objection. Then what happens if someone ports in or something? Harry blinked. Couldn't they do something? We've got wards to prevent that. The professor smiled. They'll go up as soon as we leave. This may sound like a stupid question, Harry licked his lips. But is your new transport system able to go through wards? No, Hench Girl shook her head. Not these wards, nothing can get through them. Then, Harry frowned in confusion. If the transport system can't get through wards, how do we get back to the Zeppelin? The professor and Hench Girl shared a look. I guess we don't. I see, Harry nodded. Wouldn't it be better to keep someone on the ship that can raise and lower the wards so that people can port in? I suppose. Hench Girl nodded. Not it. Damn, the professor frowned. I expect you to come back and let me have a turn in the library soon, Hench Girl. And I'll take my turn watching the Zeppelin after that. Harry nodded. It's only fair that we share the responsibility. Okay, Hench Girl nodded. Come on, I'll show you how to get down. Okay, Harry nodded. Let's go. Hench Girl led Harry down the hallway to a small room with a large ornate silver circle inlaid on the floor. This the Portkey transfer chamber, Hench Girl smiled proudly, or Port Trans for short. How does it work? Harry looked down at the strange device. It's similar to a portkey, Hench Girl began to lecture. What it does, it turn a small object on your person into a short-range portkey, it then active. Attach the portkey and sends you straight down to a safe landing area. How does it take you back up? Harry blinked. It remotely activates the portkey that took you down and causes it to bring you back up, Hench Girl replied. Some of the drawbacks are that you need a stationary landing area, no ports while the Zeppelin is moving, and the fact that the range is so limited. Interesting, Harry nodded. What does it turn into a portkey? Anything you want, Hench Girl smiled. I wouldn't be surprised if you could turn your hair into a portkey, though we haven't experimented on that. Your hair, it's a non-living substance that you always have with you, Hench Girl shrugged. Like I said, we haven't experimented with it yet. What should I use as my portkey? Harry smiled. And how do I get it to bring me back? Do you have your Zippo on you? Hench girl blinked, because that would be perfect. Yes, Harry nodded. I do. Good. Hench girl nodded. We've designed the system so that the two devices work well together. And it avoids accidental activation. Okay. Harry pulled out his Zippo. How does it work? To get back, Hench girl pulled out her own Zippo. Open the portable flow connection and say the activation phrase. What's the activation phrase? Anything you want, Hench girl shrugged. What would you like it to be? How about? Harry grinned. Port me up. Okay, Hench girl nodded. Why did you chose that? Tradition, Harry shrugged. Remind me to show it to you and the professor. I think you'd get a kick out of some of the ideas they had in that show. Show, Hench girl shrugged. Just step in the circle and we'll be on our way. Now what? Harry looked around. Do I have to say an activation phrase? Just a second. Hench girl spent a few moments fiddling with the controls. Don't say it until I'm in the circle. The activation phrase is, port us down, okay. Okay. Harry nodded and waited until his friend was standing next to him. Port us down. The port felt similar to a normal portkey. The only difference being that the pulling sensation was in the soles of their feet rather than behind the navel. The two of them appeared in front of a large ornate fountain in tiled courtyard. Well, Hench girl looked around. Here we are. Where is here? Harry asked with a puzzled grin. The Library of Alexandria, Hench girl replied. Didn't it burn down a few thousand years ago? Harry frowned as his mind brought up half-forgotten lessons from primary school. They had to hide it to keep it from being destroyed, and I guess that they haven't bothered to unhide it. Oh, Harry blinked. I guess that makes sense. Let's go. Hench girl was bouncing up and down. I can't wait to start reading about all the ancient devices. Okay. Harry trailed behind his perky friend. Two massive bronze doors marked the entrance to the library, and after walking past them, the two friends found themselves under a massive dome. Welcome to the library. An old man in a somber robe smiled in greeting. Is there anything I can help you with? Where are the engineering texts? Henchgirl's grin threatened to split her face, and the potions texts. Right through there in the eastern wing. The old man waved his hand to indicate the direction. They're clearly marked. Thank you. Henchgirl smiled. I'll meet you in the reading room, Mr. Black. Okay, Harry replied. Can I help you find anything? The old man turned to Harry. Combat spells maybe, Harry shrugged. Anything that might be useful to know. I think I might have an idea of what you're looking for, the old man nodded. Come with me. Hello, my friend. The professor walked up to the table that Harry had been occupying. Have you found anything interesting? Few spells that might be useful, Harry nodded. And a bit of medical magic. Excellent, the professor smiled. Hench girl mentioned that she found several ancient engineering texts. Do you happen to know where they are? I have them right here. Harry indicated a pile to his left. I figured you would want to see them, so I made sure that they didn't put them back on the shelves. Thank you. The professor gave a wide grin. Did you have a chance to peruse them? I took a quick look, Harry nodded. I didn't understand much, but it was interesting to learn how long ago they could do some of the things in the texts. Isn't it? The professor agreed. Did you have a chance to get any work done while you were on the Zeppelin? Harry smiled. Yes, I've managed to complete my latest invention. The professor held up a small device. I call it the Hex Quarter. Okay. Harry looked at the small item that bore a vague resemblance to a silver cigarette case. What does it do? Remember how you asked Hench girl to saint artwork on a device that detects poison? The professor asked with a maniacal grin. Yes, Harry nodded. Well, we've done it, the professor smiled. And I've also added in several other features. It can detect wards. Has several forensic charms, several diagnostic charms, a database of plants and animals, and much, much more. Wow, Harry was impressed. How do you use it? Well, the professor held up the device. You just open it and tell it what you want it to look for. I'll just have it use the poison and diagnostic charms and... What? Were you aware that your blood is one of the most poisoned substances known? The professor's eyes widened even more, and that you have both werewolf saliva and vampire blood in your system. Harry nodded. I'm not sure about the poison, but don't worry about the werewolf and vampire stuff, it's been taken care of. I see. The professor stared down at his display. As Therese me, a pretty young woman walked up and smiled at the two of them. Yes. Harry looked up. Hello. The woman smiled. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Could I talk to you for a second? If you like. Harry shrugged. I'm the doctor. She smiled. Who? No relation. The doctor smirked. I was wondering if I could get a look at your blood. If half the things that your friend said are true then I think I may be able to learn enough to buy my way back into polite society. What do you mean by that? Harry frowned. I graduated in the top 10% at my school, the woman sighed. And I decided to become a healer. I graduated near the top of that, too. So, Harry shrugged. I'm not seeing any problems yet. The problem is that I wanted to be the best healer that I could be, the woman gave a bitter laugh. So I decided to study Muggle techniques. That was a bit harder. But I was smart, and 12 years later I was a doctor with a couple of specializations. I'm still not seeing any problems. Harry blinked. The problem is that a pure-blood princess like me shouldn't know so much about Muggles, she frowned. No one would let me treat them because they were worried about being contaminated by the Muggle techniques. What's worse is that I couldn't even work in the Muggle world. Why not? Being a pure blood means that I don't have a background that will stand up to the kind of investigation that most hospitals and the developed will subject their doctors to. So you're here, Harry nodded. Living off Daddy's money and doing research, the woman nodded. Hoping to find something that will let me buy my way into a job where I can practice my skills. What do you want with me? Harry decided to get to the point. Your friend said that you'd been bitten by a vampire and a werewolf. The doctor's eyes lit up. He also said that your blood was poison and you said not to worry about that. I said not to worry about the vampire and the werewolf, Harry corrected. I'm not sure about the poison. I think that I might be able to make a medical breakthrough if you let me study your blood and body. The doctor was one step away from getting on her knees and begging. I'll do anything. How long do you need? Harry smirked. I don't have much time, and the time I have is going to be spent traveling. I'll go with you, the doctor replied. I'll pay my way, I'll do anything. All right, Harry nodded. If my companions don't have any objections, then you may accompany us, Ms. Just call me doctor, the woman smiled. You've already got a professor and a hench girl, why not let your collection grow, Mr. Black? Harry smiled. I see, the doctor giggled. Thank you for having me. Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider. Excellent idea. The professor entered the conversation. Why don't you let me show the doctor to the Zeppelin and then hench girl, and I can set her up with a laboratory? Okay. Harry blinked in surprise. I didn't think that you were going to, if it's not too much trouble. No trouble at all, the professor smiled. Come with me, doctor. All right, the woman nodded. Though I'm surprised that you're accepting me like this. Just touch this Zippo. The professor held out the small object. And I'll activate the portkey. Portkey. The woman touched the Zippo. I thought you said Zeppelin. Port me up. The two felt an odd pulling sensation in the crowns of their heads. I did. What is this place? Come with me. The professor ignored her question. Do you have any magical items with you? A few. The doctor nodded. Why? Put them in this box along with your wand. The professor gestured towards a small box. We need to make sure that they don't interfere with the charm matrix and crash the Zeppelin and kill us all. Kill us all. The doctor quickly tossed wand and a pair of rings into the box. The professor looked down at his hex quarter. You missed something. Oh, the woman nodded as she tossed in her earrings. I almost forgot. Quite all right. The professor closed the box. Come with me. Where are we going? I'm going to introduce you to my hench girl. Hench girl. The professor replied with a grin. Hench girl. The doctor had a strange look on her face. Yes. Hench girl stuck her head out into the hall. This is the doctor. The professor smiled. She's going to study Mr. Black's blood. Why? Hench girl's nose wrinkled. It's poisonous. The professor shrugged. It also contains werewolf saliva and vampire blood. That is strange. Hench girl nodded. Do you think he'd give me a sample? I'm sure he would. The professor nodded. I'll get the contracts. Hench girl disappeared back into her room. Contracts. The doctor looked down at the professor with a confused expression. Yes, the professor nodded. In effect, they state that you are being hired to work as a researcher and that any discoveries belong to the company, and will be used to buy you shares in the company. Profits. The doctor smiled. You get a large share of any profits from anything you discover, the professor nodded. Along with a share of every other discovery, it also states that you will never betray or reveal the identity or secrets of Mr. Black or any of the other employees. Identity. The doctor asked with a raised eyebrow. Your real name is not the doctor, mine is not the professor, Henchgirl's is not Henchgirl, and I'm told that Mr. Black has a very embarrassing first name. The professor smiled. We all have our secrets. And you want to protect them, the doctor nodded. That sounds reasonable. To be honest, I'd be worried if you didn't have something like this. The professor and I have both signed something similar, Henchgirl offered as she handed over the contract. The only one that hasn't is Mr. Black. Why not? The doctor asked as she scanned the contract. 2 reasons, the professor replied. One is because he has more secrets, and if you look you'll see a clause about that. The other, he's the boss, Henchgirl shrugged. And while he may have a very relaxed way of running things, he's still the boss. Without his help, none of us would have anything to research. That sounds reasonable. The doctor nodded as she signed the contract. What now? Now I fold it up and put it into the secure document storage, Henchgirl replied. And the 2 of us get your wand and items, the professor smiled. You won't have to relinquish them again. There wasn't any danger, was there? The doctor began to laugh. You just wanted to disarm me. Mr. Black may be able to kill several groups of style wizards before lunch without anyone's aid, the professor shrugged. But Henchgirl and I need all the help we can get. I think I'm gonna like you too, the doctor shook her head. I didn't even think about it until I realized that the 2 of you had me boxed in. We wouldn't have forced you to sign it, the professor gave a weak smile. But we had to be sure that you weren't one of Mr. Black's enemies. I told you that I understood, the doctor smiled. Like I said, I would have been worried if you hadn't done something. Growing up with my family, let's just say that they aren't the most easy people to get along with. Left with the idea to be careful of people's motives, accepting me with open arms would have just made me paranoid. I'm sorry, the professor opened the box and handed it over to the doctor. What would you require for a good medical research laboratory? Oh, lots of things, the doctor began reviewing her mental list. The first thing I'd like is a good microscope. You wouldn't happen to know how to build one, would you? We've located Mr. Black, Master, Wormtail simpered. Where is he? He's been spotted in Egypt, Master, Wormtail cowered. Take a team and destroy him, Voldemort commanded. Yes, Master, Wormtail cringed. May I have permission to ask our allies for help? You may, the Dark Lord nodded. It's time they started earning their keep. Thank you, Master. Wormtail kissed the hem of the Dark Lord's robe. Thank you. Your Wellark Lord smiled. Crucio. Excuse me, a man wearing a pith helmet spoke to get Harry's attention. But you wouldn't happen to be Mr. Black, would you? I am. Harry nodded. What can I do for you? I'm Director Asim. The man held out his hand. I work for the Antiquities Division. Mr. Black. Harry took the man's hand. Nice to meet you. We were hoping that you could help us with something, the director smiled. What do you need? We're having trouble locating a tomb. The director pulled out a file. Our research shows that it has to be in this area, but we've been unable to locate it. I'm still not sure how I can help you, Harry frowned. I don't have any idea how to find what you're looking for. Well, the director gave a weak smile. We were hoping that you could use your knowledge of wards to find it. I'm told that you are quite adept at using Mage Sight. Oh, Harry nodded. That I can do. I'd be happy to help. Excellent, the man nodded. Now all we have to do is work out the contract. What contract? Well, the man paused. The standard contract that we use, W.I.T.H. Gringotts states that you get 1/3 of the treasure and 1/3 of the magical knowledge. Really? Harry had heard his uncle talk about negotiations enough to know that you never took the first offer. How interesting. But I see no need to use that contract with you, the man sagged. How about equal shares? How about I get any magical knowledge discovered? Harry suggested. And access. To any magical knowledge that you've previously discovered. I'll have to talk it over with my superiors, the man stalled. Would you be willing to share any knowledge you discovered? Anything that wasn't too dangerous to be known. Harry agreed. No offense, but I've had bad luck with government officials. I'll be back with an answer soon, the director promised. Okay, Harry nodded, a bit surprised that things had gone so easily. Take your time, I'll be here for another day or two before moving on. Harry spent another hour reading through his stack of books before the professor returned. Hench girl and I spend a bit of time setting up the doctor's laboratory, the professor explained. You won't believe the kinds of instruments that she had us create. Those muggles are quite clever, aren't they? When you don't have magic you do other things, Harry nodded. Did anything happen while I was gone? The professor reached for another book. Some guy from the government came to ask me to look for some tomb. Harry replied. Then we negotiated for a little while, you know how it is. No I don't, the professor put down his book and picked up another. I never learned to negotiate. Oh, Harry nodded. Well, he offered me a price that was way too low and I countered with a price that was way too high, then he left so that he could pretend to talk to his superiors. Is that how it works? The professor was impressed. I never realized. I'm fairly sure that's the way it works, Harry shrugged. I've never had to do much negotiating in the past. Well, I'm sure everything will work out in the end. The professor nodded. Hench girl and I wanted to visit the pyramids tomorrow. Would you like to come with us? Sure, Harry nodded. Sounds like fun. I have met with Mr. Black. Asim looked around the room at his superiors. What did he say? One of the fatter men wiped his brow. He told me that his price is half the treasure, all the magical knowledge, all the magical items, and access to all of our magical knowledge. Asim replied. He added that he would be willing to share any magical knowledge with us after checking to ensure that it's not too dangerous. He can't be serious. The fat man's eyes shot open. The goblins only demand a third. The goblins can't find this tomb, one of the others gently reminded. And according to rumor, Mr. Black may have been around when it was found. Still, the fat man protested. All the magic, he thinks he can screen through it and give us the few spells that he deems safe enough. My guess would be that he knows something about the contents of the tomb, the other man replied. Reports say that it is the resting place for a very powerful court wizard, who knows what kind of dangerous it might contain. Half is better than nothing. Asim spoke up. Some knowledge is better than none at all, Mr. Black has a history of generosity. He's done more to help the European governments in the last few weeks than anyone in the past 5 centuries. Do it, the fat man nodded. Tell him that we agree to his terms, for any site that he discovers. I will, sir, Director Asim nodded. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add? Ask him if he'd be willing to help with the bandits in the desert, the Director of Magical Law Enforcement spoke up. Better yet, warn him of the bandits in the desert and let him do the rest. I'm told he likes to pretend to have no idea what's going on around him, it's only polite to play along. I will, Asim nodded. I have no doubt that I will be coming before you tomorrow to inform you of a magnificent treasure. Good evening, gentlemen. The professor woke early the next morning and promptly went back to sleep. 4 hours later he got up again and walked to the bridge. We're here, Hench girl greeted him cheerfully. And now that you're awake, you can watch the Zeppelin while we go to the pyramids. No, the professor disagreed. I command you to watch the Zeppelin. Okay, Hench girl nodded cheerfully. Thanks, I thought you'd want to stay up here after, you know, but if you don't. How dare you try to deceive me, the professor wasn't a morning person. I command you to go down to the pyramids. If that's what you want, Hench girl managed to successfully hide her grin until she got to the port trans chamber. Sucker, where's the professor? Harry looked around. Isn't he coming down with us? He decided that I'd go down first, Hench girl answered smugly. And one of us will relieve him later. Okay, Harry nodded. Is the doctor coming? She's already down, Hench girl replied. She said she wanted to pick up a few things for her lab. Okay, Harry shrugged. Let's go. Yay. Hench girl ran over to the pad and the two friends ported down to see the Great Pyramids. Are you and the professor interested in the way the pyramids were built? Harry stared up at the Great Pyramid with wide eyes. To some extent, Hench Girl nodded. It's interesting to see the way things were done in the past. That it is, Harry shook his head. Shall we go in? Okay, Hench Girl nodded. Let's go. The two friends entered the pyramid and gazed in wonder at the wonder of the king's chamber and the great gallery. Moving on to the queen's chamber, the two friends discovered that they were not alone in the pyramid. Hello, Hench Girl smiled at the odd-looking man. How are you, and why are you wearing a disguise field? Harry added, fingering his wand. I'm fine, thank you. The odd man smiled at Hench Girl, because I'm a goblin. Oh, Harry relaxed. Sorry for being so abrupt, but I have quite a large number of people trying to kill me and I'm afraid that I get paranoid sometimes. Quite all right, the goblin nodded. Are you just here to visit? I am, Harry nodded. Henchgirl's here to get an idea of how the place was built. Really? The goblin perked up. You wouldn't happen to be the Hench Girl? The one who travels around with the professor and Mr. Black, would you? Yup, Hench Girl nodded. And this is my friend, Mr. Black. Nice to meet you, Harry nodded. I'd like to get your opinion on something if I may, Goblin handed Hench Girl a parchment covered in notations. It looks as if there may be a dead space behind this wall, but I haven't found a way to prove it, or any entrance. I see what you mean. Hench Girl looked over the notations. Maybe if we, Mr. Black, Director Asim rushed into the chamber. I'm so glad that I was able to find you. Hello Director Asim, Harry nodded. How are you today? I'm doing well, Asim smiled. And I have some want hat. Harry smiled. The government has agreed to your demands, the director replied quickly. All the magical items and knowledge, and half the treasure of any find you make. What about access to what you already have? Copies are being made as we speak, the director smiled. And will be delivered after you find the tomb. Great, Harry nodded. Mr. Black, Hench Girl looked up from the parchment. Would you mind using your mage sight? Sure. Harry glanced around the room and focused on one spot. I wonder what would happen if One of the walls seemed to shimmer before revealing a new entrance. After stepping through, the group looked around in wonder. You found it, the goblin shouted in glee. How remarkable. What is it? Asim couldn't believe his eyes. Looks like a repository of basic spells. Harry glanced at the label on one of the jars. And maybe a few potions that we can decode. You can read the labels. Asim stared at the strange man in shock. Harry looked up. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. One of the workers wrote something on the wall and I was just reading that. What does it say? Asim couldn't believe what was happening. It's rather dirty, Harry blushed. I'd rather not say. Should I record this as a joint find for Mr. Black and Gringotts Bank? Asim glanced at the goblin and Harry. No. The goblin shook his head. I don't work for Gringotts anymore, I retired. You still deserve some of it, Harry protested. We wouldn't have found anything without your help. You say that you're going to look for more. The goblin gave a wide smile. Cut me in for an equal share and we'll call it all this even. Excellent, Harry smiled. I was going to ask for you help and this just makes things easier. Really? The goblin couldn't believe his ears. Why would you want my help? Well, Harry began. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Gringotts do a lot of exploration of old tombs? They do. The goblin nodded. And weren't you exploring this place? Harry smiled. I was. The goblin nodded again. And in doing so you show your competence, Harry finished. I'd like to have you along if you can be half as helpful in the future. I understand, the goblin nodded. I'll be happy to help. Great. Happy to have you along, Mr. Just call me Architect, the goblin replied. It's the English translation of my name and it won't hurt my ears every time you try to say it, unlike most human attempts at my real name. Are you an architect? Harry blinked. I'm trained as one, the architect nodded, and as a construction engineer, never got to do much more than simple maintenance and a few small expansions though. Why not? No call for it, the architect shrugged. All the infrastructure is in place. Why should we undertake major projects if there's no need for them? I just want to create one thing on my own. I see, Harry nodded. So I retired, the architect shrugged. And I travel the world looking at great works in stone, dreaming about the day I can build my own. Well, Harry licked his lips. That's fairly similar to what my friends are doing. We travel the world looking at great engineering projects, Hench Girl chipped in. And Mr. Black travels the world complaining about how all he wants is a quiet vacation, and why do those Death Eaters keep dying in accidents that happen to take place in the same general location? I think I must have done something terrible in a past life, Harry lamented. Like destroy a couple civilizations. We all have bouts of bad luck. Hench Girl patted Harry's hand sympathetically. Come Mr. Black, back to the Zeppelin. You still haven't thought of a name for it, huh? Harry shook his head. Let's go guys. Shouldn't we wait until a team gets here to secure the site? Asim couldn't believe what was happening. No need. Harry squinted at some of the hieroglyphics. Move out of the way. The group of people left the room and Asim stared in shock as the wall closed up again. How do we get back in? Tell them the password is Fekta, Harry replied. Does anyone want to get some lunch before we go? Crushed Toad, or Shacklebolt. Fudge strode into the room followed by his toad-like special assistant. Your team is assigned to my assistant for a classified mission outside the nation's borders. Yes sir, Shacklebolt nodded. What happens if we get captured by the government of the country that we're entering? Let me worry about the politics, Fudge snapped. Do your job or I'll replace you. Yes, sir. Shacklebolt kept his face impassive. May I ask what the mission is, sir? We will be hunting a notorious criminal by the name of Mr. Black. Umbridge entered the conversation. He's wanted for the murder of several prominent members of British society including Lucius Malfoy, and we are going to bring him to justice. Mr. Black. Kingsley was stunned. You expect us to go against one of the most dangerous men in the wizarding world with only 5 Aurors. You have your orders. Fudge turned to leave. Take hold of this portkey or end your career at the ministry. Umbridge commanded. They say he doesn't kill law enforcement. Kingsley tried to reassure his team. We should have a good chance of getting through this in one piece. Trusting their leader's words, the Auror team took a deep breath and put their hand on the portkey. Several Egyptian officials accompanied Harry and his group as they approached the supposed location of the hidden tomb. When did you discover that tomb over there? Harry gestured towards the cliff face. Or that one? Which tombs, Mr. Black? Asim frantically searched for some sign. This one. Harry patted a seemingly bare wall. I must admit that they used a rather complex ward on this one. We haven't discovered it, Asim admitted. I'll have some of the men mark it for further exploration. Great. Harry nodded. How about this one? Quote. Asim sighed. That report he was going to have to write for his bosses was going to take forever. 5 hours, and 43 tombs later. Harry and his group finally arrived at the location. Here we are, Mr. Black. Asim was confident that Mr. Black would find it in no time. Do you see it? Nope. Harry shook his head. There doesn't appear to be any tomb here. Could I see your notes? Here's a copy of the original papyrus scroll along with the translation. Asim's heart dropped as he handed it over. The day was not a loss, especially after all the discoveries that Mr. Black had made. But after all that effort, not finding the original objective was disappointing. Here's your problem. Harry put his finger on the parchment. Your translator made a mistake here. This isn't the location of the tomb. It's not. Asim perked up. No. Harry shook his head. The tomb is with all the other wizard tombs, in the Valley of Magicians. The Valley of Magicians. Asim repeated dumbly. Yup. Harry nodded. So, let's go there. I'm not sure where the Valley of Magicians is, Asim admitted. Oh. Harry glanced down at the parchment and then looked around. Follow me. Everything's changed in the last few thousand years, but I think I can find it. Harry led the group through several small draws and under a rock arch. The tomb you're looking for should be the third one on the left. Harry pointed. What is this place? Asim looked around in wonder at the seemingly new tombs. The Valley of the Magicians, Harry replied with a yawn. Should be about 300 tombs here. I'll draw up a map if you want. That would be very helpful, Asim replied in shock. What is this inscription? It does not appear to be regular hieroglyphs. Let me look. Harry squinted and after a moment removed his glasses. Oh, I'm not surprised that you can't read that. Why not? Because there haven't been many people in history that could read that. Harry replaced his glasses. I'll translate it if you like. It's not that important though, just talks about how great the guy in the ground is. I see. Asim's eyes couldn't have gotten wider. Howdy. It you. Rocks in the distance and a large rising cloud of dust interrupted whatever the man was going to say next. Looks like a rock slide. Harry squinted at the dust. You'd better send some men to check it out. Someone might be hurt and it would be a crime not to check. Yes, of course, I'll head the party myself. Asim volunteered, eager to get away. 5 minutes earlier and 3 miles away. Have you found anything yet? Umbridge demanded. I can't keep up these cooling charms forever. I think we're on his trail. Shacklebolt fought the urge to frown. It shouldn't be too far ahead. Well, hurry up, the toad-like woman demanded. I don't want to be in this sun any longer than I have to. Why don't I go talk with the lead scout? Shacklebolt suggested. Then I'll be able to give you a better report. The toad-like woman grunted her assent and continued to glare at the oars assigned to her protection detail. Kingsley's long legs took him ahead of the small procession and was soon beside his point man. Or in this case point girl. Why can't I use cooling charms? Tonks asked in a fair impression of Umbridge's voice, and why wasn't I smart enough to resign when I had the chance? You can't use cooling charms because we need to conserve our magical strength in case there's a fight, Shacklebolt answered with a forced grin. And you didn't resign because you're as dumb as a post. Hey, Tonks frowned. I'll have you know. A large rock hitting the back of her head halted the oar in mid-sentence and she crumbled to the ground. Tonks. Kingsley rushed over and attempted to shield his subordinate from further harm. Grunting he felt several more rocks impact. Shacklebolt collapsed and fought hard to remain conscious. The rock shower lasted for a fraction of as. Ekond and Kingsley had to wipe the blood from his eyes to get a good look around. Horrible screams broke the silence and it took the Auror a moment to find their source. Umbridge lay pinned under 2 massive rocks. The toad-like woman screamed in pain and fear as she watched the blood leak from the lower half of her body. After taking a moment to check to make sure that Tonks was still alive and in no danger, Shacklebolt rushed over to check the large woman and to see if he could render any assistance. Just as he prepared to cast his best blood-clotting charm, Umbridge gave a sort of gasp and sagged to the ground. Hogwarts' first High Inquisitor was dead. How did your expedition go, Asim? Successful beyond our wildest dreams, Asim replied proudly. Black discovered a hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid. He discovered several unknown tombs on the way to the site, and he discovered an entire valley filled with the tombs of the ancient magicians. So it was a good idea to ask for Black's help, a woman in shadow nodded. Tell me what you think of the man, leave nothing out. He scares me, Asim admitted. He made an offhanded comment about seeking redemption for destroying several civilizations in the past. He casually read a dead language and he offered to translate an unknown language. He mentioned the fact that things had changed in the last few thousand years and that he might have a bit of difficulty remembering where the Valley of Magicians might be, and the casual way he located tombs leads me to believe that he wasn't so much discovering them as remembering where they were located. I see. The woman nodded. I don't think you do, Asim continued. A preliminary report says that several of the wizards in the valley were killed by the Dark One, and I believe that the Dark One is the man that took me to visit all these tombs. We cannot afford to antagonize this man. And we won't, the woman promised. We shall do everything we can to remain in his good graces. Mr. Black, a group of several Egyptian law enforcement officers approached with a smile. We checked that landslide and you were right to be concerned. We found several people trapped under the rocks. Was anyone hurt? Most had only minor injuries, the man smiled. But there was one death. Documents on the woman's body state that they were a group of British Aurors that was sent to make your arrest. I see. Harry frowned. Do you know why? Something to do with the death of a prominent pure blood in Switzerland. The man shrugged. But it's none of our concern. We're hoping that you could look through these photos and identify them to confirm that they were British Aurors and not imposters. The dead woman is at the bottom. Let's see. Harry began going through the photos. This one is Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt, a good man and a talented Auror. This one is named Tonks, another good Auror. She's a bit touchy about her first name, so just call her Tonks. Can't remember this one's name. Or this one. Harry reached the final photo and couldn't help but smile, and her name is Dolores Jane Umbridge. I'm not too fond of her and I can't say that I'm sorry she died in this terrible accident. What would you like us to do about the surviving Aurors? The Egyptians eyed each other. Tell them that I'd appreciate it if they didn't try to arrest me, Harry smiled. Now I realize that they're just doing their jobs, but we understand, sir. The Egyptians couldn't believe how good Black was. Would you mind making sure that they get the best medical attention possible? Harry asked, his concern evident. And charge it to me. I understand that they were just following the orders of an idiot politician and I want to make sure that they're taken care of. Yes, sir. The men nodded. We'll ensure that they get the best of care. How are you, Auror Shacklebolt? A small woman walked in and sat next to the Auror's bed. I'm from the Office of Foreign Affairs. And you want to know what my team was doing in your country without sanction? Kingsley closed his eyes. No. The woman gave a musical laugh. We already know all that. The documents in Ms. Umbridge's pockets told us all we needed to know about your mission. So what's going to happen to my team? Kingsley felt sick to his stomach. If it helps, I'm willing to testify that they had no knowledge that they were going to invade a sovereign nation's borders. No need to do that, the woman smiled. After consulting with Mr. Black, we've managed to decide how we're going to deal with the situation. Yes. Kingsley braced himself for the worst. We're going to let you return to England with a warning and we're going to lodge a formal protest with the British government. That's all. Shacklebolt's eyes shot open in astonishment. That's all, the woman agreed. And Mr. Black had a message for you. What did he want to tell us? He said that you were good Aurors, that you and Ms. Tonks specifically were good Aurors and that he understood that you were just doing your job. He said that he'd rather you not try to arrest him in the future, that it's annoying. He insisted that you get the best medical care possible and he also insisted that he pay for it. The woman's expression turned cold. He also said that he wasn't too fond of Ms. Umbridge. He added that he wouldn't feel any sorrow at the fact that she died in a terrible accident. I see. Kingsley paled. He liked us and he wasn't too fond of Umbridge. We escaped from a freak accident without any injuries and she died in horrible agony. I see you understand. The woman patted him on the arm. Feel free to come back to Egypt any time you like. Feel free to hunt Mr. Black any time you like, but if I were you, I wouldn't expect him to be so understanding in the future. I see. Kingsley nodded. Anything else you'd like to add? That will do it. The woman stood up. The healers tell me that you and your team can leave at any time. We have an international portkey waiting for you for when you wish to advantage of it. Thank you. Shacklebolt allowed himself to relax. Don't thank me, the woman smiled. If it were up to me, you'd be in a cell right now and your team would be spilling everything they know under truth serum. But of course, I'm not the one. Your quick return. Fudge didn't both. To look up as Shacklebolt entered the room to make his report. And the lack of my assistant, I'd say that your mission was a failure. Mr. Black wanted me to tell you that he might get annoyed if you keep trying to arrest him. Shacklebolt reported to the minister. And I would recommend that you honor his request. If you chose to ignore it, then I doubt that you will. Find any Auror willing to follow your order to arrest him. What's the worst thing he could do? Fudge blustered. Well, he could kill you, Kingsley suggested. And I'm told that he gets creative if you anger him. I see. Reality hit Fudge like a lead pipe. Rescind the order to arrest Mr. Black. List him as a special advisor to the Department of Law Enforcement with all the powers and privileges that position entails. And find a way to give him my assurance that it was all a misunderstanding. Good idea. Shacklebolt nodded. I'll get right on it. And send a full report to Madam Bones. Self-preservation was one of the few things that Fudge excelled at. With the order that she provide any assistance that Mr. Black requires that will not impede the war effort. Fudge waited until the Auror left the room before reaching into his desk to pull out the bottle he kept for occasions like this. Trembling hands poured a glass and Fudge contemplated his recent brush with death. Shacklebolt left the minister's office and made his way back to the Department of Law Enforcement. After writing up a quick report on the day's events for his superior, he went in search of his partner. What's the verdict? Tonks asked nervously. I managed to convince the minister that further pursuit of Mr. Black would be a bad idea. Kingsley replied. He's also given the official okay to tell Bones what happened. Are we going to do that now? Tonks was still a bit stiff from her injuries. I've already forwarded it to Bones. Shacklebolt took a deep breath. I think we should knock off early and go get a drink. Sounds good, Tonks agreed. But I'm not supposed to mix alcohol with the potions they gave me. Then you can have juice, Kingsley smiled. Come on. Right, Tonks nodded. The T-Woers left the ministry building and made their way to a secure flow. You up for this? Kingsley gave his partner a worried look. I'm not sure about traveling with a head injury. So I'll throw up when I get there, Tonks shrugged. I'll be fine. Okay. Kingsley threw in a handful of flow and motion for his partner to go first. Hags before beauty. Ladies first, Tonks corrected and called out her destination. Taking one last glance around, Kingsley tossed in his own handful of flow and called out his destination. Now that the two of you have arrived, Dumbledore gave a grandfatherly smile. We can get to business. We have some important information, Kingsley called out as he took his seat. You won't believe what the minister did, Tonks chipped in. Enlighten us then, Snape sneered. The minister sent us to arrest Mr. Black, Shacklebolt smiled, under the leadership of his special assistant. I take it that your mission was not a success? Dumbledore asked mildly. Black dropped a rock slide on us. Tonks gave a weak smile. Most of the injuries were nothing that couldn't be healed by a few hours with a healer. I see, Dumbledore nodded. Were there any fatalities? One, Kingsley nodded. Dolores Umbridge was crushed under a rock and bled to death before I could put a clotting charm on her. I see, Dumbledore nodded. You're sure that this was the work of Mr. Black and not an accident? The Egyptians gave me a message from Mr. Black. Shacklebolt licked his lips. He said that he understood that we were just doing our jobs, and he said that Tonks and I were very good oars. He said that if we kept trying to arrest him that he would get annoyed. He also said that he didn't like Umbridge and that he wasn't saddened by her death in such a terrible accident. No one got seriously hurt except for Umbridge. Moody asked, what else can you tell me about what happened? I talked to one of the men that dug us out, Kingsley replied. He told me that Mr. Black was standing next to him when the rock slide occurred. He added that the only reason they bothered to check is because Mr. Black mentioned that there might have been someone caught up in the rock slide and how it would be terrible if nobody checked. Didn't want you dead then, Moody nodded. Wanted Umbridge dead and she died. Wanted you alive and went so far as to send men to rescue you. You don't believe that there's any chance it could have been an accident? Dumbledore asked quietly. The chances of a team of Aurors after the man to get caught in a freak accident are fairly low, Moody nodded. For the only fatality to be a ministry flunky that Mr. Black doesn't like makes the chances even lower. For all the injuries on the Aurors that Mr. Black does like to be minor lowers the odds even more. And for Mr. Black to send a group of men to dig out the team makes the odds too low to consider. Mr. Black also instructed the Egyptian government to give us the best of care, Kingsley added. He also insisted on paying for it. They told me that the only reason we were going home instead of a small cell was because Mr. Black asked them to let us go, Tonks swallowed. And one of the nurses told me that they believed that Mr. Black was an ex-Dark Lord. Really? Dumbledore leaned forward in interest. She said that it was just a rumor, Tonks bit her lower lip. But that they believed that Mr. Black destroyed several civilizations and that the fact that he spent his time foiling Dark Lords was either a hobby or his idea of redemption. One of the orderlies told me that Mr. Black showed them several previously unknown tombs, and a valley of lost magical knowledge. Kingsley added, he also mentioned that several of the tombs reported that their owners fell to the Dark One, and it was strongly suggested that the Dark One was Mr. Black. I see. Dumbledore paused to took in the information. Learn all you can about this man but do not antagonize him. No wonder he has so much contempt for Voldemort, Moody gave a rasping laugh. Black destroyed entire civilizations and Vold has trouble subjugating a small subgroup in a single country. Could I ask you something? Harry looked down at his new friend. What would you like to know? The architect nodded. When we were at the Great Pyramid, I noticed something odd. Yes, I'd always thought that it would be crowded with visitors, Harry replied. But when we were there it was deserted. Ah, the goblin nodded. That's because I was using tourist repellent TM, it allows me to work in peace. Oh, Harry nodded. Well, I guess that explains that. And no more thought need be wasted on the matter, the architect nodded in agreement. Master, Random Death Eater number 3 approached his master. I have news for you. What is it? The Dark Lord leaned back in his chair. The group in Egypt reports that they have information that suggests that Mr. Black was the most feared Dark Lord in history. The Death Eater grumbled. They say that entire civilizations crumbled before his might. What? Voldemort grabbed his wand. How dare you say that he could have been more terrible than I am, Crucio? Boy, did you pick the wrong guy to kidnap. Boy, did you pick the wrong guy to kidnap. Harry and his group returned to the Zeppelin to find a worried doctor clutching a piece of parchment. What's wrong? Harry asked in concern. They've kidnapped the professor. The doctor handed over the parchment. They're demanding that you give yourself up. How did they manage to send the ransom note? Harry blinked. There's another note explaining that, the doctor replied. Here, the professor writes that he sent it back with his Zippo, and then sent this second note explaining how he first note got here along with an explanation on how this second note arrived. Hench Girl glanced through the note. Thaw didn't just use the Zippo to port back. He was probably out of range or something, Harry shrugged. What's the other note say? Says that they'll start cutting off fingers if you don't respond soon. Hench Girl looked over the parchment. Is it difficult to reattach fingers? Very. The doctor nodded. If they send us a finger, it might be too late to put it back on by the time we find him. Can you attach a fresh finger if I was to find another one? Harry asked quietly. Yes, the doctor nodded. But I don't think you'll have an easy time finding any fresh fingers. If we find the people who took him, Harry's smile turned cold. I'll have all the body parts you'll ever need. The doctor nodded. I'll move the Zeppelin to the professor's location, Hench Girl replied. He shouldn't be too hard to find. I'm going to do a bit of reading, Harry called out. Tell me when we're close. I want to be sure we have a good entrance. I'll get a field hospital set up, the doctor volunteered. I'll get some sleep, the architect nodded to himself. Whack, me if there are any interesting ruins or something. No one's going to save any of you, the bandit smirked at his captives. And pretty soon I'm gonna start sending parts of you back to your families and... Oh, shut up, the professor glared. It's bad enough being in such an uncomfortable cage, must you taint the air with your incessant simpering? Wah! The bandit stared in shock, he'd never had that response. And another thing, the professor started working up steam. I think I'm an important captive, I should have my own cage, why should I have to share a cage with other people, Gran? Ted, they've been good company, but still I find it rather insulting that you didn't go to the effort of giving me my own cage or even chaining me to the bars. That lack of respect for my level of threat will not go forgotten. Oh, the bandit wandered off in confusion. Tormenting the captives was no fun if they were going to complain about how mild the treatment had been. You stood up to him. One of the captives stared at the professor in shock. I've never seen anybody do that. The nerve of that man, the professor folded his arms. You'd think that I was harmless, I can't believe how insulting that is. Who are you? One of the other captives asked with a look of wonder. Me, the professor smiled, I'm no one of consequence. The Dread Pirate Roberts. The captive smiled, yay 3 cheers for. I'm not the Dread Pirate Roberts, the professor frowned. I'm Mr. Black. The captives all perked up, with Mr. Black around they'd soon be out. Nope, the professor shook his head. He usually adds that he's just a guy on vacation. I'm the professor. Who? The captive sagged. The professor. I work for Mr. Black. The professor looked around at the blank faces. Surely you've heard of me. Wait. One of the captives gave a slow nod. He's the guy that works with Hench Girl. You know Hench Girl. The captives perked up. What's she like? That's not important. The professor sulked. What's important is that Mr. Black will be here soon and I think that he'll be annoyed, so if you'll give me that hairpin, that bubble gum, those bits of wood, and that green rock, I'll find a way to get the cage open so Mr. Black doesn't have to wait around while the others overcome the wards. We're close, Hench Girl called out. Excellent, Harry grinned. I thought that I'd better provide a better entrance than fog. What are you gonna do? Hench girl asked with a frown. Fog is uncommon in the desert, Harry explained as he began casting the spells. Sandstorms on the other hand. The book has a section on sandstorms. Henchgirl's brows shot up. I must have missed it. No, Harry shook his head. But it does have a section on wind. Wind's picking up, Bandit 1 said to Bandit 2. Yep, Bandit 2 nodded. Looks like there might be a storm. And you know what happens in storms, Bandit 1 grinned. Things go missing. The big CRA. Tay that the boss has been keeping everyone away from. Bandit 2 suggested. Gotta be worth a lot, Bandit 1 agreed. Why don't we open it up and check? Be a shame if someone beat us to it, Bandit 2 grabbed his crowbar. The two idiots pried open the crate and found a large metal box inside. How do you suppose we open this? Bandit 1 frowned. The key is hanging off it, Bandit 2 smirked. Lucky for us. Well, let's open it then. Bandit 1 grabbed the key and opened the lock. Just a statue. Of what? Bandit 2 peered into the darkness. Looks like a sleeping Noondu, Bandit 1 gave his opinion. It was then that the statue's eyes shot open. I don't think that's a statue, Bandit 2 gave his opinion. It was the last thing he'd ever do. The Noondu raged through the sea, killing everyone that crossed its path. Within minutes nearly every bandit in camp had been ripped to bloody shreds. What's going on out there? Wormtail growled. Sounds like Mr. Black might be here, one of the younger Death Eaters opinioned. Why don't you go check? Why don't you? Wormtail replied. Because I already have my wand out, Wrath, the young Death Eater smirked. Fine. Wormtail glared and stepped out of the tent. Everything seemed oddly calm and Wormtail was about to turn around and step back into the tent he shared with the other Death Eaters when he felt a hot breath on the back of his neck. Turning to look, Wormtail began screaming when his mind registered what he saw. Wormtail screamed as the large cat-like creature clamped down on his arm. Turning into a rat, the athletic man managed to escape and ran towards the tent. What did you find? The Death Eaters looked up as their comrade staggered into the tent and returned to human form. Where's the portkey? Peter demanded. Where's the bloody portkey? I got it right here around my neck. One of the Death Eaters pulled it out. So don't worry. Peter lunged at the man and grabbed it. Activate it. What? Activate the damn thing now. Peter looked over his shoulder and nearly passed out in fright when he saw the Noondu stick its head in the tent. Merlin, the snide Death Eater from before, paled. It can't be. The Death Eater managed to activate the portkey just as the terrible beast opened its mouth. Of the entire team of Death Eaters, they would be the only survivors. Professor. Harry found the cage containing his friend. Stand back while I get this open. No need. The professor held up a strange-looking device. If you could stand to one side. Sure. Harry stepped aside and watched in shock as the cage collapsed into its component parts. Do you want to find your wand now? Again, no need. The professor shrugged. I left it on the Zeppelin. Is there anything you'd like to do here? No. Harry shook his head. Everyone gather around. We've got to get away from here as soon as possible. Why's that? The professor blinked. Someone let a Noondu loose in the camp and it's been rampaging and killing everyone. Harry replied. What an amazing coincidence. One of the captives smirked. You wouldn't happen to be Mr. Black, would you? I am. Harry nodded. Why? No reason. The man looked like he was barely holding back the laughter. Just wondering. The rest of the group of former captives got a look of dawning realization and began snickering and concealing grins. Everyone touching the portkey. Harry took one last look around. Port me up. You found him. Hench girl greeted the arrivals. Yay. And he was with a bunch of other prisoners. Harry nodded. So She might be a good idea to send them to the doctor. It also might be a good idea to notify the authorities about the rampaging Noondu that I saw in the camp. Sir, one of the former captives walked in. To the Egyptian Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have information that you have to hear. Khafra, the head of Magical Law Enforcement, looked at the man in shock. You're alive. Mr. Black rescued me from the bandits. Khafra gave a weak smile. And led every bandit there. My God. He told us that he destroyed the camp, but he did not say that he did it alone. The older man shook his head in wonder. How did he do it? One of two ways, Khafra smiled. Either he set a Nundu loose in the camp or he's a Nundu animagus, Khafra replied. He told us that there was a Nundu on the loose, but we couldn't find any sign of the creature when we looked, the old man smiled. Though it would make sense for the most dangerous man in the world to take the form of the most dangerous creature in the world, don't you think? Mr. Black, ex-Dark Lord, are the incarnation of death and destruction by Ms. Information. It has come to our attention that Mr. Black has admitted to being the cause of the destruction of several civilizations, and this has led some to label him as an ex-Dark Lord. We at the Quibbler would like to propose an alternate explanation. For starters, there can be no creation without destruction, and Mr. Black has shown time and time again that he is quite good at destroying things. Mr. Black, he can't be human. By Letus Lovegood, I recently had the privilege of visiting a small town in Bulgaria where I came upon a statue dedicated to Mr. Black, who is a local folk hero that many people think is a patron of fertility. A whole conclave of Vila. Now I'm sure most men have dreamed about doing it, but can you imagine what it would take to actually? And all the Vila were worn out, could barely move. Several Vila conclaves have posted rewards for the location of Mr. Black. Said one of the Vila. I talked to my cousins and they told me all about him. They said that the question remains, how do we convince Mr. Black to teach us his secrets? Hopefully coming soon from Lovegood Press. What I did to an entire conclave of Vila and how I did it, by Mr. Black. I think I can find out, father. Luna looked up from her father's latest article. Find out what kumquat? The odd man looked down at his child. What Mr. Black did to all those Vila, and more importantly how, Luna replied. How's this sound? I'm Luna Lovegood, Lovegood by name, love very good by reputation. Go to your room, Letus replied calmly. And don't come out until after I have a chance to perform all those chastity rituals. I'm sure I could get him to join me there, Luna replied as she skipped up the stairs. The house has wards, her father replied. I'm sure he could get through those, Luna smirked. Well then go to my room while I impersonate you with Polyjuice, Letus nodded. It was a foolproof plan. No, Luna stuck out her tongue. You go to your room while I do whatever I want. Fine, fine. Off we go to India. Off we go to India. Harry spent the morning going over the various magical texts that had been recovered from his finds. Most of them were nothing spectacular, but one did catch his eye. It was a journal from one of the tombs that dated to the late Roman period. The journal's first pages labeled it as being a copy of an older document. Bit of a whiny bastard, Harry glanced through the first few pages. Full of himself too. About halfway through the book, he came across something that caught his eye. Putting down the book, Harry made his way to the bridge to meet up with Hench Girl and the professor. Hey professor. Harry walked into the room and looked around. Who are all these people? You of course know Director Asim, the professor smiled. This is Mr. Jones, he's a representative from Gringotts Bank. Nice to meet you. Harry nodded to the man. Is there some reason you chose to visit? We were hoping that you would be willing to subcontract the treasure recovery, Jones smiled. Hat would allow you to move on and the treasure to be recovered much quicker. Oh, Harry nodded. How much do you want? We were thinking that half of your share would be a fair price, Jones suggested. Oh, Harry nodded. No, what? Jones had never been in a negotiation like this. No, Harry smiled. But thanks for the offer. What did you come in here for? Hench Girl asked with a smile. Oh, Harry nodded. I almost forgot. I just wanted to tell you that I wanted to make a quick stop in Atlantis when we got around to crossing the Atlantic Ocean. What? Screamed nearly every person in the room. Just that I wanted to make a quick stop in Atlantis, Harry replied. There's something I'd like to pick up. You know where Atlantis is? Jones asked incredulously. People have been searching for the lost city's resting place for years. Yep, Harry nodded. They wouldn't have found it. It's under a charm that prevents you from finding it unless you know the location, and the sinking didn't harm the enchantments. You mentioned that you wanted to pick something up. Asim asked, wanting to get the conversation back on track. Yeah, Harry nodded. Some guy named Merthin hid a bow. Okay, that he said contained great power just before he got kicked out, and I'd like to see what's in it. Merthin, Asim asked in shock. Kicked out? Yeah, Harry nodded. He said that they kicked him out because they were jealous of his great power, and the official reason was because he was too magically weak, but I think it was because he was a whiny bastard and they just got sick of him. What else can you tell us about Mervyn? Jones demanded. Well, Harry paused to think for a moment. He had bad acne, red hair, and his voice didn't change until he was 15. Harry shook his head. God, was that diary tedious. Can't tell you anything about what he was like after his 17th birthday though. Oh, the men shared a glance. Well, Harry yawned. I'm going to go take a nap. He, Professor and hench girl watched in amusement as the men sat frozen in shock. Mummy's brew. Asim pulled a flask out of his pocket and offered it to Jones. I have a very important report to make. Asim barged into a meeting between his superiors. I have vital information that you must hear. What is it, Asim? One of them asked. This had better be important, another added. Mr. Black knows the location of Atlantis, Asim shouted. And he's planning on visiting it to recover something left behind by Merlin himself. What? The collected group's jaws dropped in shock. What did he say? One of the members managed to recover from their shock. He said that the lost city was covered by a ward that would only let those possessing the password to cross. Asim answered quickly. He added that he didn't think much of Merlin. Why not? He said that Merlin was a whiny kid with acne, Asim gulped. And that his voice didn't change until late in life. He said that he couldn't tell us about Merlin's life after the age of 17. Oh, they shared glances. Just goes to show how old he really is, one of the older men spoke up. Asim, I've known you all your life, but do you know what I think of when I think of you? Quote, no, I think of the snot-nosed kid who threw a rock through my sitting room window, the old man replied. Knobby knees and runny nose, not of the man you are now. Mr. Black, the professor knocked on Harry's door. Remember that Noondu you saw in the camp? Yeah, Harry nodded. Why? Well, the professor smiled. Do you also remember that device I made to get myself out of that cage? Why do I have a feeling that I'm not going to like the way this conversation is headed? Harry sighed. What happened? It's funny you should ask that, the professor giggled. Because that invention of mine just happened to have transported the Noondu to one of the unused sections of the Zeppelin. What? Harry's eyes widened in alarm. Don't worry, the professor waved off the concerns. It's in a section of space outside of normal space. One of my experiments went a little wrong and, well, I guess it doesn't matter. The important thing is that you figure out what to do with the Noondu. Why me? Harry blinked. It's your Noondu. Well, the professor took a moment to think about it. No, it's your Noondu. I had it registered as your pet. When did you Just now, the professor nodded. When I said it was your pet. So you didn't file any paperwork with any government or anything? Harry asked sarcastically. You just decided that it was mine. That's it exactly. The professor nodded. Why can't I just say it's your Noondu? Harry tried to twist his mind around his friend's logic. Because it already belongs to you, the professor nodded. And switching owners would hurt its feelings, so you can't give it to me. Oh, Harry sighed. I see. Do we have a way to feed it? I've taken care of it, the professor nodded. But hench girl and I were talking and we think that you should take a more active role in its care and feeding. By hench girl and I you mean just you, right? Harry nodded, and I'm guessing that by more active role you mean all of it, don't you? Well, yes, the professor admitted with a frown. Nice try, Harry smirked. But no. Fine, the professor sulked. Go talk to the doctor, Harry suggested. And hench girl, I'm sure that the doctor might be able to use the fact that it breathes out diseases, and who knows, Noondu droppings might be valuable potions ingredients. And getting hench girl to check if Noondu droppings or potions ingredients would be a perfect way to trick her into cleaning up after it, the professor nodded. Brilliant. That wasn't. So where do you think we should go next? Harry figured that it would be best if he avoided that particular conversation. I don't have any preferences, the professor shrugged. Where would you like to go? India sounds nice, Harry shrugged. And I've done a bit of reading on Bhutan. Sounds like an interesting place to visit. Then we shall go to India, the professor nodded. There are a few things that hench girl and I wanted to look at in India. What do you two want to look at in India? Harry glanced up at the professors and noticed the odd look in the other man's eye. Never mind, there are some things that I'd prefer not to know. Very well, the professor nodded. I shall set a course. I guess I'll read through some of these texts we got, Harry shrugged. Interesting stuff. I've learned more about wards and curses in the last few hours than I have in the past few years. Mr. Black, the doctor knocked on the door. Is this a good time? Sure, Harry nodded. What do you need? I'll just be going then. The professor took his leave. I was hoping to get that blood sample, the doctor replied. And I wanted to cast a few diagnostic charms. Okay, Harry nodded. Go ahead. The doctor pulled out a small syringe and filled it with Harry's blood. Is that going to be safe? Harry winced. My blood is supposed to be poisonous. It should be, the doctor nodded. I cast every protection charm I could find on it and N had the professor and hench girl add their charms, and the architect thought it looked fun so he used a bit of goblin magic, and then. I get it, Harry nodded. Need anything else? I'll tell you after I cast the diagnostic charms. The doctor replied. Looks like you have a piece of basilisk fang embedded in one of your bones. I got bit by one a few years ago, Harry nodded. And I was Luke, KY enough to have a phoenix around to cry in the wound. That would explain what I'm seeing, the doctor nodded. I'd also like a saliva sample. I want to see if you can turn people into werewolves. All right. Harry opened his mouth to allow access. 1 second. Okay, you can close now. Thanks, Harry nodded. Did you find anything else? Lots of things, the doctor nodded. If you're asking, did I understand most of it, then the answer is no. I'll get back to you on that. Ask the professor to tell you about the noondew. Harry scratched the back of his head. I was thinking that you might have a use for its breath. I might. The doctor nodded. One would reason that if it has the diseases then it also might have the cure for them. Thank you. No problem, Harry smiled. Harry passed the time on the trip to India by going over the immense amount of material that had been recovered from the tombs, and by the time they arrived, he figured that he must have doubled his knowledge of offensive wards. We have arrived, my friend. The professor knocked on Harry's door. And I have some devices that I think might interest you. Oh, Harry got up. What kind of devices? This, professor held up a small roll of leather. As a set of lock picks. It should be able to open virtually any lock in the world. What about magic locks? Harry examined the item. I included a small L device that should trick most magical locks into believing that you have the correct passcode, the professor replied proudly. It's all in this set of instructions. Thanks, Harry nodded. What else? This belt. The professor handed over a dragon hide belt. Has several hidden compartments containing an assortment of potions. Hench girl and the doctor's idea. Thanks, Harry nodded. It's a great idea. Another thing that the doctor asked me to develop is this little thing. The professor pulled out a small metal plate. It goes on your arm over the chip of basilisk fang. The way this works is that it surrounds the chip with a magical field and collects the poison that's being produced. A few days and your blood won't be so deadly. Why does it collect the poison? Harry affixed the item onto his arm. And is there a way to turn it off? Hench girl and the doctor tell me that basilisk poison is much too useful to be floating around in your blood, the professor explained. So they want it collected. To turn off the effect, just will it off. Will it off? Decide you want it to stop working. The professor explained. 2 more items. Where are they? Harry smiled. They're in my lab, the professor explained. Come get them when you finish packing. Okay, Harry shrugged. Harry spent the next few minutes packing and then shouldered his pack and went to the professor's lab. What have you got for me, professor? Harry strolled into the lab with a look of anticipation. I have 2 very important items that I would like you to try out. The professor was bouncing with anticipation. Here's the first one. What do you think? I think it looks like a camera. Harry lifted the device to take a closer look. What does it do? It is a disguised audio recording device, the professor replied happily. And here's the other device. It looks like a tape recorder, Harry replied in a flat voice, but I would guess that it's a camera of some sort, isn't it? Yes, you're right. It's a sophisticated imagery device. The professor agreed. The universe's spittoon. The universe's spittoon. Hello. Amelia Bones knocked on the door of one of the wizarding world's more eccentric families. "Is there anybody here?" Quote, "You," Letus snarled as he opened the door. "My office now." What? Amelia had been warned. Oh, why didn't she believe them? "Sit." Letus's face reddened. Quote, "Do you know how deep the department is because of you?" No. Letus tossed a large file on the desk. "In the past month you've destroyed 5 cars and cost the city over $50 million. Oh." Amelia blinked. "Yes, oh." Letus sighed. "The mayor is on the chief's ass and the chief is on my ass. I would have had you gone a long time ago if it weren't for the fact that you're such a good cop." "Thanks." She blinked. "Can I talk with you about the big heroin bust?" Letus nodded. "Good job. Just leave one of them alive next time. Damn reporters are saying all kinds of things about you." "Reporters? Pox on all of them." Letus nodded. "You won't find a more useless or dishonest profession. Show me a reporter and I'll show you someone that's too dumb and dishonest to make it in the real world." "Okay." She blinked. "I was hoping to ask you." "Father." Luna stormed into the room and began glaring. "You took your medicine again, didn't you?" "I want your badge and gun, Lovegood." Letus scowled. "There's no place on the force for a loose cannon like you. What you did to the suspects in the Morales investigated say that you belong behind bars as much as any of them." "Vomitus Maximus." Luna flicked her wand. "You can open your mouth without vomiting after you start acting normal again." A 3-meter stream of vomit shot out of the man's mouth and out a conveniently nearby window. Bones watched the byplay with a sense of shocked horror. Excuse me." "Hello, Director Bones." Luna smiled. "I'm ever so sorry about the way Father's been acting. You mentioned something about medication." Bones tried to make sense of the situation. "Yes, he gets like this sometimes." Luna nodded. "I've tried to lock the pills away but Father always manages to find them." "I see." The director did not see. "I don't know why he's started to think that we're police officers." Luna shrugged. "Everybody knows that we're secret agents posing as reporters that are posing as a man and his daughter." "Yes. Well, right. I was hoping to go through any information you might have on Mr. Black." The director told herself that she could do this. She needed that information, and these two seemed to have more of it than anyone else. "Okay." Luna shrugged. "Do you want to set up a payment plan or pay in a lump sum?" "What? Secret agent work is tough and it doesn't pay well," Luna explained in a whisper. "Oh. I see." Amelia nodded. "How about I set up an account and we pay you for any information you get as you get it?" "Okay." Luna focused on a point 3 meters to her left and 15 meters behind the director's head. "Well," Amelia smiled nervously. "About that information." Blurg. Letus opened his mouth. "Ready to be a reporter again, Father?" Luna smirked. Blurg. Letus nodded. "Okay then." Luna undid the spell. "I hope you learned your blurg. Don't forget that I'm the one that taught you that spell." Letus's grin was entirely too smug. "And I can blurg." "Blurg." Luna glared. "But you don't know how to undo it and I do." "Blarg. I feel sorry for whatever is below that window." Amelia muttered to herself. "Now let's agree not to do this until the next Projectile Vomit Appreciation Day." Luna nodded as she undid the spell on her father again. Projectile Vomit Appreciation Day. Amelia knew that she was going to regret asking about it. "Yes." Letus nodded. "I've noticed that several Muggle institutes of higher learning hold festivals where several of the students projectile vomit. Fascinating custom those Muggles have. About that information, here you go." Luna tossed over a large file. "Pay us when you have a chance. So long as that chance is soon," Letus added. "I've got a ravenous hell beast to feed and keep from the rest of humanity." "Father." Luna blinked. "You say the nicest things about me. I'll just be going then." Bones took a quick glance through the file and was astounded at how thorough it was. "Don't let the snodfish get you," Luna replied happily. "I won't," Bones promised. As she made her way back to the office, a terrible thought forced its way into her brain. The file was much more detailed than was normally produced by reporters. What if the Lovegood girl hadn't been joking about being a secret agent? The two of them were the last people one would expect to be working for someone like Mr. Black. Eyes widening in shock, Bones froze. On the one hand, she didn't have any evidence, and on the other, it explained so much. Amelia walked outside and passed a very disgruntled and vomit-covered postman. Taking a step around the corner of the house to avoid the poor postman's notice, she disappeared with a pop. The first thing she did upon her return was to pull out a piece of parchment and list a few known facts about the Lovegood family. The first was that Luna was a friend of the Potter boy and had been with him on his trip to the Department of Mysteries. The second was that she came from a family that was well known for its eccentricity, so well known that very few wizards gave them a second thought or took them the least bit seriously, well until recently when Black appeared and proved that at least one of their crazy ideas was true, and she supposed about the rebirth of the Dark Lord. The fourth was Black. The family knew more about the mysterious man than anyone else that she knew of. Amelia frowned. Things were looking entirely too neat, and the first thing she learned as a rookie investigator was that when things fit together so nicely that she had to be missing something, nothing was perfect. On the other hand, what kind of spies would announce that they were spies? One would think that they would do more to blend in. No one would think that. She froze. No one would suspect that a person that was so flamboyant would be a spy, and the very idea that they announced their profession. Amelia destroyed her well-thought-out list with a quick security charm. On the one hand, nothing had been proven, and on the other she was going to get a subscription to that newspaper of theirs. Only you, Professor. Harry grinned. Where are we at the moment? We're over a tropical isle. The professor smiled. Hench girl wanted to get some time on the beach. Could you arrange a portkey for me? Harry yawned. Of course, the professor nodded. But if I may, I'd like to suggest something. What's that? Harry blinked. It's late. The professor pointed to a large clock. Why not spend the remaining hours of daylight on the beach with us? That way you can get a fresh start in the morning. Okay. Harry nodded. That sounds like a great idea. Wonderful. The professor's grin widened. I'll just go get Hench girl. You do that. Harry nodded as he shifted his CL. Othing to something more appropriate to the beach. I'll meet you in the port room. Harry walked to the port trans room and was soon joined by an excited professor and Hench girl. I'm so happy you decided to join us. Hench girl was a bit more bubbly than normal. And to protect our skin from the sun and salt, I developed this new potion. Cool. Harry blinked. Sounds great. Everyone drink up. Hench girl passed the bottles around. I tried to make this batch taste like strawberries. Mine tastes like old socks, the professor gagged. So it did. Hench girl took the bottle back. I guess I must still be mad about the fact that you chose to get kidnapped and disrupted my vacation in Egypt. Silence, devil woman. The professor scowled. Devil woman. Hench girl's eyes flashed. Look who's talking, you little troll. Troll. I think it might be time to go to the beach now, Harry suggested. Okay. Hench girl nodded. Sounds good. The professor agreed. The three friends ported due WN and found themselves in a secluded cove. This is great. Harry looked around. Absolutely fantastic. The whole stretch of land belongs to a wizarding family, so we won't be disturbed by anyone. The professor smiled. Not even the family. Not even the family. Harry had a bad feeling about the answer. They live in England. Hench girl yawned. I know one of them, and they said that we could spend as much time as we wanted here. Oh. Harry relaxed. He really needed to learn not to doubt his friends. Hench girl spread out a blanket and the three of them flopped down onto it. This is the life. Harry closed his eyes. I need to spend more time on the beach. I agree. The professor nodded. I think that. What's that in your hand? This. Harry opened his hand to show the rock that he was about to throw into the surf. Just a rock. Could you let me examine it? The professor held out his hand. Sure. Harry shrugged. Knock yourself out. What is it, Professor? Hench girl leaned forward. It appears to have a high concentration of titanium, the professor replied. I've read that the beaches around here have rich titanium deposits, but I've never seen anything like this. Quote, pity we can't go into the ocean and find the source, Harry yawned. I think I saw something about the stuff on the telly. We might be able to do something, the professor smiled. I'll have a talk with the architect about it later, which brings us to a subject that Henchgonding to discuss with you. Go ahead, Harry nodded. I'm all ears. Hench girl and I found the perfect island for sale, the professor smiled. Barren, desolate, covered with numerous enchantments that repel nearly anything that has anything to do with people. Large enough to build a very large fortress, but small enough to be easy defensible. Hench Girl added, it's also unclaimed land, so we won't be bothered by any of those silly regulations preventing us from breaking the laws of nature, or finding out things that mankind was not meant to know. And the best part is that it's near the Antarctica, so there will always be plenty of delicious penguins to eat. The professor finished with an excited smile. Penguins. Harry forced himself not to ask, so why are you telling me all of this? Well, the professor began. We were kind of hoping that you would be willing to buy it. Why not buy it yourself? Harry asked, raising his eyebrow. We're not very good with money, Hench Girl explained with an embarrassed expression. So we gave you controlling interest in the company and only allowed ourselves a small percentage of the profits to fund our research. Oh, Harry was stunned. Sure, we could buy it if you want. Great, Hench Girl clapped. I'll tell the architect to start designing the place. What's the name of this company? Harry couldn't believe how much his life had changed in the short time since he'd left school. Black Ink, the professor replied proudly. Black Ink. Harry nodded. No, Hench Girl shook her head. Black Ink. The professor can't spell. Why not Professor Industries, or Hench Girl Incorporated? Harry was having a hard time following the train of logic. Why name it after me? Hench Girl Incorporated. Hench Girl rubbed her chin. Can that be the name for our potions department? Whatever you want, Harry shrugged. We named it after you for many reasons, the professor smiled. For one thing, none of this would have happened without your help. Okay, Harry stretched out. Thank you. You are very welcome, the professor nodded. Yeah, Hench Girl smiled. I had another idea for you too. Harry rested his head in his hands. I understand that the Zippos are too small to send large things through, but the professor couldn't wait to hear his friend's idea. But couldn't we use it with the port trans? Harry smiled. That way we can automatically portkey to anyone with a Zippo. Wouldn't work, the professor deflated. We might be able to work something out with manually created portkeys, but we don't have the technology to carry out your idea at the moment. Most we could do is send small non-living objects. How small? Harry smiled. He saw the professor indicate the size of the item with his hands. Why don't we use it to deliver things? We'd be the fastest mail order business in the world. You item in 30 seconds or it's free. We might be able to do something like that, Hench Girl nodded. I don't like the idea of giving out free items though. Then skip that part, Harry shrugged. In fact, make them pay extra for our instant delivery. Okay, Hench Girl nodded. Now let's go swimming. Last one in is a jar of some sort of disgusting matter, the professor called out. Possibly something that smells strongly of sulfur. The next day, Harry's portkey delivered him to a busy street in a rather large town. There you are. A man stepped out of one of the many shops and grabbed Harry by the arm. You were Supo, said to be here last night. Do you know how hard it will be to get everything back on schedule? Huh, Harry stared at the obviously crazy man. Here are your portkeys, the man handed over a couple of small metal rings. And here are your souvenirs, a bronze statue of Kali and an old chakram that I'm sure has all sorts of mysterious powers. Actually, I'd bet that both of them have some odd and unusual powers. What's going on? Harry grabbed the items with his left hand to free his right for the duel that seemed to be on the way. You're late, that's what's going on, the man glared. You did. Do any of the things I saw you doing last night. What happened? I went to the beach. Harry let his wand drop into his hand. And you still didn't answer my question. If you want answers then talk to that cousin of mine in England, 'cause all of this is his fault. The man looked down at a small scrap of paper. I contacted the tailor that you were supposed to go to. He and his wife will contact your friends. What am I forgetting? Quote. Harry's eyes widened as he felt the portkey pulling him to his next destination. Oh right, the man slapped himself on the forehead. The Death Eaters, suppose that they won't be showing up. Not with how late he was anyway. Some people just don't consider other people's feelings. Harry dropped into a crouch with his wand out and quickly surveyed his surroundings. To his front was the Taj Mahal and to his back and sides were tourists. Shrugging his shoulders, Harry ignored the odd looks and pocketed his wand. Sighing in frustration, Harry walked up to the massive white building and added the shopkeeper to his people to beat severely list. Harry spent several hours marveling at the massive building and was examining an interesting stretch of wall he felt the tug of the other portkey. Forgot about the second one. Harry's wand appeared in his hand and his eyes scanned for danger. Are you my guest? A small man looked up with a bored expression. Maybe. Harry started to relax. I'm not sure. Where are we? You're my guest. The small man nodded. We're in a place where nations don't matter and names have no meaning. What's that supposed to? Wow. Harry stared in awe at the massive mountains that dominated the skyline. We must be in the Himalayas. Perhaps. The small man shrugged. I'm not one to worry at such things. I'm your guide for this trip. I'm Mr. Black. Harry's mind had yet processed all of the amazing view. Nice to meet you. Come with me, the guide smiled. It would be nice to get there before it gets dark. Get where? Harry trailed behind the small man. To where we're going, the guide replied with a grin. Where else would we be headed? I guess that makes sense. Sort of. Harry's eyes crossed. How long will it take to get there? As long as it takes, the guide shrugged. That shopkeeper is definitely moving up on that list, Harry muttered to himself. The guide took Harry up an amazingly steep road and through a series of twists and turns. It is just around this bend, the guide called out as he rounded a large outcropping. What's just around the, wow? Harry stared in awe at the large city at the end of the road. I can go no further, the guide smiled. You must take the last steps on your own. Why? I owe someone money, the guide smiled. And I'm afraid that they might be in there. Oh, Harry blinked. I'll just be going then. I shall wait here for you, the guide smiled. Have a pleasant visit. The gates swung open on their own accord and several men in red and gold robes came out. Welcome young friend to Shangri-La, they smiled in welcome. May your visit be pleasant. Harry walked through the gates and relaxed. The whole area seemed to exude a sense of peace and tranquility. I think that I'm going to like this place, Harry smiled. I may have finally found my home. Maybe, one of the monks smiled. Or maybe you've just reached a waypoint in your journey around the wheel. Only time will tell. The days turned into weeks and the weeks to months. Harry spent untold hours learning to calm and to eventually master his mind, and mental defenses became absolute. Taking a deep breath, Harry shrugged off his red robes and again donned the clothing that he had worn when he came into this place. Leaving, one of the monks smiled at Harry's preparations. Yes, Harry nodded. I can't believe I spent so much time here, I'd better be getting back. Time is not a concern for you, the monk smiled. And you must only go back when it is your time. The mistake of returning too soon. Thank you. Harry took one last look around. I'm going to miss this place, thank you for allowing me to stay here. All are welcome here, the old monk smiled. And perhaps you may return in time. The future is yet unwritten and who can say where your path may take you. Harry shouldered his pack and walked out the large gates. Harry shook his head in wonder upon seeing a small figure standing in the distance. I can't believe you waited this long, Harry smiled as he walked up to his guide. How did you know when I was going to come out? They always come out about 5 minutes after they go in, the guide shrugged. I'd think that they'd like to stay longer, but Harry looked back at the blank spot of ground that had held the massive city only moments before. Why does this always happen to me? He moaned. Why can't I ever have a normal day? I don't know, the guide shrugged. Maybe you're the universe's spittoon. Probably, Harry nodded. It would certainly explain some things. Just follow this path down and you'll get where you need to be, the guide pointed out a worn track. And have a pleasant journey. Thank you. Harry spent several minutes walking down the path and after a few twists and turns was surprised to find himself back on the beach that he had visited with the professor and hench girl. Didn't you just leave? The doctor blinked at Harry's sudden appearance. I think so, Harry frowned. I'm not sure though. Since you're here, yes. Could you rub this lotion on my back? Sure, Harry shrugged. It wasn't Shangri-La, but rubbing lotion on the back of a beautiful woman was nothing to sneer at. While Harry had his existential experiences, his friends were meeting to decide the form that their new home would take. I don't care if it is traditional, the professor glared at hench girl and the architect. The castle will not look like a giant skull, the island isn't even a volcano. How about some sort of Gothic monstrosity? The architect suggested, filled with secret passages and such. It's also traditional, hench girl mused. A bit older tradition but still. I can live with that, the professor nodded. Let's get started on our respective parts. Well, the Dark Lord leaned forward. Nothing happened, Master. The nervous Death Eater was shaking. We showed up and nothing happened. What? The team got ready and we all took our positions. Tears fell under the Death Eater's mask and his voice became shrill. Nothing happened. Wormtail ate some bad shrimp and had to get his stomach pumped. Then he was hit by one of those street taxis, and then he ate some bad curry and is currently making my lord's water closet smell like a week-old corpse. Other than that, nothing happened. If nothing happened, the Dark Lord asked in false calm, then why did half the team burst into tears when they got back? Why did the other half wet themselves? And why won't you stop shaking? He's just trying to trick us, the Death Eater giggled insanely. Trying to get us to drop our guard. But we're too smart for that. Crucio. Voldemort had to resist the GE to cry. You just couldn't get good minions anymore. I miss Thailand. I miss Thailand. Well, the doctor stretched. I suppose we'd better get back to the Zeppelin. I guess. Harry agreed, triggering the port. Welcome back, my friend. The professor smiled. I trust you had fun. Let's just say that it was enlightening. Harry grinned. Did you all have fun? Yes, we did, the professor nodded. The architect has gone off to the island to do his initial survey and we've contacted several other goblins about our plan to mine titanium. Great, Harry nodded. Absolutely great. On a side note, the professor smiled. We've picked up 2 new crew members, a tailor and his wife. What are their names? Harry blinked. That shopkeep moved up another place on the list. I can't pronounce them, the professor shrugged. So we've just been calling them the tailor and the leather worker. Oh, that's nice, Harry nodded. Let's go to the bridge, the professor smiled. So that we may set a course for our next destination. Okay, Harry shrugged. Harry and the professor walked to the bridge and Harry made a beeline to the center of the room after he got through the door. Where to now? Professor asked, ignoring the way Harry had taken the Zeppelin's wheel and the vrooming sounds he was making. Thailand, Harry smiled. Great beaches and cool temples. Hench girl, the professor turned. Set a course for Bangkok. Do it now. You really need to find a better end to that, Hench girl replied as she locked in the course. Do it now just doesn't flow. I know, the professor drooped. But you guys voted down my suggestion of hiring script writers to get us all really cool lines. I'll just go down to my cabin. Harry backed out of the room. And let the 2 of you resolve this conversation in peace. He's gone. The professor peeked through the door to watch Harry leave. Good. Hench girl took the wheel. Vroom vroom. I'm next. The professor eyed the wheel. So don't take too long. We have arrived. The professor smiled as he told Harry. Hench girl and I are going to head for the beach after we drop you off. I'll meet you there later tonight, Harry nodded. No need, the professor blinked. We can return later tonight if you wish. That'll work, Harry nodded. What are the others doing? The doctor is going to visit a Red Cross snake farm, the Archie Tech is starting construction of your dark fortress, and the tailor and his wife are coming with us to the beach. Snake farm, Harry blinked. She says that parts of it are open to the public, the professor shuddered. Not for me thanks. Quote, have fun at the beach. Harry got on the port trans pad. Port me down. Harry arrived in front of a large statue in the middle of a roundabout and took a moment to admire the large bronze statue. Shrugging his shoulders, he walked over to the road and hailed a cab. Yes, the man rolled down his window. First of all, Harry smiled. Where am I? Wong Win Yai. The cab driver smiled. Where would you like to go? As the snake farm near here. Harry got in the cab. Not far, the man nodded. It's over the bridge and a bit up the road. Then let's go there. Harry nodded. I've got a friend that's visiting the place and I want to see what all the fuss is about. The cab turned down one of the many streets feeding the roundabout and continued up it for several blocks. So what are you doing in Thailand? The cab driver asked with a smile. Just visiting. Harry shrugged. Seems like a nice place. Where are you from? The driver glanced back. England. Harry looked out the window and noticed that the cab was pulling over a bridge. Nice place. It's not bad, Harry nodded. The cab pulled off the bridge and passed a large hospital. That big building up ahead is the place. Great, Harry nodded, pulling out his wallet. Let me off on the curb up here. Have a nice day. The driver leaned back and held out his hand. Here you are, ha. RRY glanced at the meter and handed the driver about 500 baht. Harry got out of the cab and waited at the curb for the light to change. Rushing across, Harry walked through a large gate and looked in awe at the large building. Paying the fee, Harry walked into the park and looked down into the large enclosures at the large snakes. Hello, he hissed down at one of the large snakes. What kind of snake are you? A king cobra, the snake replied lazily. Are you here to watch my show? Yes, Harry hissed back. It will be a while. The snake raised its head. Thank you, Harry smiled. That was extraordinary interesting. A voice from behind startled Harry. I haven't seen one of your kind here for quite some time. My kind? Harry raised an eyebrow. A parselmouth, the man nodded. Did he tell you if he was happy here? We mostly talked about the show, Harry shrugged. Fascinating. The small man seemed to zone out for a moment. For Dr. Hanuman Kanchanaburi, Mr. Black, Harry nodded. What do you do here? I work for the Red Cross, Dr. Kanchanaburi smiled proudly. We use the snake venom to make anti-venom to treat snake bites. Sounds interesting, Harry nodded. How many snakes do you have here? Quite a few, the man shrugged. I don't know exactly, I just work with the venom. May I ask you a question? Sure, Harry nodded. We have a woman here with some extraordinary blood samples that she tells us she got from a man named Mr. Black. Would you happen to be the same Mr. Black? I might be, Harry shrugged. I have a friend here that might have brought some blood samples. Then could we go meet with her to make sure that this isn't some sort of mistaken identity? Dr. Kanchanaburi smiled. I very much want to try an experiment with her Mr. Black, and I wish to be sure that he is you. Okay, Harry's eyes crossed a bit. Will it take long? There are a few other things I'd like to try today. No, not long. The man shook his head, at least in the short term. You'll have plenty of time to come back and see the snake show. Harry followed the other man into the building and up a flight of stairs. Hello, Mr. Black, the doctor smiled at Harry's entrance. What are you doing here? The professor mentioned that you were going to visit this place and I thought I'd see what it was, Harry smiled. I've already had a nice conversation with one of the snakes and with Dr. Kanchanaburi. One of the snakes. The doctor blinked. That's a very rare gift. So I've been told. Harry gave a dry smile. Dr. Kanchanaburi wanted to try something. I wanted to confirm that he'd have no problems with other venom types after getting a look at the blood and venom samples you brought. Kanchanaburi nodded. If you both agree, then I'd like to inject Mr. Black with a small amount of cobra venom. I don't have any problems with that, Harry shrugged. Doctor, I don't think it would do any harm, the doctor nodded. Excellent, Kanchanaburi smiled. And I assure you that there is no danger to you. We have ample supplies of anti-venom on hand to handle any emergencies that might occur. Harry rolled up his sleeve and presented his bare arm. Go ahead. Kanchanaburi pulled out a small needle and handed it to the doctor. Since you are his regular physician, it might be best for you to handle the actual injection. All right. The doctor swabbed a small patch of skin and inserted the needle. What we are going to do is monitor you for several minutes to see what if any effect the venom has on your body, Kanchanaburi smiled. After that I'd like to take a couple blood samples for further study. Okay, Harry nodded. What then? Then, the doctor smirked. He's going to come to me on his knees to beg me to let him give me samples of more venom to inject you with. And offer you one of my children to get more blood samples and raw data, Kanchanaburi laughed. You are an evil woman to let me think that you might not share this research opportunity. Oh Hanuman, the doctor fluttered her eyelashes. You say the sweetest things. This all hinges on you granting me permission to pursue this course of study, Kanchanaburi smiled. And I don't lie when I say I'll be crushed if you don't give it. You've got it. Harry watched the doctor write down a few readings out of the corner of his eye. Finding anything? Something odd. The doctor nodded. What is it? Kanchanaburi asked eagerly. His blood immediately altered in response to the new type of venom and his body redirected the infected Blood to the area around the piece of fang in his bone. The doctor shook her head. I am going to have to run several more tests. Altered how? Harry asked nervously. I expected the venom to have little or no effect. The doctor looked up from her notes. Instead your body changed to the new type of venom and made you immune to it. I'm not sure why it moved to the area around you old bite. Probably a function of the device you put in, Harry shrugged. What happens now? Now, the doctor smirked. You go and watch the show. Later, we see what we can do with the data we've gathered. Thank you for allowing me to work with you. Dr. Kanchanaburi gave a wide smile. It has been a pleasure. Happy to help. Harry waved goodbye and walked back to the outdoor snake enclosure to watch the show. Harry spent several enjoyable minutes watching small men lift, feed, and milk snakes larger than they were. At the conclusion of the show, Harry walked off the compound and hailed another cab. Where would you like to go? The cab driver asked as Harry entered the cab. Khao San Road, Harry replied quickly. I've heard that it's a good place to hang out. Maybe, the cab driver shrugged. Traffic was light and it only took a few minutes to arrive. Paying his fare, Harry got out of the cab and looked around. An entire street was blocked off and filled with backpackers. Smiling, Harry walked into the crowd to see what they were doing and became disappointed after walking up the street. The entire place seemed like it contained nothing but cheap youth hostels and travel agencies. Sighing, Harry walked up to one of the blue buildings and sat on the curb. What's wrong? A pair of buxom Swedish backpackers stopped by Harry. My guidebook talked about how great this place was and it's a bit of a letdown. Harry sighed. It gets much better at night, the girls smiled. Come back then and you'll be amazed at the difference. Thanks, Harry cheered up. Have you two had breakfast yet? You offering? The girls giggled. Sure, Harry nodded. Where would you like to go? The blue building over there has good Italian, the girls smiled. Or we could go to one of the street vendors a few streets over. Thai sounds good, Harry smiled. Never thought it made much sense to go to a country and not eat the food. Then we know just the place, one of the girls smirked. Tea has great food and it's not far from here. Harry and the girls walked to the restaurant and made their order. Be warned, one of the girls smirked when the food arrived. The food here is really spicy. You weren't kidding. Harry nearly choked on his first bite. It's good though. There are a few shops that we wanted to check out after this, the girls shared a smile. Would you like to tag along? Sure. Harry shrugged and as soon as they finished the food found himself dragged into a small shop. The place was filled with small bronze statues and wood carvings. Is there something I can help you with? The young woman behind the counter gave a wide smile as the trio entered. I was hoping to get one of those statues, one of the girls pointed to a statue behind the counter. I wanted some carvings. The other girl pointed to several small wooden carvings. And could you wrap them up? Of course, the woman nodded and turned to Harry. What about you? Well, Harry looked around the shop and noticed one item that seemed to glow under his mage sight. I'd like that amulet. Good eye, the woman nodded. Many people think that they bring good luck. That could be useful. Harry paid for his purchase. Would you mind helping us carry all of this to our hotel room? The girls indicated their purchases. It's not heavy but it is awkward to carry all that without a bag. Sure, Harry nodded, happy to help. The girls led Harry down one of the many side streets, past a barber pole, and across another street to a small hotel. Nice place. Harry admired the surroundings that were much better than the usual youth hostel. It costs a bit more. The girls nodded. But it's much cleaner and more comfortable. Harry walked out of the hotel a few hours later and hailed another cab. Where to? Sakamwat. Harry closed his eyes and started listening to the radio. Well, Voldemort scowled. We've found him, Master. Wormtail cowered. He's in Thailand. Take some recruits and kill him. Voldemort was starting to get tired of having to do this every few days. Thank you, Master. Wormtail, no, you say. This is just a small taste of what awaits you if you fail me. Crucio. Peter writhed in agony for a few moments until Voldemort lifted the curse. Not wasting a moment, he rushed out of the room and grabbed a few recruits. You, Wormtail pointed, and your two friends. What is it? The young recruit had heard stories about what happened to Death Eaters that went with the rat. The Dark Lord has ordered me to take you hunting, Wormtail sneered. Come with me. The three Death Eaters arose with great reluctance and followed the rat-like man. Touch this portkey, Wormtail sneered. Not a chance, one of the braver recruits shook his head. I've wrote about what happens when you try to portkey after Black. We're not portkeying to Black, Wormtail smirked. We're going in a few blocks away. Black won't have time to work his little tricks on us. Where are we going? The recruit wanted to stall as long as he could. Maybe Black would have left the area before they got there. Some place called Cowboy. Wormtail was starting to lose his temper. Now take the damn portkey. Sharing one last glance and with great reluctance, the Death Eaters placed their palms on the portkey. What's going on? One of the recruits called out. The portkey had landed them in a large crowd and he watched as several Muggle women grabbed his companions and began dragging them away. Don't do anything. Wormtail was a bit annoyed that none of the girls were showing any interest in him. We can't afford to cause a scene. Make your way towards Black and we'll attack him when we've had a chance to regroup. Understood. The recruit nodded as he was pulled into one of the surrounding bars. Transforming to rat form, Peter made his way to the spot that his contacts had told him that he would find the mysterious Mr. Black. Peter spent several minutes observing the man that he believed to be Mr. Black before he was rejoined by his team. What took you so long? Peter growled. Those girls were really persistent, one of the recruits replied nervously. And they were stronger than they looked. Another agreed. They wouldn't let me go. Whatever, Wormtail sneered. We'll wait until we have a good chance to take him and then we'll attack. Harry got out of his cab and began walking up the long boulevard. Occasional glances down the side streets alternately shocked and embarrassed the boy as he took in the things that Bangkok had to offer. After a time, he became aware of a strange itch in the center of his back. A quick look around did little to stem his growing nervousness and Harry quickly darted down one of the side streets in hopes of losing his perusers or finding a more isolated place to bring matters to their natural conclusion. 10 minutes and several curves found Harry walking into a deserted alleyway. Concealing himself in one of the doorways, Harry waited for his shadows. We know you're here, Black, Wormtail called out nervously. Come out without your wand and we won't hurt any muggles. Wormtail, Harry growled. Seconds later, a muttered incantation caused a long whip of fire to emerge from his wand. I said drop the wand or I'll start killing muggles. Wormtail was sure that Black wasn't the sort to let in. Since die, and he had spent much of his convalescence thinking up this plan of attack. Die. Harry flicked the tip of his wand and sent the stream of fire hurtling towards the rat's face. Wormtail reamed as he felt the fire burn off part of his face and his hands groped frantically for the portkey that was his only means of escape. The rat was lucky and managed to find and activate his portkey on moments before Harry's next attack would have ended his life. The stunned Death Eaters nearly wet themselves at Mr. Black's eyes flicked away from the spot that had been occupied by his last victim and focused on them. Hell with this, one of the recruits screamed. Apparatate out. The other recruits nodded fearfully and attempted to make their escape. The dangers were great. Apparition was dangerous in the best of times. Adding in the stress of combat. Well, let's just say that their chances of survival were only marginally higher than they'd be if they had chosen to stay behind. Harry growled as he watched the Death Eaters escape, mentally adding another check mark next to the list of times he had let Wormtail escape. Harry sighed. It had all been going so well until this happened. What's going on? Several men stormed the alley with wands drawn. Death Eater attack. Harry slowly lowered his wand. They all got away. Your name, sir? The man at the front of the group pulled out a small magical recording device. Mr. Black. Harry didn't notice the men sharing shocked glances. And it looks like those morons have managed to spoil my day. Again. I see. The man turned off the device and put it in his pocket. You may go. Thank you. Harry pocketed his wand and walked out of the alley. Why did these things keep happening to him? Why did you let him go? One of the their law enforcement officers watched Harry's departure. Didn't you hear his name? The man at the front smirked. What about his name? Mr. Black is one of the most dangerous men in the world. The man shook his head. And from what I know of him, he wouldn't have done anything without good reason. Besides, what do I care if a long nose decides to kill a bunch of other long noses? Sir, one of the other men interrupted. The wards picked up the signature of several apparition accidents down the street that occurred right before we arrived. Do you think we should check them out? Why not? The man shrugged. Might be fun to hear what they have to say. The men made their way down the street and spent several minutes admiring the pulsating mass of flesh that had once been a Death Eater hunter-killer team. I heard he liked to make things look like accidents. The man nodded with no small amount of satisfaction. Nice to see that my information is accurate. What do you want us to do? Take them back to headquarters and see if you can't get them fixed, the man smirked. I'd like to have a bit of fun with them. What happened? The Death Eater's eyes cracked open. I was hoping that you could tell me. The Death Eater turned to regard the small man in an official-looking uniform next to his bed. I'm not saying anything, the Death Eater growled defiantly. Your friends said something similar. The man nodded. Very well. You're free to go. What? The Death Eater's eyes widened. You're free to go. The man in the uniform gave a frightening smile. As far as I can tell, you've broken no laws during your stay, so you may go. I can't go. The Death Eater shook his head. He'll kill me. That is not my concern. The man in the uniform shrugged. You have broken no laws, so I cannot hold you, and so you may go. I've broken plenty of laws, the Death Eater stammered. I'll tell you anything you want to know, just don't let him get me. Yes, the man in the uniform nodded. Your friends said something similar to that as well. Peter was engaged in an activity that he rarely indulged in, thinking. Before he had counted himself lucky to escape from his encounters with Mr. Black with his life. Now he was having to consider something very frightening. He's killing me one piece at a time, Peter shuddered. He's making it slow, drawing it out to make it worse. Peter was a coward. That was one of many things that he had to accept about himself. He wasn't strong, he wasn't handsome, and he wasn't brave. He had joined Voldemort out of fear, he had betrayed his friends out of fear. And he had spent years posing as a family's pet rat out of fear. He's going to kill me after he tires of this game. Peter didn't want to die. I've got to think of a way to stay safe. Omake. That has nothing to do with the story. Harry walked into the girls' hotel room and put the items on the bed. We must confess, one of the girls smiled. That there was Annette, her reason we wanted you to come up here. What's that? Harry's eyebrows are of an elite Swedish agency, one of the buxom girls replied. Code name Swedish Bikini Team, or SBT, the other girl added. And we want you to join us. Would I have to become female? Harry eyed the exit. No, the girls shook their heads. We could always use someone to rub suntan oil on us, that will be your cover. And so Harry lived out a happy life, and as for Voldemort, he choked to death or something. Yuki ga Furimasu. Yuki ga Furimasu. Taken from Harry's guidebook. Japan is a wonderful country, a mix between old and new. Japan is also one of the few places that normal pure-blood attire doesn't usually merit a second glance. To reach the wizarding section of Tokyo, get off at JR Harajuku Station and follow the signs to the Meiji Jingu. When you arrive at the Torii Shrine gates, look for a path going around the left column of the main gate. Harry ported down to the Harajuku section of Tokyo and his jaw dropped. He saw women in black wedding dresses, women in black ball gowns, women in white wedding dresses, men in white wedding dresses, street performers, a giant condom store. Blinking quickly and giving himself a quick pinch, Harry assured himself that he was not dreaming and continued to gawk. Before today he had thought wizards were strange, now he understood what his guidebook had been referring to. Unwilling to ask why the people were dressed as they were and unable to stop looking, it took Harry several minutes to walk the 100 or so meters to the entrance to the magical district. Taking one last glance over his shoulder, Harry walked around the massive torii and found himself in the middle of a section of town that would not look out of place in the Edo era. Excuse me, Harry walked up to a small street stand. Yes, the woman at the stand nodded. Could I have some of that? Whatever it is you're cooking. Harry smiled. It smells really good. Okay, the woman nodded. It's called gyudon, by the way. Would you like extra sauce with that? Sure, Harry nodded as he smiled down at his bowl of beef and rice. Do you have any suggestions on things to do around here? Visit a shrine, go see a sumo match. The woman shrugged. What do you like doing? Either of those sounds fine, Harry smiled. Is there a shrine around here? You walked through one to get here, the woman smirked. They've got a magical section down the street a bit. Thanks. Harry finished his food and looked up. How much? 5 Rio. The woman held out her hand. How did you like it? It was great. Harry paid for his meal and got up. Thanks. Walking over to the shrine, Harry spent several minutes admiring the Miko as they performed their duties before walking up to the counter. Would you like to have your fortune told? The pretty Miko behind the counter asked with a smile. Sure. Harry shrugged. Why not? The woman picked up an object that looked like a long section of close D pipe and shook it for a few seconds before turning it over. Harry watched as a small metallic rod fell out of the top of the pipe. One moment, the girl squinted at the rod, then reached into a box to match the writings on a small card with the inscriptions on the rod. It says here that you will live a long and exciting life filled with danger and strange situations. I've never pulled that one before. The Miko handed Harry the card. Would you like anything else? What are those things? Harry pointed to several small brightly colored bags. Those are charms, the woman smiled. This one is for good childbirth. This one is for good luck. This one is to ward against bad luck, and this one is to help with tests. I'll take the anti-bad luck charm, Harry smiled. Who needs good luck, when I need all the help I can get to keep the bad away? The woman gave a pretty smile. Do you want anything else? Give me a couple of the good study ones, Harry smirked. I've got a friend that, kill me if I didn't get her one, an anther friend that needs help. Here you are. The woman put them inside a small bag. Thank you for coming. Have a nice day. Harry paid for the items and began walking away. What to do? A bit of movement out of the corner of his eye drew his attention, and he looked down at the strange little fox that appeared to be following him. Hello. Harry smiled. What are you doing here? Oh darn. The fox transformed into a cute young girl with 2 bushy red tails. How did you see me? I get followed a lot, Harry shrugged. And so I guess I'm just more vigilant than most people. I guess. The girl pouted. Why were you following me? I wasn't gonna do much, the girl smiled nervously. Just play a little trick on you. You like jokes. Harry chuckled. I've got a couple of friends who'd love to meet you then. Really? The girl perked up. Where are your friends? England. Harry smirked. Bit far from here. Oh. The girl's shoulders dropped. You can still write to them. Harry tried to cheer her up. I'm Mr. Black, by the way. Black. The girl seemed to consider the name. I've heard of you. Nothing bad, I hope. Harry smiled. Not much. The girl shook her head. Do you mind if I ask what you are? Harry glanced at the girl's tails. My name is Kumiko and I'm a kitsune, the girl replied proudly. I've only got 2 tails, but I'm working on getting more. Good luck. Harry nodded. Do you know of any bookstores around here? Sure. The girl nodded. There's one over there, and I think that Kumo will want to talk to you after that. Then why don't you show me this bookstore and then we can go talk to Kumo, Harry suggested. Okay. The girl nodded. Come this way. The bookstore was nothing special, but Harry managed to find several tomes to add to his collection, including one rather large book on native Japanese magical creatures. Can we go see Kumo now? The girl seemed impatient for some reason. Sure. Harry nodded. Let's go. The girl led Harry through a confusing set of streets and alleyways before she finally stopped in front of a small temple. Kumo's in there, she smiled. Can you tell me how to contact your friends that like jokes? Sure. Harry nodded. Just contact Fred and George Weasley in England. I'm sure that they'll be happy to talk about playing tricks on people. Thank you. The girl gave him a quick peck on the cheek, then turned back into a small 2-tailed fox and scurried away. Harry's hand reached up to touch his cheek by reflex and he grinned widely, being kissed by a pret. Why, girl was another one of the small pleasures that he had learned to enjoy this summer. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Harry walked into the temple and looked around. Hello. Yes. A man dressed as a Buddhist monk stepped out. Ah, a guest, and one that started on the path to enlightenment. What can I do for you? A kitsune named Kumiko told me to talk to someone named Kumo, Harry smiled. I'm Kumo, the man nodded. Who might you be? I'm Mr. Black, Harry smiled. So I guess the question is, what can I do for you? Ah yes, the man nodded. I've heard of you. As for what you can do, well, we're having a bit of a problem. What kind of problem? Harry sighed. A Yuki Onna has moved onto one of the mountains north of here, Kumo began. And she's shown herself to be very dangerous. I was hoping that you'd be willing to help us deal with her. I'll go up and have a look around, Harry nodded. But I'm not going to promise anything more than that. That is plenty, Kumo smiled. I suggest you catch the next train so that you can. Train, Harry interrupted. It's a large device that goes on a pair of parallel tracks, Kumo explained. They go very fast and I know about trains, Harry interrupted again. I was just surprised that you didn't want me to take a portkey or something. Horrid things, Kumo sniffed. And difficult to get in this country, most Japanese use magical Shinkansen to get where they want to go. Then I guess I'll take the train, Harry shrugged. The two of them went to the train station and Harry ordered his ticket. Good luck, Mr. Black, Kumo called out the turnstile. Harry walked to the platform and gasped in shock as he watched the Shinkansen glide up the tracks. The magical train was much sleeker and looked more modern than the humble Hogwarts Express. Professor. Harry pulled out his Zippo. Yes, my friend. The professor's voice responded. I don't think you'll ever forgive yourself if you don't come to the magical section of Tokyo and go to the train station to see their enchanted trains, Harry smiled. They've even got an enchanted modern train. Thank you, Henchgirl's voice replied. The professor would Avenue responded, but we just started walking through a section of town called Akihabara and it's filled with electronic shops. Coupled with hearing about the enchanted trains, well, he just couldn't handle the excitement and fainted. Okay, Harry shrugged. Well, I'm going up north to take care of some kind of monster, so I'll be out for a day or two. Have fun, Hench Girl replied. Later, Harry closed his connection and got on the train. Harry spent most of the train ride going over his book on Japanese magical creatures, and by the time it pulled into his stop he was confident that he had at last a rudimentary idea of what he was going to face. Shouldering his pack, he got out of the train and began walking into the hills to find the creature that he had been sent to subdue. His first challenge came when he was about to cross a small stream. Stop! A small creature that bore a strong resemblance to a turtle with a pool of water in its head stepped out of the stream. You cannot cross my stream. You're a Kappa, aren't you? Harry smiled down at the odd creature. I am. The creature gave a proud nod. So that means that I can either tip the water out of your head or offer to trade some cucumbers, doesn't it? Harry was glad that he had taken the time to read that book. Cucumbers. The Kappa perked up. I bought several of them before I left town. Harry pulled the vegetables out of his pack. And I'll trade them to you for passage across you stream to my destination and back from my destination for me and anyone with me. Fine, the Kappa nodded. But only once each way. Why? I'll have to give me more if you want to cross more. That's fair, Harry agreed as he handed over the cucumbers. Have a good day. Harry crossed the stream and walked deeper into the forest. As darkness began to fall, it began snowing and Harry decided that he had better make camp. Using his knowledge of weather magic, Harry was able to create an area untouched by the storm to set up his tent and start a fire. I'm cold. An inhumanly pale girl with long lightly tinted blue hair stumbled towards Harry's fire. So cold. Sit down. Harry pulled a large blanket out of his pack and hit it with a quick warming charm. Take this. It'll warm you up. It's warm. The girl seemed surprised. So much wonderful heat. Yeah, Harry nodded. You shouldn't be wandering around out here alone. You could freeze to death if you weren't careful. So warm. The girl seemed almost drunk of the heat. Oh, thank you. Don't mention it, Harry smiled. Let's get you off this mountain. Off my mountain. The girl blinked. Why? There's supposed to be something dangerous up here, Harry smiled. I came up to see if I could find it. Dangerous. The girl blinked. Something that keeps it cold up here, Harry nodded. They wanted me to come up here to kill it. Why would you kill me if I haven't done anything to you? The wind began to pick up and the girl seemed to stiffen. Kill you? Harry's eyes widened. I don't have any intention of killing you or anyone else. I just wanted to see what was going on, figured that maybe I could help. Oh, the wind died and the girl relaxed. What are you? Harry stirred the pot on the fire. I'm a Yuki Onna, the girl sighed. Call me Oyuki. I'm Mr. Black, and you are what I've been looking for. Harry smiled. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Oyuki smiled. I need my cold. I can't give it up. You seem to like that blanket too. Harry tasted his soup and filled 2 cups. Soup. Thank you. The girl gave a curious sniff and then brought the cup to her lips. It's good. I try. Harry grinned. Why are the people so afraid of you? They blame me for the people that die in the cold. The woman seemed to shrink. I don't. Harry refilled her cup. I'm frightened, Oyuki confessed. They've sent hunters after me before but none of them have gotten so close. Do you need to stay here? Harry refilled his own cup. Because I have a place you might like. Where is it? The girl snuggled deeper into the blanket. Far to the south, Harry yawned. And it is a very cold place. Can I still have the warmth? Oyuki clutched her blanket. As much as you like, Harry yawned. Can we continue this in the morning? I've got to get some sleep. Can I stay here? Oyuki eyed him. I like the warmth. You can stay in my tent if you like, Harry nodded. I don't mind. Thank you. She smiled and followed him into the tent and its wonderful warmth. Harry awoke late the next morning to the smell of something cooking. I made you something to eat. Oyuki smiled. To thank you for the food last night. Thank you. Harry stretched out. What did you make? I caught a few rabbits and cooked them on the fire, Oyuki replied proudly. It smells good. Harry took a whiff of the burning bunny. Thanks. How are we going to get to this place to the south? Oyuki tended to her cooking. That depends. Harry took a deep breath. Can you travel through warmer areas? I can, but I don't like it so much, Oyuki nodded. What about portkeys? They should be okay, Oyuki nodded. I had a cousin that used one once. She didn't like it though. She's not the only one who doesn't like them, Harry replied with a laugh. How about we go to Tokyo and get a portkey from my friend to send you to my island? Oh, that sounds wonderful, Oyuki nodded. Thank you so much. Just give me a moment to arrange everything. Harry pulled out his Zippo. Professor. Yes, my friend. The professor's voice replied. I need you to arrange a portkey to the island for a friend of mine, Harry yawned. She's a Yuki Onna if that means anything to you. Indeed it does, the professor replied. Is it just for her or does she have friends that she wants to bring? Just me for now, Oyuki replied. She says that it's just her. Harry passed it along. We'll be there to pick it up later today. And I shall have it waiting for you when you arrive. The professor replied. Professor out. Harry and his new friend made their way back to town and bought 2 tickets to Tokyo, and the professor was waiting to meet them when they stepped onto the platform. Is this the one that needs a portkey? The professor smiled up at Oyuki. Yes, she is, Harry nodded. Is the architect expecting her? Yes, he is, the professor nodded. Quote, he also requested that we make a side trip to the island so that you can set up a few wards. Okay, Harry nodded. Did you ever make any progress on those undetectable wards? I believe so, the professor nodded. We'll have to test it out later. Excuse me, Oyuki smiled. But I'm getting a bit too warm and I was hoping to get that portkey. Yes, of course, the professor nodded. Here you are, just say snow to activate it. Thank you. Oyuki gave Harry a kiss on the cheek and handed him a small glass vial filled with a clear liquid. Show this to the man that sent you. He should know what to do with it. All right, Harry nodded. I hope you like the island. Oh, I will, Oyuki nodded. Goodbye, Snow. What was she? The professor watched as the strange girl disappeared. Just a girl that needed help, Harry smiled. I've got an errand to run before we leave. I shall prepare the Zeppelin for departure, the professor nodded. I shall see you soon. Later, Harry nodded. It took a few minutes of walking to get back to the temple where he had met Kumo. Back so soon? Kumo's eyes lit up in shock, decided not to bother with things. No, I solved your problem, Malvile that he had been given. I sent her to an island where she won't be bothered and she told me to show you this. You didn't kill her, Kumo smiled. It is rare to see such respect for life in a man with your skills. Come with me. Why? Harry trailed behind the man. Because you are getting a tattoo, Kumo smiled. Just a small one and it won't take long. Why am I doing that? Harry had an amused expression on his face. Because of the gift she gave you, Kumo nodded. She gave you a bit of herself. The only way I know of to use it is to give you a tattoo. It will be quite advantageous. It'll give you a resistance to cold and a greater affinity to cold and ice spells. What will it look like? Harry sighed. He supposed that he couldn't pass up something that useful. Whatever you like, Kumo shrugged. How about a small snowflake? Harry smiled. Seems appropriate. All right. Kumo nodded as he pulled out his tools. It will not take long. Where is it? Harry looked down to where the tattoo was supposed to be. Move your arm a bit, Kumo smiled. It's so pale that you cannot see it unless the light hits it at the correct angle. Ah. Harry nodded as his eyes finally made out the form of the pale blue snowflake. Thank you. There was a small side effect that I did not expect, Kumo sighed. It appears that being willingly has increased the potency and, well, why don't you have a look in this mirror? What am I looking for? Harry stared in the mirror. Your hair, Kumo gave a weak smile. Some of it has turned white. Oh yeah, Harry nodded. Not too much, but it's noticeable when you look for it. Yes, well, I apologize for that. Kumo pulled out a small box. Don't worry about it, Harry shrugged. And I had better be going. Before you go, let me present you with this. Kumo handed Harry the box. It is traditional to reward the hero before he rides off into the sunset. What is it? It is a box, Kumo nodded. Inside the box are a few items that you might find useful. What are the items? Harry smirked. Another box, Kumo smiled. That will have a small piece of gold in the shape of a rice grain once a day, a mirror that will show a thing's true form, and a small jewel called a magatama. Quote, thank you. Harry pulled out his Zippo. Professor. Port me up. No, thank you, Kumo whispered after Mr. Black's departure, for solving the problem and letting her live. Gimme another oil can. Gimme another oil can. Taken from Harry's guidebook. Australia is a lovely country that holds within its borders some of the loveliest beaches in the world. As many people know, many of the early settlers of Australia were convicts that had been arrested for crimes as petty as stealing a loaf of bread. What many people do not know is that this policy was instituted by an unknown and presumably overworked ministry employee, who was angered at having his holiday cancelled. He drafted a law that roughly stated, any citizen that steals a loaf of bread shall be punished by being sent to Australia, where he shall be forced to surf and spend his time some of the greatest beaches in the world. The historical record is a bit unclear after that, because moments after the policy was adopted, the aforementioned ministry employee was arrested for the crime of stealing bread and sent to Australia, as were several of his successors. This had the odd side effect of draining most of the ministry's talented people into Australia and leaving the ministry in the hands of corrupt and incompetent fools. It is interesting to note that the consequences of this unfortunate policy still haunt England's Ministry of Magic. For further reading, see the section of this book pertaining to the election of England's current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Australia is an OT without its dangers, and every animal in the country can be classified as belonging to one or more of the three categories: dangerous, poisonous, and sheep. This is due to the fact that Australia has one of the largest levels of ambient magic in the world. The result of this is that Australian magical fauna is so plentiful that it is nearly impossible to conceal it from the non-magical populations. This problem was addressed by making no attempt to hide the most common magical creatures, and at current time, most non-magical peoples think that animals such as the kangaroo or koala are as mundane as they are. This program was not always met with success. See section on the thylacine in Appendix Theta 23. What have you got for me, Professor? Harry asked the smaller man. I've been working non-stop since you told me of your plans to go to Australia, and I've developed some specialized equipment for you to test out. The professor turned. Hench girl, bring the item. Yes, Master. He girl shambled in, dragging a large case behind. Put it on the table. The professor nodded to his assistant. And talk normally. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. No, lisping. I was just trying to set the mood. The girl glared at her employer. Someone has to, with the way that you've been refusing to cackle insanely lately. We've had this discussion, hench girl. The professor ignored the glare. And I for one don't want to be sued for copyright infringement. Now get back to work. This conversation isn't over. Hench girl shot the professor another glare before smiling at Harry. As soon as Mr. Black leaves, you and I are going to have another chat. The professor shuddered as he watched his assistant leave. I'm in trouble, aren't I? Either that or she's keeping you off balance because she wants something. Harry shrugged. Don't suppose it matters much in the short run. Yes, well, the professor turned his attention to the large case on the table. As you know, nearly every animal in Australia falls into one or more of the following 3 categories: poisonous, dangerous, and sheep. He patted the case fondly. And that's why I invented this little baby. It is an advancement on one of the most popular personal defense devices presently used in Australia. Wow, Harry replied in an odd tone as he opened the case. Why does it look like a stick? It's not just a stick. The professor looked annoyed. It's been reinforced by carbon nanotubes, weighted to increase damage, enchanted to feel light to the user and increase inertia, and it comes with this stylish carrying case. Okay, Harry nodded. What am I supposed to do with it? When traveling in Australia, you're bound to see some of the native wildlife. The small man began to lecture. And when you do hit it with your personal defense device before it has a chance to attack. I think I can use this. Harry lifted the stick and tested its weight. Good, the professor nodded in satisfaction. And before you leave, I have just one question. What's that? Can I borrow your new personal defense device? The professor asked nervously. I still have to have that chat with Hench girl. He paused and bit his lower lip. And when I do, I'd like to have logic, reason, and a large stick on my side. I'll just be going now. Harry backed out of the room and imported down. Harry felt a rush of energy as he looked around the new land. Magic seemed to be as common as air in this country. Peter was nervous. Everything he had done in his life was in the pursuit of one goal, staying alive. Shaking in fear, he sat down on his bed and tried to get to sleep. It was starting to look like he was not going to survive much longer. The Dark Lord wasn't going to stop sending him after Black, and he would guess that Black wasn't going to stop his plans. If only I knew where Harry was, Wormtail sighed. He'd be dumb enough to fall for some sob story about feeling guilty and wanting to join the other side, and I doubt Black would kill me if Harry wanted to let me live. A distant creak nearly caused Peter to wet himself and his eyes snapped open. Maybe Dumbledore. Peter shivered. Old fools always willing to give a second chance. The question was if Black would be willing to leave things in the Obley knot. Tears ran down Peter's face. What had he done to deserve this? Harry did what many travelers do when first in a new country. He found a bar. Evening. One of the patrons nodded his greeting. New in town. Just got in. Harry nodded. Seems like a nice place so far. God's own land. The man nodded. Could I get a beer? Harry smiled at the pretty bartender. Whatever you think is good. Here ya go. The woman put a glass in front of Harry. Drink up. Harry and his group of new friends spent several hours drinking before someone put forth the idea of visiting another fine drinking establishment. And so our hero and 12 of his news friends stumbled out of the bar and down the street. Hey look, a giant mouse. Harry tried to focus on the large angry kangaroo blocking his path. Just back away, mate. One of his suddenly sober drinking companions was busy hoping that he could save the new chum from a rather painful experience with the local wildlife. Wah! Harry stumbled and missed getting kicked in a very sensitive place. So you wanna fight then? Okay, let's fight. Harry's group of drunken companions watched in shock as their new buddy drunkenly swayed out of the way of several kicks and then fell his opponent with a clumsy punch to the jaw. Why don't you come this way now, mate? One of Harry's buddies took him by the arm. There's another bar down the street. Didn't wanna fight. Harry stumbled off. Never wanna fight, but I always get into trouble. Don't worry about it, mate. His buddy patted him on the shoulder. He started it and there was nothing you could do. Just wanted to have a quiet time and look what had to happen. Harry gave a drunken belch. Why does this always happen to me? Don't know, mate. The man shrugged. But I do know that another beer will make you feel better. Yeah, Harry froze. Always wanted one of those. Wanted one of what? Harry's buddy blinked. Ah, well, try not to fall. What's all this then? A police constable walked out of his station and watched as a man scaled the side of his building. with what seemed to be the intent to steal the sign. He's a palm, just met him this Arvo, he only flew in today, so we took him to the pub. Nice guy, bit enthusiastic at times, but damn he can drink. The constable chuckled and slipped the notepad back into his shirt. No worries then, just make sure he doesn't get into trouble. My head, Harry dug himself oop from under a pile of assorted street signs and looked around. What did I do last night, and for that matter, where the hell am I? Afternoon, a heavily tanned face looked down. Was wondering when you'd wake up. Where am I? Harry looked around at the desert landscape, and how did I get here? Came in last night on a broom, the man's smile deepened. Fancy a cold one, sure, Harry too. The oil cannon tried to remember the past night's events. I remember getting into a fight with someone, and something about a sign, and then it all goes blank. I wouldn't worry about it, the man shrugged. She'll be right, mate, I guess, Harry nodded. Where am I anyway? Nowhere, the man shrugged. Nearest town is Coober Pedy if that means anything to you. No, Harry rubbed his eyes. But at the moment it wouldn't matter if I'd been born there, can't think. Surprised you can breathe after all those spider bites, the man chuckled. But I suppose you're a lucky one. Spider bites, Harry blinked. Yeah, the man nodded. Figured you for a goner. Didn't have enough time to brew up some potion and didn't have any on hand, but you pulled through. Can't say the same for the spiders. Oh, Harry blinked again. I'm Mr. Black. Folks around here call me the mechanic, the tanned man grinned. It's cause of my habit of tinkering with things, both magic and non. Nice to meet you, Harry nodded. Do you know how I get here? Your guess is as good as mine, mate, the mechanic shrugged. Staggered in last night, had a broom with you when you arrived, but it wasn't in any condition to fly. Really? The pounding in Harry's head started to go away. Do you know anyone that can you fix it? The mechanic sucked his breath through his teeth. I dunno, mate, I took a look and it's as ugly as a bucket of smashed crabs and half as friendly. I suppose I could fix it, but the parts are gonna be a bitch. Y'all ever considered using one of these instead? The mechanic held up an odd ooking device that appeared to have been cobbled together from a sheet of corrugated iron, baling wire, and half a roll of duct tape. I've been tinkering with one of these for a bit and I managed to get nearly twice the performance of a firebolt. Then again, the firebolt is a palmy piece of crap. No endurance, one good nip from a yabby or bunyip and it goes to pieces. Fancy another beer? Sure, Harry shrugged. You want a job? What? The mechanic tossed over another oil can. I got a friend that would love to meet you, Harry explained. Couple friends actually. They like to invent things too. Never said I was an inventor. The mechanic frowned. Just like to do a bit of tinkering in my spare time. Still, Harry pressed. I think you'd be a great help. My friends are great but Hey can be a little disconnected from reality. Head stuck in the clouds. The mechanic nodded. Be good to have someone around that isn't insane, Harry mused. Do you have a flow connection? Never needed one, the mechanic shrugged. Then do you mind if I leave you a cell flow? Harry pulled one out of his pocket. In case you change your mind. If this thing is half as good as you say it is, then I know that there's a market for it. I suppose. The mechanic scratched his chin. Let me think about it for a bit, I'll be in touch. That's all I ask, Harry nodded. How does this thing work? Same as a broom, the mechanic replied. I assume you know how to use one of those. Yeah, Harry nodded. But won't I be seen on my way to, what was the name of that town again? Coober Pedy, the mechanic smiled. Don't worry about it. Folks around here mind their own business and no tourists expect to see strange things in the outback. Okay, Harry shrugged. Thanks, will a point me charm get me to Coober Pedy? Best let me show you a few charms to keep you alive in the desert before you go, the mechanic smiled. It's some of the most beautiful land on earth and some of least hospitable. I'm always happy to learn new spells, Harry smiled. Especially when they might keep me alive. The willingness to learn enough to keep yourself alive puts you ahead of half the tourists that come out here, the mechanic smiled. The first charm is a water detection charm. We've managed to get Black's location again, Master. Random Death Eater number 221 simpered. Have Wormtail take another team out to destroy him. The Dark Lord sighed. And tell them to do it right this time. Thank you, Master. The Death Eater nearly broke into tears when he wasn't told to be on the team. It shall be as you command. Crucio. The Dark Lord cast the spell reluctantly. It was starting to get a little old. What he needed to do was find a new pain-causing curse. Thank you, Master. The Death Eater writhed on the ground until the curse ended. Then he jumped to his feet and rushed out of the room before the Dark Lord ordered him to accompany the suicide mission. Wormtail, the Death Eater's to sneer was spoiled by his good mood. The Master has a little job for you. What is it? Peter had to focus on his bladder to keep from losing control. The Dark Lord wishes you to get a team and put an end to Black once and for all, the Death Eater smirked. I've already sent a man to get your portkey. We need another portkey. The disguised Death Eater frowned at the clerk. With as many safety features as you can add. Sure thing, the clerk shrugged. But it'll be expensive. Whatever, the Death Eater waved off the concerns. Just make sure that it doesn't cause people to met to their deaths, and make sure that it can't be controlled by an outside to reappear in an area too small to hold them. I've got just the thing, the portkey seller nodded. It will put you on the ground. And it cannot be tampered with. Really? The disguised Death Eater raised an eyebrow. If anything bad happens, the portkey seller smirked. It won't be because of this portkey. Are you sure about that? Yes. The portkey seller was losing track of the number of Death Eaters that he'd sent to their death. Wasn't important, but still, it would have been nice to know. Is everyone ready? Wormtail looked around, praying for an excuse to delay the attack. Yes, the depressed Death Eaters nodded. No one has to use the water closet. Wormtail was grasping at straws. Everyone has their wand. Yes. Shoulders slumped. Okay. Wormtail's eyes shut. Here we go. The Death Eaters immediately assumed formal dueling stances on their arrival and waited, and waited. Are you sure that this is Black's location? One of the Death Eaters spoke up. Yes. Wormtail wet himself. He's just waiting for us to let our guard down. Hey. One of the Death Eaters spoke up. What's this thing? The assorted Death Eaters glanced over. Looks like some sort of animal. One shrugged. Poke it with a stick or something. Okay. The Death Eater took a few minutes to transfigure a rock into a stick. Here we go. Wormtail's first indication that something had gone wrong was a low growl from the mystery creature. Wormtail's second indication that something had gone wrong was the blood RDLING screams of his group as the small funny-looking creature tore them apart. And Wormtail's third indication that something had gone terribly wrong was a sharp pain in his buttocks as the small OD-looking creature tore it off. It was then that he activated the portkey and escaped. Above it all and oblivious to the carnage that was taking place below him, Harry Potter put the new broom through its paces. If that mechanic wouldn't come work for him, then he was going to have to come back for more of these things. They were great. The mechanic wasn't kidding when he said it was better than the firebolt. Wormtail reappeared in front of a group of excited Death Eaters. It was an ambush. Everyone is dead. Yes, we know. One of the older Death Eaters nodded. How did they die? What were? Tail frantically applied pressure to his wounded buttocks. Help me. Oh, very well. The older Death Eater cast a couple of quick clotting charms. So how did they die? Black conjured up some sort of horrible creature and had it attack. Wormtail spoke between screams of pain. It tore everyone apart before we had a chance to fight back. All right. The old Death Eater looked around. Who had torn apart by some sort of horrible creature? I did. One of the newer recruits waved his ticked. Hooray. I win the pool. Congratulations. The older Death Eater nodded. Your share comes out to 10,000 gallons. Now who had Wormtail survives but with a ruined buttocks? Harry landed beside an odd-looking contraption that looked like an alien spacecraft. Shrugging, he turned to the nearest person. Excuse me, Harry smiled. Yeah, the man raised an eyebrow. Could you tell me where the nearest bar is? Harry sighed. For some reason I really want something to drink that isn't water. I can understand that. The man nodded. Up the street and to the left. Just so's you know, it's underground. Oh, Harry blinked. Sounds interesting. Have fun, mate. The man nodded. I'd like to stay and talk, but there are opals to be found. Good luck. Harry walked up the street and down to the bar. What can I do for you, mate? The bartender raised an eyebrow. A pint of whatever happens to be good, Harry yawned. Here you are. The bartender put a glass in front of Harry. Just get in. Yeah, damn it. Harry flicked a spider off his arm and onto the bar. Mate, the bartender paled. I don't know how to tell you this but, well, what he's trying to say is, everyone in the bar froze in shock as the redback spider began suffering violent convulsions. Core, look at that. Poor thing never had a chance. The bartender shook his head as the spider made one last valiant effort to move before expiring. Sorry about that, Harry winced. For some reason they keep doing that, not sure why. No worries. The bartender shook his head in shock. What did you say your name was again? Mr. Black, Harry sighed. Ah. The bartender nodded. That explained everything. Ah. The men in the bar nodded. Fancy another drink? Sure. Harry nodded. He was beginning to like this country. No Death Eater attacks, friendly people, and he could learn to live with constant spider attack. Wasn't like they were poisonous, right? Omake. You hear the joke about how the ministries decided to give Black the lead in fighting the Death Eaters. The Unspeakable took a gulp of his drink. Tell us. One of the others raised his hand to signal another round. Well, he got the late Umbitch, the Aurors, and Black all together, and then he let a rabbit loose in the Forbidden Forest. The Unspeakable giggled, said that whoever caught the rabbit first would get the title of the best and be given the job of tracking down all the Death Munchers. Umbitch took one look at the forest and concluded that rabbits don't exist. The Aurors went in with 50 men and came out with 10, having fought a great battle with the rabbit and barely escaped with their lives. And Mr. Black, he didn't even bother to show up. 3 days later, the rabbit died of natural causes. The men roared with laughter until one managed to gain enough self-control to speak. Don't you mean that the rabbit died in an accident? This of course set off another round of laughter. Needless to say that the joke wasn't appreciated when it finally made its way to the Department of Magical Incompetence. That is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Sorry about that typo earlier. The past revealed. So what's your business, Mr. Black? The bartender asked, and the entire bar froze to hear the answer. I'm just a guy on vacation, Harry shrugged. I'll admit that I've helped a few friends, but other than that, well, I just want to have a bit of fun. Yup. The bar patrons nodded. This was Mr. Black and not another poser trying to score free drinks. So what are you doing around here? The bartender raised his eyebrow, visiting the mines. This just happened to be the nearest town. Harry took a sip of his drink. Any recommendations? You could try your luck at opal mining, one of the patrons gave his opinion. What the town was built around. Sounds interesting, Harry smiled. How do you go about it? Get a bit of land and go looking, the man shrugged. No guarantee that you'll find anything, but I enjoy it. How long does it take? Harry took another sip. I am expecting a few of my friends to come by in a few hours. I'm Henry Blake, and I'll tell you what, Henry smiled. I'll let you poke over my land till your friends get here in a few hours, and you can keep whatever you find. Sure. Harry finished his drink. Don't know that I'll do it that long, but it sounds like fun. What does an opal look like? Just dig till you hear the sound of broken glass, Henry smiled. And keep the rocks that make that sound. Okay, Harry nodded. Where's your land? Go down that hall till you come to a red door, Henry pointed. Knock on the door and tell my wife what I told you. She'll show you to where we're digging. Thanks, Harry nodded. But why is the entrance to your mine down this hall? 'Cause it's also my house, Henry laughed. When we were DGing out my house, we found enough opals to pay for the construction. I've got a little one on the way, and I've been expanding the house a bit. Haven't found anything much, but I have high hopes that something will turn up. So it's not so much you letting me dig your mine, Harry smirked, as you tricking me into building a new room for your house. You got it, mate, Henry laughed. Mind you, what can I know that there are more opals down there? Thanks, Harry smiled. I'll see you in a few. Take as long as you like, Henry called after Harry. With my luck she'll have triplets, and I'll need a bigger room than I thought. You're playing with fire, mate. One of the other patrons took a sip of his drink. Black is a cold-blooded killer. You saw what happened to that spider. He may be a killer, but he's on our side. Henry smiled. I'm not an outlaw, and neither is my wife. What's the harm in letting the man have a bit of fun? With your luck he'll find a mess of opals and clean the room out. The bartender added his opinion. You'll have your room but he'll have $1 million. Probably, Henry nodded. But I'll still have my room in 10 years, who knows what would happen to all that money. Excuse me, Harry knocked on the red door. Yes, a very pregnant and very beautiful red-headed woman answered the door with a large smile. What can I do for you? Henry Tall. Me I could come down here and try my luck for a few hours, Harry smiled. That is if you don't mind. You do know that he's just trying to get out of digging the bloody room himself, don't you? The woman raised an eyebrow. He's been trying that trick on tourists for the last week. I know, Harry nodded. And I'll bet I'm the first one dim enough to fall for it, especially since he admitted what his intentions were. You're right about that, the woman laughed. Come in and make yourself comfortable. I'm Daphne. I'm Mr. Black. Harry smiled. It's nice to meet you. Did you say your name was Mr. Black? Daphne's eyes widened. Yeah, why? Harry blinked. No reason, Daphne shrugged. I'll get you a spade and set you to work. Thanks. Harry followed the woman down a hall. Here it is. The woman waved at a half-dug room. Just don't dig through this wall. What do you want me to do with the dirt? Harry looked around. Just fill the buckets, Daphne smiled. I'll have Henry take it out. Can't let him get out of all the work, can I? I guess not, Harry smiled. Let me get you something to drink, Daphne smiled. I can't let you do all this for nothing. Thank you. Harry picked up a spade and set to work. Daphne returned with a pitcher of lemonade a few minutes later. Don't work too hard. Most new chums work too hard when they first start out and they get all sorts of problems from the heat or from not drinking enough water. I want you to stop and tell me if you start to feel sick or dizzy. Okay. Okay. Harry took a sip. Thank you. I'll be in the other room if you need anything, Daphne smiled. You have fun. Thank you. Harry set his glass down. I will. Harry worked for a few more minutes before he heard the sound of broken glass. Reaching in, he found and pulled out a small clay-covered stone. Well, Harry smiled as he examined the broken stone with a bluish glass center. I guess I found my first opal. Neat. Harry continued to work and continued to find opals. After a few minutes a small pile formed in one corner of the room and Harry decided that he had spent enough time as an opal miner. Selecting a few of the smaller stones for his Fryan DS and keeping the first stone for himself, Harry walked out of the room in search of his hostess. Done then. Daphne smiled. Did you have any luck? I found a few stones. Harry smiled as he pulled them out of his pocket. This is the first one I found. It's neat, isn't it? Yes it is, Daphne nodded. Congratulations, you can call yourself an opal. Oh. What's wrong? Harry's eyes widened in fear. I think the baby is coming. Daphne leaned back. You just relax. Harry pulled out his cell phone. I'm going to call a doctor. Hurry. Daphne gave a strained smile. Because I don't think this will wait. I will. Harry stepped out into the hall. Professor, can you hear me? I hear you, my friend, the professor's voice answered. We're right above your location. Good timing, I was just about to contact you. I need the doctor to come down to my location right away. Harry forced himself to remain calm. A woman is about to have a baby. We are on our way. The professor's voice turned serious. The doctor says to go sit with her and that she will be down in a few minutes. Hench girl says that she is coming too. Okay. Harry nodded. Blackout. Harry rushed back into the room and sat next to Daphne. Well, the woman's eyes focused on his face. The doctor will be here in a few minutes. Harry bit his lower lip. She told me to sit with you until she got here. Breathe. You haven't done this before, have you? Daphne gave a short laugh. No. Harry shook his head. Have you? No. Daphne grabbed Harry's hand. But I guess we can learn together. I guess. Harry glanced at the front door. Where are they? Right here. Hench girl walked in. Sorry it took so long, but the professor passed out. What? Harry's brows came together. He was so excited that there was a baby on the way that he passed out. Hench girl repeated. He gets like that sometimes. Oh. Harry gave a slow nod. Do either of you need me for anything, or can I go tell the father? Go tell the father. The doctor opened her bag. We'll take care of Daphne Blake. Harry answered. Daphne, the doctor nodded. I'll be right back. Harry opened the door and ran down the hall to the bar. Back so soon? The bartender looked up. Henry, Harry called out. Your wife is having her baby now. I've got the doctor and hench girl with her and I thought you might want to be there too. My baby's coming. Henry dropped his beer. I gotta go. Congratulations mate. The bartender slapped the man on the back. No, get out of here. Henry sprang from his chair and took off down the hall towards his house. Lucky bastard. The bartender smiled. Yeah. Harry reached into his pocket and slapped a wad of bills on the bar. Drinks are on me till this runs out. Thanks mate. The bartender smiled. Henry's a good man and we appreciate you doing this for him. I'm just not sure if I should stay here or go with him. Harry glanced at the door. Stay here. The bartender waved towards one of the chairs. At least for a couple of rounds. Okay. Harry nodded. If you insist. The bar patrons cheered and beer flowed like water. Toast after toast was raised towards Henry, his wife, and new child. I better get going. Harry rose after his fourth round. I want to see how Daphne's doing. Give her our best mate. The bartender nodded. I will. Harry walked down the hall towards the Blake residence and knocked on the door. What do you want? A strange woman answered the door with a frown. I just wanted to see how Henry and Daphne were doing. Harry smiled. And to say hi to hench girl and the doctor. Who are you? The woman's frown deepened. Mr. Black. Harry gave a nervous smile. Oh. The woman stepped back to allow entrance. Sorry about that, but once the guys found out that hench girl was visiting, well. You know. Harry blinked. No I don't. Is everything okay? Yeah. The woman pulled Harry in. The baby was born and Daphne's been asking about you. About me. Harry followed the woman down a short hall and to another door. Yeah. The woman nodded. Go in. Okay. Harry entered the room to see hench girl cooing over a small bundle while the doctor supervised. Daphne being held in Henry's embrace, and a half-dozen jealous women waiting for their turn to hold the baby. Mr. Black. Daphne smiled when she noticed Harry's entrance. There is something Henry and I wanted to talk with you about. Quote. Sure. Harry nodded. We wanted you to be our daughter's godfather. Henry smiled. And I wanted you to know how much I appreciate the way you brought in the doctor to look after my wife. No problem. Harry smiled. It was the least I could do. So will you do it? Daphne got to the heart of the matter. There's no one we'd rather have as her godfather. Sure. Harry thought of Sirius. I'd be honored. Excellent. Henry smiled. So what do I have to do? Harry's smile widened. Nothing. Daphne schmooch for ceremonies so you don't have to worry about that. We just wanted her to have a godfather and we couldn't think of a better person. Thanks. Harry glanced down at his watch. And unfortunately it looks like we have to go. Come on hench girl. Okay. Hench girl gave the baby one last cuddle before handing her back to her mother. Let me walk you to the door. Henry smiled. Sure. Harry nodded as the group walked out of the room. I just NTED to tell you again how much I appreciate what you did for us. Henry clapped Harry on the shoulder. And to let you know that if there is anything I can do for you, well, you just have to ask. Same here. Harry nodded. If I can do anything to help I will. Hench girl, make sure they have a way to contact us. I did. Hench girl nodded. Before I forget, Henry laughed. I have to know, did you find any opals? A few. Harry pulled them out of his pocket. I kept a couple for souvenirs and left the rest in the room. Why didn't you keep them all? Henry examined Harry's finds. I just wanted a few things to give to my friends. Harry handed an opal to hench girl and another to the doctor. And I wanted this one. For myself since it was the first one I found. Weren't many anyway. Well, I'm glad you had enough luck to find something then, Henry smiled. Come back anytime. I might. Harry nodded. Aside from the spider attacks, I really like it here. Goodbye. Goodbye mate. NRY shook all their hands before they stepped out into the hall. And thanks again. Thanks for the opal. Hench girl examined her gift. Yes thank you, the doctor agreed. Don't worry about it, Harry blushed. Professor. Poured us up. Nice fellas. Henry shook his head. Leaving a few behind for me, no for my little girl. Are you going to go see what he left? One of the women asked. Why not? Henry shrugged. Can't be much. Not after seeing what he took with him, but it's more than I got now. It wasn't easy, but Henry managed to walk to his daughter's unfinished bedroom to grab what Mr. Black had been generous enough to leave behind. His jaw dropped in shock. Looks like my little girl's going through college, a dozen times if she wants to. Henry gathered the opals in two RGE 5-gallon buckets and carried them into the bedroom to show his wife. I assume that there's a reason you brought those dirty buckets into my clean bedroom. Daphne gave him a mock glare. Look at this. Henry's face was pale and his voice was hoarse. Look what Mr. Black left behind for his goddaughter. Well, Daphne stared at the small fortune in her husband's hands. I don't suppose he'd be willing to come back and be the godfather of our other children, would he? We don't have any other children, Henry blinked. We will, hun, Daphne smiled. Now that money isn't as much of a worry. I'm going want a bigger family so that the little one doesn't get lonely. So, Amelia took a sip of her tea. How are things in your department these days? Can't complain, her guest shrugged. Quote, we've got plenty of mysteries to look into, enough to keep us busy anyway. I see, Amelia nodded. I've been receiving some odd notes lately. Oh, her guest raised his eyebrow. From someone who says that he's a Death Eater that wants to defect. Amelia snagged a scone. He says that he doesn't want to go free. So what does he want then? He says that all he needs is a medium-sized cage. Amelia took a bite out of her scone. Preferably in a place with no dementors, but he's willing to compromise on that if need be. Oh, odd that he doesn't care about the dementors. Her guest grabbed a cookie from the tray. Do you know the name of this Death Eater? No, Amelia shook her head. All I know is that he's afraid of Mr. Black and wants to be protected. Ah, her guest gave a polite nod. So, Amelia smiled. Has anything odd happened in your department? Nothing much, her guest shrugged. Business as usual and all that. I see. Amelia kept her face impassive, so I was wondering, yes. Who does your department report to? Amelia batted her eyelashes and smiled. Me, her guest smiled. You know that, Amelia. And who do you report to, Grivner? Amelia gave him her best stare. The stare that had caused hardened Death Eaters to break down and confess their crimes. The stare that had Fudge break down and call for his mother in the last budget meeting. No one. Grivner blinked. Oh, why are you asking? Well, Amelia sighed. I've been trying to get information on Mr. Black. Ah. Grivner coughed a bit and held up the teapot. As far as I know, and hold no, he isn't connected with my department in any way. Can I refill your cup? Sure. Amelia held up her cup and palmed the small card that appeared on her saucer. It looked like Grivner didn't think her office was secure enough for this conversation. We don't know much about Mr. Black. Grivner put the pot down. No affiliations, wealthy, good knowledge of spells, nothing definite though. So you've got the same information I do, Amelia exhaled. I suppose it can't be helped. I will let you know if I find anything, Grivner smiled. Or if I hear any more interesting rumors. I appreciate that, Amelia smiled. And I'll see you tomorrow for our afternoon tea. Goodbye, Amelia. Grivner left the room and Amelia allowed herself to glance down at the card he'd given her. 2 hours later, Amelia followed the directions printed on the card to a rather unusual location. Glad you could come. Grivner led Amelia into a small room with 2 seats and a table. There are some things we need to discuss. What is this place? Amelia looked around at the barren walls. One moment please. Grivner locked the door and took a seat in the chair facing Amelia. What? Amelia froze, as 2 large cylinders lowered onto her and Grivner's chairs. What is all this? We are sitting in what is probably the most warded room in England. Grivner smiled. And the device that was Lauer D'Ontas is based on a device invented by one of our Muggle counterparts in America. What is it? Amelia couldn't believe the lengths that the head unspeakable was going to. It's called the Cone of Silence, Grivner smiled. But I believe I called you down here to talk about Mr. Black. He's a very interesting fellow. What can you tell me? Amelia was all business. First of all, Grivner smiled. I'd like to know why you thought he might be my superior. It's part of the information I was given by the Lovegoods, Amelia replied. Ah, the Lovegoods, Grivner nodded. That's another mystery. The man knows virtually everything that happens in the Department of Mysteries, and to my knowledge, he's never so much as set foot in our wing of the ministry. A few months ago I dropped a cabinet on my foot in my private office and no one was around. The next day I got a get well card signed by the Lovegood family. Young Luna admonished me to be more careful next time. I assume that you've checked your office for bugs. Amelia blinked. Checked and rechecked, Grivner sighed. By different groups of people every time. Nothing has ever been found. Oh, Amelia blinked again. I guessed tease more evidence for my theory that they're working for Mr. Black. I hadn't thought of that. Grivner rubbed his chin. It does explain quite a bit, and I do admit that we do have evidence that there is another department. Maybe not in our government, or any government, but there are just too many coincidences to dismiss. Too many inconvenient people die in accidents. The cabinet that crushed M.Y.D. prevented me from running into a Death Eater ambush. And since then I've been wondering about some other strange occurrences. Quote, I became an Auror because the desk sergeant offered to tear up a citation for underage magic use if I'd sit through the exam. Amelia was stunned by the revelation. And I only got caught because there happened to be another Auror walking down my street that day and she saw through my clumsy anti-detection wards. An odd feeling ISED around, to think that someone is pulling our strings. What can you tell me about Mr. Black? Amelia leaned forward as far as the device would allow her. He's a baron in Transylvania. He's extremely wealthy. He has knowledge and books so rare that they might as well be legend. Grivner smiled. He has poisonous blood and can cast undetectable spells. We believe that he kills an average of 4 to 10 dark wizards or creatures a day, and we believe that he is at least 13,000 years old. What? Amelia went bug-eyed. How can you be sure? It's just a guess based on the evidence we've been able to collect, Grivner smiled. While in Egypt, he discovered several tombs hidden so well that they'd gone unnoticed for centuries, and he did that on his way to a valley that had been hidden and warded by the greatest mages in the old kingdoms. Several of these tombs spoke of the Dark One, the Destroyer. A being of unspeakable horror that laid waste to the lands of the kingdom, and may have been responsible for the sinking of Atlantis. Mr. Black mentioned that he was in the area to recover a book that we believe was a diary written by Merlin. Mr. Black also mentioned that Merlin was thrown out of Atlantis for being too weak and later referred to the great mage as a snot-nosed kid. My God, Amelia blinked. What happens if he decides to turn his attention to us? I thought that we were living in dark times now. But it doesn't look like that is a worry, Grivner smiled in relief. Information suggests that he is either retired or redeemed. One of my men has advanced the theory that Black may not have been a Dark Lord so much as a freedom fighter. His well-known hatred for Death Eaters and any sort of blood purists, combined with the fact that we don't know much of anything about the society in ancient Atlants, means that the government could have been something along the lines of what will happen if Tom Riddle wins. History is written by the winner, Amelia agreed. Wait, didn't you say that Merlin was thrown out of Atlantis for his lack of power? It fits. Grivner's eyes lit up. If they were willing to exile a wizard for low power, then imagine what they would have done to a squib, or a muggle. And following your theory, Amelia gave a slow nod. They did it to the wrong person and angered Mr. Black, who destroyed their civilization in retaliation. Grivner's eyes widened. Gods, think what would have happened to us if Fudge's insane plan had annoyed Mr. Black, or worse, if they had accidentally harmed one of Black's friends. Amelia froze. I don't think we'd be having this conversation if they had made a mistake like that. I don't know if anyone in England would be having any conversations if something like that happened. Grivner shuddered. Great place to put a few points about Mr. Black's past that I needed a home for. Surprise. Welcome back, the professor smiled. I trust you had a good time. How's the child? We had a good time, Harry nodded. And the child is fine. They even made me her godfather. Congratulations, the professor smiled. If you don't mind, I was hoping to make a quick stop on the island so that you can put up a few wards, and after that, well, you see, it's like this, hench girl. The professor and I have a conference we'd like to attend in America. Hench girl spoke up. So we'll have to hurry if we want to get there on time. So we won't be able to make many stops between here and the United States, the professor smiled nervously. Okay, Harry nodded. I have to be in England in a few days, so I don't mind us hurrying a bit. When do you have to be in the United States? I was hoping to be there in the next 24 hours. The professor shrugged. It's not a very long conference, at least not the part we're interested in. Sure, Harry nodded. Will we be able to make it to England in the next few days? Certainly. The professor nodded. Why? Because there's something in Sweden that I'd like to do in 3 days and I have to be back in England for something long-term after that, Harry shrugged. Sorry to spring this on you. Quite all right, the professor waved it off. Hench girl. Full speed ahead. Why are you telling me that? Hench girl glared. You're the one hogging the controls again. Silence, wench. The professor screamed. When I say all ahead, full or full speed ahead or any sort of nautical term, you say aye. Captain. No. Hench girl turned up her nose. You will do as I say. The professor walked up to Hench girl and glared up at her. Make me. Hench girl glared down. All right, I will. The professor nodded. Mr. Black, let me borrow your personal defense device. I'm staying out of this. Harry began backing away from his two squabbling friends. Give it to him. Hench girl shrugged. Little shrimp's gonna need all the help he can get. Bye now. Harry walked out of the room as fast as he could. Hench girl walked over to the door and stuck her head out. He's gone. Excellent. The professor nodded. Now it's time to discuss that thing that we do not wish him to know that we are discussing. Because it would ruin the surprise. He's not here. Hench girl blinked. So you don't have to be evasive. Oh. The professor blinked. Right. The odd couple asked me to come down here and tell you that we've arrived on the island. The doctor stuck her head through Harry's doorway. Thanks. Harry yawned. I'll be right out. Been busy. The doctor glanced around the small cabin, paying particular attention to the piles of books and scrolls. Yeah. Harry nodded. I've been researching every ward I could find. Some of the Egyptian ones are really nasty. Gonna put them up. The doctor raised her eyebrow. I'm thinking about it. Harry nodded. Depends on if I can find a way to make all the wards work together. Good luck then, the doctor shrugged. This wasn't really her area of expertise. Thanks. Harry put on his jacket. Let's go. Right behind you, the doctor smirked. Harry walked out of his room and into the professor. ICT. Hat, the doctor told you that we've arrived? Yes. Harry nodded. I've also been doing some research on wards. I think I've figured out a way to get all of these to work together. Let me see that, please. The professor held out his hand. Yes, it looks like you've been able to work everything out. Will it work with the wards that you've been developing? Harry blinked. Or the wards that the architect has put up? They should work. The professor squinted at Harry's notes. Give me a minute. All right. Harry watched as the professor made several additional notes. Hench girl, take a look at this. The professor bellowed. Not so loud. Hench girl glared. I'm standing right here. Take a look at this. The professor handed Hench girl the notes. Tell me what you think. They should work. Hench girl gave a slow nod. I'd like to get the architect's opinion before we start everything though. I'd appreciate that. Harry nodded. I'm always happy to get a second, third, or even 15th opinion. Do you mind if I add a few of my family's wards? The doctor cut in. I'm also going to want to add a few things to the hospital. Consult with the architect, the professor suggested. He's the expert with wards. You might also want to look over his hospital designs. Thanks. The doctor nodded. I'll do that. This way, the professor gestured. The architect put in a dock for the Zeppelin so we won't be porting down. Cool. Harry shrugged. The group walked towards the nose of the Zeppelin and emerged on a large raised stone platform. Glad you could make it, the architect smiled. We've just finished the foundation and we're ready to lay the cornerstone. Great. Harry nodded. I assume we're going to tie the wards to the cornerstone. Yes, the architect nodded. The first few layers anyway. There are several fingers of rock jutting out of the ocean around the island. My current plan is to erect several towers on these fingers of rock to extend the reach, put in a few more layers. Sounds good. Harry nodded. Could you take a look at these notes? I think we've managed to get all these wards to work together, but I'd still appreciate your opinion. Let me look at that. The architect nodded. Do you mind if I make a few changes? Please, Harry nodded. All of these will work with the goblin wards that I'm planning to erect. The architect made a few notes. But I think you can tighten them up if you make these changes. It also closes a small gap you left here. I see, Harry nodded. Thanks. When do we start? To make things as effective as possible, you're going to have to start casting the second the stone falls into its final position, and you won't be able to stop until all these wards are placed. I'm not sure I have that much energy, Harry admitted with a frown. I'll do my best, but we've already taken care of that, the doctor smiled. Over the past 2 weeks, Hench Girl and I have been brewing a few potions to take care of that little problem. The minus side of that is that you won't be able to cast more than the most basic spells for about a day after the casting. That's fine, Harry took a breath. Show us the way, I'll give you the tour. The architect smiled. To start with, this is not the Zeppelin's permanent berth. We've incorporated a dock in the main building's final design. Excellent, the professor nodded. This way, the architect led the group down a narrow path. To our left is some temporary housing for the workers and for the people you've sent us. What people? Harry raised an eyebrow. Several Yuki Onna. The architect smiled. They're a godsend. Without them we wouldn't have had a chance to get so far along. They've managed to keep the worst storms away, with them around. There is no chance that we'll miss a day because of the weather. I'm glad they're working out, Harry nodded. So they're happy here? Oh yes, the architect nodded. Tremendously happy. Good, Harry smiled. I'm glad. And here we come to the building site, the architect smiled. Wow, Harry stared down at the large pit. Why did you dig so deep? I wanted to put in a few underground levels, the architect replied proudly. And I guess I got carried away. Eventually I hope to have tunnels and vaults under every square inch of this island. It's enough to keep me busy for years. Great, Harry shrugged. Where's the cornerstone? That's it right behind you. The architect's grin nearly split his face. That is the cornerstone. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the 50-ton rectangular rock. It's bigger than the house I grew up in. Megalithic construction is the only way to go, the architect smirked. When it's finished you won't be able to fit a razor blade through the seams. It is more difficult than normal methods, but it will last forever and it's much stronger. How are you going to get it in place? Harry couldn't believe it was possible to build anything with things that big. It's already been heavily enchanted to allow me to do this myself, the architect smiled. It took 3 teams of goblins 2 weeks to get it right. Construction will speed up after this when I bring in the machinery and allow the construction teams to do their jobs. Why didn't you have them help you with this? Harry couldn't tear his eyes away from the giant stone. It's traditional for the builder to set the first stone, the architect shrugged. Who knows if that tradition is there for a reason, better safe than sorry. And it gives you a bit of the glory right off, Harry smiled. Okay, let's do this. All right, the architect began chanting under his breath in an unrecognizable language. It's moving, Hench Girl cried out. A line of sweat made its way down the architect's forehead as the massive stone took flight. Be ready, I can't hold this up much longer. I'm ready, Harry drew his wand. Harry began casting the second the giant stone made contact with the ground. For hours he kept up the pace, allowing himself only enough time to down one of the doctor's potions every time his reserves began to get too low. Rivers of sweat poured down Harry's face and neck as he cast words that hadn't been used in generations in dead languages that hadn't touched a human tongue in just as long. He's starting to tire, the doctor cried out. Watch him, he's almost done. The professor checked the notes. Just one more layer to add. Clap to Verada. Harry's voice was hoarse as the last ward snapped into place. I'm done. How do they look? Magnificent, the architect smiled. Alone they would withstand an assault more powerful than had been seen on this world. When we finish adding the goblin charms, they'll be impenetrable. Try not to let anyone hear that. Harry felt faint. Unsinkable ships tend to come to a bad end. As you say, the architect nodded. I'm afraid that we haven't been entirely honest with you when we told you that we brought you here to complete the wards. Oh, Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, the architect nodded. We had another, more sinister reason to bring you here today. It was all Henchgirl's idea, the professor smirked evilly. Happy birthday, Henchgirl screamed. What? Harry blinked. Happy birthday. Hench girl repeated herself. Oyuki will be here with the cake in a few minutes. I hate to say it, Harry gave a sheepish smile. But my birthday was about a month ago. And we didn't have a party, Hench girl nodded. So we're having one now, it's more of a surprise that way. Oh, Harry scratched his chin. I guess that makes sense. How do you normally spend your birthday? Hench girl was bouncing with excitement. Well, Harry sighed, I usually spend it alone. In the past few years I've had a few letters. You've never had a party? Hench girl's lips started to quiver. I've had a party, Harry smiled. It was great. Just one. Hench girl's eyes started watering. I had two. Sort of, Harry frowned. Does it count as a party if there's only one other person that doesn't hate your guts? Oh, and there was some cake too. You're having a party every year from now on, Hench girl's hands bowed. LLED up into fists and she thrust them in her pockets. Here with us, okay. Okay, Harry nodded. I got the cake, Oyuki smiled. I'll transfigure some chairs and a table, the professor volunteered. Harry blanched at Hench girl's glare. Just stand around and enjoy my birthday. That's right, Hench girl nodded. What kind of cake is that, Oyuki? It's a baked Alaska, Oyuki smiled. What else? So this is what it's like to have a family, Harry mused to himself as he ate his portion of cake. Have you given any thought of what you're going to do with your noondu? The doctor smiled across the table. No, Harry shook his head. Why? I was hoping that you'd be willing to leave it here, the doctor smiled. I've decided to stay so I can personally oversee the construction of my hospital. And I'd like to keep the noondu around so I can continue my research. Is there a place to keep it around here? Harry looked around. I had the workers construct something temporary while you were putting the wards up. The architect nodded. Temporary in the sense that it'll only last a few hundred years. Oyuki giggled. The houses he put up to house us are quite shoddy, a few good hurricanes. And a dozen earthquakes and they'd fall to the ground. I told you that you'll be getting more permanent quarters in the fortress when I have that built, the architect groused. You only need to wait a few months. I'm just playing with you, Oyuki smiled. Anyone else would have considered what we have to be good enough. Oh, the architect turned back to his cake. What do you need to do in America? Harry turned towards the professor and Hench girl. We have a convention we'd like to attend, the professor smiled. It shows all the newest advancements in magical law enforcement and military spells and equipment. Hench girl smiled. Not to mention the strong civilian contingent, the professor nodded. The Americans are much more INTD lethal spells than most other groups of people. We're presenting a few things. Hench girl smiled. Would you mind speaking a few words of introduction before we present? The professor smiled hopefully. Sure, Harry shrugged. If you think it would help. Trip to Sin City. Trip to Sin City. Hey Bruce, a man walked into the office of the head of Australian law enforcement. Got some news for you. What is it, Bruce? The chief raised an eyebrow. Turns out that Mr. Black was here. Bruce scratched his chin. Got into a fist fight with Aru and won. Anything else? The chief yawned. Found a few mil in opals, Bruce shrugged. And the BU. Shmen have been seeing dingoes chewing on some strange white masks around the area that Mr. Black was thought to have been. Right, no worries. The chief shrugged. Let's go get a beer. Good idea, Bruce nodded. I'll ask Bruce and Bruce if they can come along. I think Bruce might be off too. See if Bruce is out of the hospital, the chief nodded. Might as well have the whole department come along. We're here. Hench girl stuck her head through Harry's door. How'd you do that? Harry blinked. It's a new spell I'm working on, Hench girl smiled. Think how fun and useful it will be to be able to walk through walls. I guess. Harry put down his book and put on his coat. Let's go. Okay. Hench girl pulled her head out of the door to allow Harry to exit his room. What's all this? Ari walked out of his room and into a pile of luggage. We're showing a lot of things at the convention, Hench girl smiled. Cool, Harry nodded. Sounds interesting. You've already seen it all, Hench girl grinned. Do you need my help to carry it all? Harry looked around. No need, Hench girl shook her head. We're testing out a new delivery system so we don't have to carry any of this down. And we hope to sell most of it so we don't have to carry it back up. Well, The professor was getting a bit annoyed at being ignored. Let's all get down then. Don't we need to leave someone behind to raise and lower the wards? Harry smiled. We fixed that. Hench Girl smiled. Now your cell flow sends up an encrypted signal that trips the wards and allows us to pass. Cool. Harry shrugged. Let's go. The three friends appeared in the lobby of a casino in front of a large bank of slot machines. Hold on a sec, Harry smiled. I want to try this. You do know that the odds of winning are slim to nil. The professor smiled. Yup. Harry gave a cheerful nod. Okay then, the professor shrugged. Harry walked up to one of the machines and slipped a coin into the slot. The machine clicked. Word and blinked and then sirens went off and lights began blinking. Congratulations, sir. One of the casino employees walked up. You've just won our motorcycle in our motorcycle slot madness. That's nice, Harry smiled. Is it okay if I try this again? Whatever you like, sir, the man nodded. Harry placed another coin in the slot and pulled the handle. The machine lit up and sirens began sounding, again. What the hell? Harry's eyes narrowed. Congratulations again, sir, the casino employee smiled. I've never seen a person make 2 big wins in a row on the slots. It was supposed to go click whir and take my money. Harry frowned. That's the experience I wanted, why the hell won't it do that? Just lucky, I guess. The casino employee had dealt with people stranger than this and kept his composure. Perhaps if you try again. One more time, Harry nodded, placing another coin in the machine and pulling the arm. Finally, Harry smiled. Though it would take forever to lose. Yes, sir, the employee nodded. What would you like me to do with your winnings? Can we play with the motorcycle? Hench Girl perked up. I've got some ideas to improve it. Sure, whatever. Harry shrugged. I'm gonna want to ride it later though. Make sure it can fly. Okay, Hench Girl nodded. And the money? The employee asked quickly. Harry sighed. The professor can give you the number of my bank account. Still don't know how he got it, but he'll give it to you. Right, the employee nodded. Then enjoy your stay with us. Thanks, Harry nodded. I guess I'll be in the convention if anyone needs me. I'm coming too, Hench Girl nodded. Let the professor deal with the money problems. And happy to do it, the professor smiled. Hench Girl and Harry wandered towards the defense convention and the casino employee turned to the professor. May I ask why he was disappointed that he won twice in a row? He just wanted a normal gambling experience, the professor smiled. Who wins at slots? I see. The employee blinked. Who do I put down as the winner? Mr. Black. The professor grinned. I'll give you the information needed to deposit it into his account in just a minute. Ah, the employee nodded. That explained everything. The master has ordered us to go after Black again, Wormtail sagged. He says that if we stop trying to kill Black we'll be seen as weak. Assorted Death Eaters shared worried glances and several made plans to turn themselves in. You three, Peter gave a disinterested wave. Come with me. Harry and Hench Girl spent several minutes looking through the assorted booths and networking before it all became a bit tedious. I'm going to go get something to drink, Harry smiled. Want to come? Sure. Hench Girl nodded. Let's go. Harry and Hench Girl made their way to one of the casino's bars and Harry ordered himself a drink. And for you, the bartender turned to Hench Girl. Give me a soda water, Hench Girl nodded. And a teaspoon of salt. Half a tablespoon of brown sugar, a shot glass full of lime juice, and 3 grams of lemon zest. Right away, the confused bartender wandered off to procure Hench Girl's order. I prefer to make my own drinks. Hench Girl shrugged. They taste better than anything he could make. Well, Harry blinked. You are a potions mistress. That's right, Hench Girl nodded. I am. Do you have any plans for the convention? I was just planning to wander around and see what I could see, Harry smiled. Maybe check out one of the other conventions in the hotel. Sounds like fun, Hench Girl nodded. There are some interesting conventions in the casino and I'm sure there are a few parties to go to. Here you are. The bartender brought over a large tray covered in Hench Girl's orders. And it's on the house if you'll allow me to watch you make whatever it is you're going to make. Okay, Hench Girl nodded. But don't steal my recipe. I'd be happy to sell it to the casino, but I don't want it used without my permission. Of course not, the bartender nodded. I just had to know what you were going to do. Okay, Hench girl spends several minutes mixing her drink. And you end up with AC. Citrus soda that's much better than anything on the market. Wonderful, the bartender nodded. I think I might be able to convince my boss to buy this from you. What was your name again? Hench girl smiled. I definitely think I can convince my boss to buy this then. The bartender's smile widened. The marketing aspect alone is astronomical. Okay, Hench girl smiled. Do you want a sip, Mr. Black? Sure, Harry shrugged. Grabbing the glass, Harry took a short sip. It's good, thanks for letting me try it. No problem, Hench girl smiled. Harry glanced in the mirror. We might want to get back to the convention. Why? Hench girl blinked. Because I think I recognize one of the people at that table, Harry smirked. And I want to mess with his head. Might be best if we leave the bar after I set things into motion. Okay, Hench girl nodded. Harry raised a finger to signal the bartender. Yes, sir. The bartender asked politely. Is that Mad Eye Moody at that table over there? Harry asked with a grin. I believe it is, sir. Why do you ask? Just wanted to make sure. Harry gave a sadistic grin and tossed a bag of coins on the table. Buy the table a round of dry NKS and give Moody a message from me, would you? Of course, sir. The bartender made the bag disappear. The message is from. Harry gave an evil grin. Mr. Black. I understand, sir. The bartender nodded. What was the message you wanted to send? And get this, the Italian drained half his glass. He was carrying a dagger that was over 2,000 years old. No wonder he spotted all our tales. We were following the man that taught Flamel how to make his bloody stone. Nothing. One of the Japanese shook his head. I saw black. I'm sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen. The bartender CED a tray with several glasses and one bottle on the table. But someone has bought you all a round of drinks. Who? Moody and half the table eyed the bartender suspiciously. Look at the label on the bottle. Moody squinted at the offending object and began to read aloud. Johnny Walker. Black. He also wanted me to give you a message, sir. What's that? Moody's eye was spinning as he attempted to find one of the most feared men in the world. Constant vigilance. Harry and Hench girl giggled as they walked out of the bar, imagining the expression on Moody's face when he got the message. Sorry to interrupt. A man walked up with a smile. But you wouldn't happen to be Mr. Black and Hench girl, would you? Yes, why? Harry nodded. Because you're scheduled to speak in about 3 minutes. The man waved Harry towards a raised platform with a podium. What do you want me to say? Harry asked nervously as he followed the man to the stage. Just tell them what your favorite spell is and why, the man shrugged. And then step off the stage so that the professor and Hench girl can present their products. I can do that, Harry nodded. Then do it, the man smiled. And now on behalf of Black Inc., we have Mr. Black, who will give us a few words before we bring out his colleagues. The man gave Harry a short introduction. Harry walked up to the podium and cleared his throat. In my opinion, Harry began. The purpose of law enforcement is to defend the public from every dangerous and psychotic idiot that would do them harm. My favorite spell for this is a group of Death Eaters appearing on the raised platform next to Harry caused him to lose his train of thought. The thousands of magical law enforcement, military, defense contractors, and armed civilians watching Harry's speech blinked in surprise. Prepare to die, one of the dumber Death Eaters threatened. These are those idiots that I've been telling you about. Harry couldn't believe what was happening. Notice the dark robes and white masks. Flee before the might of the Dark Lord, another dim Death Eater tried. I didn't call them here. Harry looked around the room. Is this anyone else's demonstration? The convention goers eyed each other and drew their wands. Well, Harry looked around. I guess the only thing to say here is fire when ready. The room lit up as nearly every spell known to wizard kind was flung at the Death Eaters. Their hastily erected shields might as well have been made out of tissue paper for all the good they did. The Death Eaters all expired within the first minute of what would end up being 20 minutes of constant spells. Well, Harry's eyes focused on a small rat limping off the stage. Wormtail. In a flash, Harry's scythe was in his hand. Peter screamed as his death loomed closer and closer. At the last minute, Peter Man managed to activate his portkey and escape. Damn, Harry sighed. He's always getting away from me. Sorry about that, folks. The ASO. RTED convention goers stared at Harry's scythe in shock. As I was saying, I've found the most useful spell for everyday dueling to be the Reductor Curse. It is easy and quick to cast, it is legal in every country. And it will put a man down quickly. Not many people can move with a large chunk missing from their chest, thank you. The audience applauded enthusiastically and Harry took a bow before he stepped off the stage. With the tough job of following Mr. Black's rather impressive performance, the announcer paused to let the laughter die down. As the professor and hench girl, the head researcher and head potions mistress of Black Inc. Seconds after Harry left the stage, dozens of operatives for dozens of agencies rushed to find semi-private locations to make their reports. This is Secret Agent 86 calling control, come in control. A man whispered into his cell flow. This is headquarters, a female voice replied. And I've told you to stop reporting in like that. It stopped being funny after the third time. Quote, still amuses me so I'm still going to use it, the man smirked. What was so important that you ducked out early to report it? The woman's voice sounded bored. Our information that Mr. Black would speak was correct, the man whispered. And our speculation that he'd provide a bit of entertainment was also correct. I've never seen so many spells cast at once. I'm still failing to understand what was so important that you had to report in now. The female voice was starting to sound annoyed. After the battle, Mr. Black focused on a small rat and attempted to kill it with a large scythe. The man's tone turned smug. The rat escaped by activating a portkey. Mr. Black then apologized and mentioned that he'd been after that rat for quite some time and that it was always getting away. It is pure speculation on my part, but I know of only one figure that is said to use a scythe to reap his victims. I see, the female voice paused. Return to the convention and report any other items of interest. You also have permission to buy anything you desire from Mr. Black's company. Control out. I knew I'd be able to get her to do that if I kept pestering her. The man gave a satisfied grin. I'll be placing myself in terrible danger if I continue my attempts to get her to make more references like that, and loving it, hey. High noon. Ari spent a few more minutes wandering around the defense show before it all got tedious and he decided to see what else the hotel had to offer. Upon wandering out of the massive convention hall, the first thing he saw was several people dressed in outdated costumes much more detailed than those worn by the average pureblood. Excuse me, Harry walked up to a girl in a colorful saloon girl outfit. Yes, the woman twirled her parasol. What can I do for you? Harry focused on the woman's face. I don't mean to be rude, but, well, why is everyone dressed like it was 100 years ago? We're part of the Single Action Shooting Society, the woman patted Harry on the cheek. Magical branch, it's better known as cowboy action shooting. So you all dress up like cowboys and have fun. Harry perked up. Yes, the woman nodded. I guess that's one way of looking at it. Can I play too? Harry's eyes lit up. It sounds like fun and I have a couple hours to kill. Sure, the woman nodded. Come on. Harry followed the woman down a hall into a large set of double doors. The casino set up a portal to a small town in Colorado, the woman smiled. It's one of those enclaves that hasn't chanced much in the last 100 or so years. One of those enclaves. Harry followed the woman through the door and his jaw dropped in shock. In front of him was a town that wouldn't have been out of place in the Old West. There are more of these. Quite a few, the woman nodded. Scattered around the western states, most of the inhabitants are magical, but there are a few that, well, you just can't tell. There are even rumors that some of the tribes withdrew to some hidden valley or patch of forest and warded the area so heavily that no one will ever find them. Wow, Harry looked around. Most of us enjoy access to modern amenities, so we'll only do this sort of thing on weekends and conventions like this, then we go home, but for some it's their life. The woman smiled over at Harry. Don't worry about your appearance. You can buy a period outfit later if you decide you like this sort of thing. My outfit. Harry looked down and watched his clothes change into something more appropriate. 1A trick. The woman smiled. Now all you need is a hat. There are plenty of vendors around if you want something. Thanks, Harry smiled. I'm gonna go explore. See you later. Have fun. The woman waved. Harry walked up and down the dusty street a few times before finally wandering into the town's small general store. "Can I help ya?" A grizzled old man standing behind the counter peered out. "I need a hat," Harry smiled. "Can I buy one here?" "Sure can," the old man nodded. "And anything else you need?" "What do you need to do what everyone else is doing?" Harry scratched his chin. "A pistol would be all you need to start with," the grizzled old man shrugged. "I don't have much contact with them. They roll into town a couple times a year and then they roll out and things get peaceful." Again. "Oh," Harry nodded. "What kind of pistol should I get?" "Colt Single Action Army always feels good in the hand," the old man smiled. "A Smith & Wesson Schofield DR Russian could also be a good choice." "Okay," Harry licked his lips. "What do you recommend?" "I always thought a Single Action Army had the best feel," the old man shrugged. "And it is the gun most people think of when they think of a cowboy gun." "I'll get that then," Harry nodded. "What calibre do you want it in?" The old man smirked. "Calibre." Harry scratched his chin. "It's a way of measuring the diameter of a bullet." The old man grinned. "For example, in theory 50 calibre would be about half an inch." "Oh," Harry gave a slow nod. "What do you suggest?" "Well," the old man pulled a few bullets out from under the counter. "I'd pick one of these three. The first one is a 45 caliber, sometimes called a 45 long, used to be the Army's pistol caliber and it still has a following. The second is a 44-40, that means that it is a 44 caliber bullet over 40 grains of black powder. It's basically a 45 case neck down to 44 caliber, see the way the case tapers down?" "Yeah," Harry nodded. "What's the third one?" "The third one is a 38-40, the old man smirked. "Can you tell me what that means?" 38 caliber over 40 grains of black powder. Harry shrugged. "Yep," the old man nodded. "The thing you got to remember is that caliber isn't always correct, they'll sometimes fudge the numbers a bit to make a round number. For example, the 38-40's bullets have a diameter of .401 and the 44-40 has a diameter of .427. So what do you think I should get?" Harry scratched his chin. "Depends on what you want to do with it," the old shopkeep scratched his chin. "If you want to compete then all of them would work good, if you want to pair it with a rifle I'd recommend either the 38-40 or the 44-40 because of the taper. If you want to do anything else with it then I'd recommend the 45 long, because the ammunition is much more available these days." "I'll take the 45 long then," Harry sighed. "I'd like to say that I'll just compete with this thing but my life isn't that lucky." "I see," the old man reached behind the counter. "Take this then. It's basically an old Single Action Army but it's got a few improvements." "Like what?" Harry regarded the pistol with more than a bit of interest. "Replacing flat springs with coil springs. The ability to load all 6 rounds safely." The old man shrugged. "That sort of thing." "Okay," Harry nodded. "Do I need anything else?" "A holster," the man nodded. "And a belt. I'd recommend a 3-persons on a good belt. And I suppose you," Harry had played this game 1,000 times. "Just happen to have one," the old man nodded. "And a few others designs if you want one of them." "I don't know enough to have an opinion," Harry shrugged. "Could you show me how to shoot?" "I can," the old shopkeep nodded. "I'd recommend that you hand this off to a good gunsmith before you use it though." "Why?" Harry blinked. "Isn't it ready to go now?" "It is," the old man nodded. "And I'm sure it'll do good, doesn't hurt to have a gunsmith look it over. Something you should always do before you shoot a used gun." Quote. "Okay," Harry yawned. "Do you know a good gunsmith?" "One of the prospectors that drifts in and out of town is a gunsmith," the shopkeeper nodded. "You'll find H.I.M. sitting out front next to the Wooden Indian." Harry walked out and found a man with a beat-up old hat sitting on a bench in front of the store. "Excuse me," Harry nodded. "Y'all hear about the mine?" Two eyes squinted out from under the brim of the hat. "I was hoping you could look over my new pistol," Harry shrugged. "They told me you were a gunsmith." "And a miner," the man nodded. "When ya need it?" "Later today," Harry shrugged. "I wanted to try my hand at competing in the contest." "Not much time to work then," the man frowned. "But I suppose I have time to smooth the action and lap the barrels." Harry didn't have a clue what the man was talking about. "I also have to have a few hours to learn to shoot." "Borrow another gun while I work then," The man spat at a dust devil. Okay, Harry nodded. I think I can do that. What were you saying about a mine? There's two. The man held up a gloved finger. The first is mine, and I ain't sellin'. And the second, Harry blinked. Second's been lost for years. The man shrugged. And you won't find it less one of them wants ya to. Okay, Harry nodded. Why did you think I wanted to talk about a mine? Cause some no good sidui. ND in yella-bellied galoot's been trying ta take ma mine, the man spat again. And I all ain't gonna give it ta him. Thought you might, ha been one of his men. Sorry bout that, no problem, Harry shrugged. Anyway I can help, Mr. Ed, and no, not less you have the power to drive off a developer. Ed shrugged. Lousy bastard wants ta put a sky resort on my property and turn this town into another cesspool of Eastern money. I might be able to help with that, Harry nodded. Know anyone that can send a message to this guy? Yeah, I know someone that'll get a message to that no good yellow belly, don't know that it'll do any good. Quote, who? Harry smiled. Feller in the saloon named Blix, Ed spat again. He's the dumb ugly one, can't miss him. Thanks, Harry smiled. One question though, why don't you just sell to him and get a new place to live? I wash born here, and I wash raised here, and dadgum it, I am gonna die here, and no sidewindin' bushwhackin', hornswagglin', cracker croaker is gonna ruin me bishin cutter. Quote, Harry blinked. Translator didn't seem to get that last part. The shopkeeper has my pistol, I'll go talk to Blix and see if I can set up a meeting. Harry walked up the street into the saloon. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed through the bat-wing doors and walked to the bar. I'm looking for a man named Blix, Harry yawned. I need to send a message to his boss. What do you need to say? A large ugly man rose from one of the bar stools and glared down at Harry. I want to buy him out, Harry smirked. It'd be a shame to let this old town die. In my opinion there are already too many soulless yuppie playgrounds, no need to make another. Your opinion don't mean nothing to me. The large man popped his knuckles. Now get out. I really think that this is something that you should pass on to your boss, Harry sighed, it had to happen. I don't. Blix balled his fist and took a swing at Harry's jaw. You don't want to do this, Harry stepped to one side. Yes I do. Blix took another swing. Now stand still. Fine. Harry's hand whipped out and he jabbed the man in the stomach. Blix fell to the ground and started coughing. I'll get you for this. That's what they all say. Harry frowned. That was easy. Dead. Blix glared up at Harry. When I tell my boss he'll send a dozen men here to kill you. Just be sure to tell him my offer. Harry walked out of the bar with a strange expression on his face. How in the hell had he stopped such a large man with such a light blow? I'll tell him. Blurry left. And you bet. Tear be here when he comes with his men or we'll burn the town down and come looking for you. Whatever. Harry shook his head. You'd heard one death threat, you'd heard them all. Harry walked back to the store and up to the counter. How'd things go? The old shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. Heard you were gonna go talk to Blix. He didn't want to pass my message to his boss, Harry yawned. So, I explained to him that I really wanted to talk to his boss and he agreed that he'd take my message. Just like that, the old man raised an eyebrow. Well, Harry scratched his chin. He did say something about calling me out. I wouldn't worry about it though. If you say so, the shopkeeper shrugged. Let's show you how to use a pistol. And get a hat, Harry smirked. Forgot to do that. What kind of hat would you like? The old man smirked. It's a personal choice so take your time. No advice on what to buy this time. Harry chuckled. Beaver felt is the best stuff. The old man waved his hand. Other than that it all goes. That one, Harry pointed to a black Stetson with a turned down brim. Okay, the old man grabbed the hat and put it on the counter. Any reason why you chose that one? Reminds me of something I saw on TV when I was a child, Harry sighed. I watched it through a crack and it's something that made me happy at a time when I didn't have much to be happy about. That's as good a reason as any. The old shopkeeper nodded. Let me just grab one thing and your outfit will be perfect. Sure, Harry nodded. And then can you show me how to shoot? How to draw and fire? The old man nodded. What did you say your name was again? Mr. Black. Harry put his new hat on with a grin. Then here you are, Mr. Black. The old man slid a stack of business cards across the counter. Put these in your pocket and meet me out back. One question before I go, Harry smiled. When Ed got going I had trouble understanding him. Yep. The old man nodded. When Ed gets going he starts talking in Old West gibberish. You're lucky. Not many people get a chance to hear it anymore. Hey boss. Blix took off his hat and walked into the boss's office. Stranger in town causing trouble. What kind of trouble? The boss's eyes narrowed. And why can't you handle it? I tried, boss. Blix began to sweat. But he was too fast for me. He said he wanted you out, said he was willing to pay a fair price. Quote, what did you tell him? The boss frowned. I told him not to run, Blix smiled. And that we'd be there later to settle things. Good. The boss smirked. Quote, round up the men. We wouldn't want to keep the stranger waiting now, would we? No, boss. Blix gave an evil smile. How am I doing? Harry smiled. He'd been practicing for the last few hours. Not bad, the old man allowed. I haven't seen many people with faster reflexes, seen quite a few with better accuracy. I'm hitting the targets, Harry protested. Let me tell you a story. The old man made himself comfortable. Then you can get your gun from Ed and get to the competition. All right, Harry nodded. There was an archery competition in England a few hundred years ago, the old man began. The target was a fish and at the end of it 3 archers hit the target. The king looked out and had to decide which man won. Finally he called the archers up to his booth. The king asked the first archer what he had been aiming at and the man replied that he'd been shooting at the fish. The king asked the second man the same question and the man replied that he'd been shooting at the fish's head. Finally the king asked the third man who replied that he had been shooting at the fish's eye, who do you think won? Accuracy is important. Don't stop practicing, you can never be good enough. Thanks, Harry nodded. Here you are. The old miner walked up to hear the end of the story. I did what I could and it'll shoot as straight as you need it to. Straighter, Harry smirked. Thanks. No problem, the miner nodded. Good luck with your contest. Thanks. Harry holstered his revolver and walked up the street to the competition. Harry walked a few blocks and came to a man sitting behind a registration desk. Come to enter the contest. The man smiled. Yes, Harry nodded. Okay, the man nodded. Local or SAS? I'm just passing through, Harry shrugged. Okay, the man made a few marks on the paper. Who are you? I'm just a guy on vacation, Harry sighed. Okay, the man gave a slow nod. You're all set. Harry walked past the sign-in desk into a large line. This the line for the contest? Yep, the man in front of him nodded. I'm Jody, you the guy that busted up Blix? Yep, Harry nodded. You know what it means to be called out, don't you? Jody frowned. Why don't you explain things to me? Harry cracked his neck. Well, Jody began. You walk out to the middle of the street and then you shoot at each other. Course, Blix and his crew'll probably try to cheat. Do I really have to stand in the middle of the street and draw while they try to shoot me from cover? Harry just didn't understand these people. What the code says, Jody nodded. Course, Mo, saint of the old-timers. LL respect you more if you ambush them with a shotgun, but that's just my opinion. Sounds good, Harry shrugged. Anything I'm supposed to do before this all happens? Go to the saloon and get yourself a drink. Jody nodded. It's tradition. Okay, Harry sighed. Why did his life have to get so complicated? And next we have, the announcer glanced down at his notes, a guy on vacation. He'd have to spice that up a bit, the lone stranger. Harry walked up to the line to sound of the crowd's cheers and he waved at the audience before taking his place on the line. How'd he do? The old man shot a stream of tobacco juice out his lips. Not so bad, Jody smiled. Not so good, but one does have to take into account that he's new to all this. New hell, the old man gave a rasping laugh. I remember a figure in black buying supplies from my father's store. That man was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Can't be him then, Jody chuckled. Like we said, he did fairly well for someone who's new at this and not too bad for someone that's been doing this for a while. Just out of practice, I'd bet. The old man gave a frightening smile as he pulled something out of his pocket. And I imagine that using lead would throw him off a bit too. What are you saying? Every legend has its basis in reality. The old man opened his hand to show the small item. It can't be. Jody stared in awe. It is. The old man nodded. A silver bullet. Puts a whole new perspective on things, don't it? What did you say his name was again? The younger men were stunned at this new piece of information. He's calling himself Black these days, the old shopkeeper smiled. Feel sorry for the feller dumb enough to call him out. Boss. One of the men knocked on the door to the boss's office. I don't think you wanna go after that stranger. Why not? The boss raised his eyebrow. You know something I don't. I was in town and I found out who he really is, the Ma. N wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead. Well, the boss snarled, out with it. Mr. Black, the man's voice broke. You've called out Mr. Black. I'm sorry boss, but I'll quit if you tell me to go after him. I've heard what he does to men that go after him. That's just what he does when he's in a good mood. The boss nearly lost control of his bladder. I've heard what he does when he's in a bad mood. So what do you want us to do, boss? The man licked his lips. Tell the men that we're packing up, the boss smiled. And that I'll give them their severance pay when I get back. Yes boss, the man agreed nervously. Harry was sitting at the bar in the saloon when the boss found him. Excuse me. The sinister-looking man smiled nervously. You wouldn't happen to be Mr. Black, would you? I am. Harry nodded. Why? Well, the boss nearly wet himself, again. I've heard that you had a little, why men, he goes by the name of Blix. Yeah, Harry nodded. He said something about calling me out. I'm sure that was all a misunderstanding. The boss's hands were shaking. I also heard that you were interested in buying me out. Yeah, Harry nodded. Well, the boss put a few papers on the bar. Here are the deeds to all the land that I've acquired in this area if you want to purchase them. Sure, Harry smiled. How much do you want? The boss began to shake. Here, Rai put a few gold eagles on the bar next to the deeds. Is this enough or do you need more? That's plenty, the boss squeaked. Great, Harry nodded. I knew that once you got my message you'd be willing to come down here and talk things out. After all, you're a businessman, not a robber baron. Yes, the boss nodded. If you'll excuse me, I have to go somewhere else now. Have a good day, Harry smiled. What a nice fellow. Right, the bartender picked up a glass and started polishing it. What did you do to him to make him react like that? What do you mean? Harry raised an eyebrow. We just talked. Okay, the bartender shrugged. What do we do if another developer comes? Call me. Harry finished his drink. How do we do that? Here, Harry slid one of his new business cards across the bar. Use this. His business finished, Harry downed his drink and walked out of the bar and back to the portal that would get him to the casino. The bartender picked up Harry's business card and went deathly pale. What is it? Jody asked. It can't be. The bartender shook his head. Let me see. Jody grabbed the business card and examined it closely. Well, every legend has its basis in reality. Have gun will travel. Flo Black, San Francisco. Mr. Black, what in the hell is he? By Luna Gove Lud. It has recently come to our attention that Mr. Black has been seen using a massive scythe as a weapon, and the question has come up of what exactly Mr. Black is. In the past, it has been reported that Mr. Black is a several thousand-year-old ex-Dark Lord, a living god of fertility, really dangerous. Some sort of secret agent, and now the incarnation of death. So I guess the question is Mr. Black the incarnation of death, or did some past scribe witness Mr. Black using his scythe in battle and use him as the basis of the figure we now think of when we think of death? The evidence seems to show that Mr. Black is all of these things and more. The end. This chapter is PPE read with references to old Western TV shows and movies. I'll give you a hint, one of them was done by Mel Brooks. Omake. By Nemeth. I couldn't think of a way to expand or improve it. Hench Girl Ope. Ned the locks on the cases containing the goods that she and the professor had lovingly crafted based on Mr. Black's requirements. While the cell flows had been selling quite well, she wasn't sure how much of the rest of the Black-inspired gear would be desirable to any other wizard. She shared a hopeful glance with the professor. perhaps at least one of the other designs would prove to be as popular. As she opened the cases, the professor started, "And now, I would like to." His introductory spiel was drowned out by the massed shouts of "Accio" from convention attendees who had started lustering about the front of the booth's tables shortly after following them out of the symposium. He and Hench Girl blinked, seeing neat piles of small Gringotts sacks appear on the table where they had planned to lay out the sale items. "I suppose there are other wizards who need those types of device," Hench Girl offered hesitantly. She glanced at the now empty space where the stack of new black ink order sheets had been. "Who would have thought?" The professor merely grinned triumphantly. "I knew when we first met that Mr. Black would be able to offer suggestions that would let us gain recognition. Now, we just have to let the word spread for a while, and in a few years they will be ready for our true works of genius to be unveiled to the world." He essayed a maniacal laugh, but broke off as a shocked look crossed his face. "Hench Girl, you know what this means, don't you?" The two shared a look, and then chorused, "We need more henches." As the two continued to discuss possible expansion in the hench crew, several individuals on the edge of the crowd slipped away to report to their various organizations about the latest on Mr. Black. Acme Inc. Acme Inc. Phil the Death Eater wasn't an idiot. That made him very unique. Another thing that made Phil unique was the fact that he was Muggle-born. Taking a quick look around, Phil quietly made his way out of the Dark Lord's hideout and to the point where he could report to his superiors in the British government. 3 seconds after they figured out how to bypass the wards, there would be a gas explosion in the old Riddle house. Hill would have been both surprised and pleased to learn that his dozen or so friends in the ranks of the Dark Lord's army were also working under deep cover, and they all would have been shocked to learn that the only reason that there was no one on guard was because they were all reporting to their superiors. Later, when the various agencies got together to compare notes, the truth would come out. All would agree that such a thing could not be chance, and credit would once again be given to Mr. Black. After all, who else had the power and the cunning to manipulate the Dark Lord's guard rotation? To ensure that all the moles had their duty at the same time. "Hey Professor." Harry walked up to the company booth with a smile. "How are things going?" "Quite well," the professor smiled. "We've already sold everything we brought down with us, and everything we had stored in the Zeppelin, and given away every brochure and catalog. Hench Girl is out duplicating more brochures and catalogs as we speak." "Cool," Harry nodded. "On the plus side," the professor grinned, "it has given me the opportunity to play with your new motorcycle while you were gone." "Cool," Harry nodded. "What did you do?" "It isn't so much what I did as what we did," the professor smiled. "Several of my colleagues asked for the opportunity to assist in our exploration of possibility." "Huh," Harry blinked. "He means at lots of other inventors and developers helped us." Hench Girl staggered in under a massive load of documents. "Could you help me with this?" "Of course." Harry grabbed the boxes out of Hench Girl's arms and set them on the table. "Why didn't you shrink these?" "I did." Hench Girl massaged her sore arms. "Demand is that high." "Oh." Harry gave a sympathetic nod. "Do you need me to stick around?" "Not at all." The professor shook his head. "Hench Girl and I were hoping that you'd test out your new motorcycle." "Okay." Harry nodded. "What did you do to it?" "The usual things," Hench Girl shrugged. "It can fly, shoot spells, drop oil, revolving license plates. And that's not all," the professor grinned. "It got to be a competition to see who could put the most features in the most parts. Here's the manual." The professor dumped a massive book on the table, charmed to such a small and convenient size. "Wow." Harry's eyes widened. "Where is it?" "In my pocket," the man in the neighboring booth spoke up. "Frank N. Stein. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too," Harry nodded. "Shrinking charm." "Automatic shrinking charm," Frank smiled. "Based on we'll put in the team over at Scaled Compost." "Cool," Harry nodded. "We put in a puka." Frank pulled a small figure of a horse out of his pocket. "A what?" Harry blinked. "A puka," Frank repeated himself. "A ghost horse, used to be they'd escape after seeing water, so people didn't bother much with them." "So you've solved that problem?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Years ago," Frank nodded. "The solution was to bind them to something solid." "Like what?" Harry was getting into the conversation. In the old days, we'd use stone or bronze statues. Frank laughed. I'll bet that the Muggles would be shocked if they knew how many statues would jump up and run off if given the Rio. There are puka trapped around the world in statues, Harry nodded. No, Frank shook his head. Think of the statue as a leash. Something to call the animal to one location. They aren't trapped in it so much as tied to it. Ah, Harry nodded. What do they use now? Now they aren't used so much anymore, he shrugged. What with brooms becoming cheaper and more popular and the horse no longer being used as a means of transportation. So why are you using it here? Harry asked with a frown. Well, the smith frowned. For one thing, coupling your motorcycle with a ghost horse will ensure that you never need to fill the tank, and for another, well, a motorcycle is nice, but it can't think for itself. I guess that makes sense, Harry nodded. Glad you approve. Frank handed Harry the tiny horse figurine. Just take it outside and will it to turn into a motorcycle. Thanks. Harry pocketed the tiny statue. And if you're back in a few hours, Frank's grin widened. I've been asked to inform you that you're all invited to a party that one of the companies is having in the penthouse. It's a formal thing but it'll have free food. I'll be there. Harry nodded. Thanks. Have a good day then. Frank grabbed a copy of every brochure on the black ink table and returned to his booth. I'm gonna go test this thing out, Harry smiled. I'll be back in a few. Have fun. Hench girl waved. Harry began making his way out of the convention hall until a booth near one of the exits caught his attention. No way. Harry froze in shock. I never thought that was real. In a flash, Harry was stumbling towards the booth with a giant grin on his face. Welcome to Acme Inc., the woman in the booth smiled. How may I help you? I didn't think you guys really existed. Harry's eyes shined. We didn't until recently, the woman smiled. A group of Muggle-born students decided that the world needed a company named Acme and set to work building it. Wow. Harry rubbed his hands together. What do you sell? Not much, the woman drooped. We've managed to create a couple charms but we just don't have the resources to complete any of our larger projects. Why not? Harry blinked. We're mostly still students, the woman sighed. In fact, you might say that we're all still students. I'm supposed to be in detention right now. Oh, Harry scratched his chin. What charm did you design? The Acme charm by Acme Inc. The girl grinned. Watch, Acme. Just as the incantation was spoken, a whistling sound pierced the air and a large shadow appeared to Harry's right. Glancing up, Harry's eyes bulged as he watched a large anvil plummet to the ground, landing with a horrific crash. What did I tell you about doing that? One of the convention organizers stormed over. It's okay, Harry waved it off. I asked her to do it. You asked her. The organizer growled. And just who are you? Mr. Black. Harry grinned. I'm here with Black Ink. Oh, the organizer nodded. Have a good day then, Mr. Black. I'll just be going somewhere else then. You do that, Harry agreed. Mr. Black. The girl squeaked. Yeah, Harry nodded. That's not a problem, is it? No. The girl shook her head. No problem. You said you had a problem with resources. Harry continued. Yes. The girl began to sweat. Bad enough she got caught ducking out of detention, but by Mr. Black. Here. Harry pulled out a business card and wrote a quick note on the back. Talk to my friend the professor over at the Black Ink booth. We might be able to work something out. Thank you, sir. The girl almost passed out. And be sure he buys a copy of all your spells. I've got to know that Acme spell and I'm sure that you've got a few others that'll be good too. Yes, sir. The girl nodded. What's your name anyway? Harry paused. Why? The girl seemed to shrink. Because I'm curious, Harry smiled. And I'm hoping to do some business with your company. Judith P. Brooke. The girl shuddered. Thank you, sir. Then have a good day, Judith, Harry smiled. And be sure to stop by my booth to talk to the professor and hench girl. I like what I've seen of your company and I hope to see more in the future. Yes, sir. Judith was just glad he hadn't told her to go back to school. Harry walked out of the casino with a grin on his face and with a though. He had his new motorcycle out and ready to ride. One problem, Harry had never ridden a motorcycle before. How hard could it be? Harry shrugged as he straddled the bike. It took Harry a while, but After a few minutes he started to get a feel for his new toy, and in no time he was blasting down the streets like he'd been riding all his life. Turning down a side street, Harry noticed a parking lot filled with other motorcycles and decided to pull in to investigate. "How come you smell like a wolf?" One of the larger bikers walked up to Harry. "You're not one of us, but you still smell like one of us." "What?" Harry took a few experimental sniffs. "You're all werewolves, aren't you?" "Yeah." The biker nodded. "I'm part wolf," Harry shrugged. "And part a few other things." "How's that possible?" The biker narrowed his eyes. "Don't ask me," Harry shrugged. "I got no clue how everything works." "Oh." The biker seemed to think about it. "You in a club?" "What kinda club?" Harry looked around. "Bike club." The biker smiled. "Us wolves are with the lunatics, and over there is a contingent from Hell's accountants." "Oh." Harry shook his head. "No club. It's just me." "What's your name?" The lunatic held out a hand. "I'm Barry." "Mr. Black." Harry shook the man's hand. "And if you'll excuse me, I've got some things I'm supposed to be doing soon." "It was nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too," the shocked biker replied automatically. The bikers watched as Harry took one last look around before pulling out of the parking lot. And they froze in shock as the form of Harry's motorcycle made to twist into that of a translucent stallion. "I don't believe it." The biker looked down at the bottle in his hand, then returned his gaze to the retreating Mr. Black. "On a pale horse he rides. On a pale steel horse he rides. They say that every time you get on your bike you ride with death, and this time, we actually did." After talking to the professor and hench girl, Judith made her way back to school and looked through the window in the door of the room where she was supposed to be serving detention. Sir." One of the girls noticed Judith in the window and raised her hand. "What is it, Brandy?" The aged professor looked up over his book. "I need to take Judith to the girls' room." Brandy bit her lower lip. "And just why do you need to take her?" The old teacher raised an eyebrow. "Feminine problems, sir." Brandy reddened. "Oh." The man nodded. "Move along then. I noticed that she hadn't been acting herself today."